look at us. We are live already. Welcome, sorry, to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I am Rebecca Benningfield, and I'm happy that you all are here to join us tonight. We already have several people I've noticed, and wow, that's a big compliment, and I appreciate that a whole bunch. And it's tonight, so far, we have Jillian with us, and Sam is with us, and we are expecting possibly Mark and Jesus. So far, there's three of us. So, hey guys, how are you all doing?
I'm doing fine. Jillian's in there tripping on stuff.
Yeah, well, it's late. It's dark. She can't see.
Sorry, in the dark. I had to let Poodle pop out.
Hey, Lana is here. Hey, Lana.
It was her birthday.
It was her birthday. I was getting ready to say that. 77. I didn't. That's awesome. I mean, where I forgot, where is Lana from? Do you know, Sam?
Arkansas.
Oh,
she's from
okay. Yeah. I thought she was up way north. Well,
no, she's in Arkansas.
That's where my mom is from. My mom grew up in Arkansas, so we might be related. Who knows? But that's pretty cool. I should know by how she says howdy. You know, that should be a hint. And hey, Carol Ann, good to see you here as always. She's one of our regulars, so that's always nice. As is Lana and Dennis. Dennis is here, and I want you all to see. He was the first person that left a comment this afternoon, and it was just super positive, and I really appreciate it. I took a picture of it, so I was really is super thoughtful, and I was very grateful. So I was happy to see Dennis is here, and David. Hi, David.
I've been reading some of the comments on the past shows, and they've all been really favorable, so that's a good thing.
Right. I mean, I've only had a smidge of comments that I removed because they weren't positive. You know,
no wonder I didn't see any.
Okay, maybe I cleaned them past, but no, probably. But maybe 4, which is really not bad considering. You know, I mean, it could be tens or hundreds. You know, easily. So 4 is not bad.
Oh yeah, I saw 2 trolls on my page today alone. So
trolls.
Yeah. Oh, we have Zane here. Hey, Zane.
Hey, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to join us, you're totally welcome. Just let me know. Because you're definitely always welcome anytime you're available. So if you want to hop on and hang out, just say yay or nay. Okay. And MoDoc.
I tagged you on a couple of pictures earlier today.
Me? You did? Yeah. Oh, no, I haven't. Well, I was gone this afternoon. So I've been really busy since I got back home getting ready. So I haven't probably seen that you tagged me on any. I'll find it.
Usual cool stuff out there, with some really awesome stuff coming in. So.
Okay. Well, I'll check it out here. And how quickly I can add it to the show. So, and we have, let's see, who, yes, Nibiru is a lie. Okay, well, they are here. Nibiru is a lie is here. And Sherry Monday. Oh my God. Hi, Sherry. I know. Just making sure I get everybody introduced so we all know who we're talking to. And I'm going to send another invite to Jesus and Mark just to see if there's a problem. And I'm going to send one to Zane just in case. While I'm at it, might as well include
it pops up sometimes in weird places.
It said what, Sam?
I said it pops up in weird places. It doesn't pop up on your PM all the time. Sometimes it's on the experts group or whatever. And I went,
Okay, right. Just does its own thing. Okay.
Yeah, last week I got, just like dozens of them down the page, and I sat there and I had to pick between what was what. No biggie.
Right. I'm going to pull some things up. But like I said, I had to reboot, just minutes before. So
I liked this week's cover page. It was pretty interesting seeing, of course, the alien spacecraft. Had a lot of sightings today of the Texas cube, or excuse me, the long box cube coming in on Skywatcher 2. So, and I checked the membership request list, and wow, yeah.
Oh, right. What's going on there? What do you
Oh
think?
well,
Yeah,
I hadn't looked at Montana Skywatcher 1 in a week or 2 or 3, and I never actually took the time to notice the number of people who have membership requests, and there were upwards of 3,000, and I just, you know,
Oh no, I
wow.
know. No, if you don't stay on it, I easily get probably 200 a day.
Well,
So
and I
if you
did a
if
few
you
weeks
skip a
ago. I
few
cleared
days, and yeah,
I
it builds
cleared
up.
all the old requests out because there was just too many to get to and to worm through, and then I had 0, and now on Montana Skywatcher 2 I have like 300 again. And it's like, no, how do I get through all of this?
Just
That's
bury
like
you.
getting
Yeah.
adverts on your email and you think, oh my God, I was supposed to get through all these things.
Yeah. I think that's
And
probably why my email doesn't even open.
yeah, you probably got so many people
I have
like
thousands of email messages, and I can't. It just sits there and scrolls. It won't even open. I mean, I think I have to wait like an hour or 2 for it to scroll through.
I don't blame it. I
Crazy.
can
Oh my
just imagine.
gosh. I
And I haven't
mean,
cleared it in years, so I imagine I got 30 or 40,000 emails. Who God only knows.
right.
And it
Yeah.
tells you every time you post something, and it sends it over, and so over to you. Like I said, I haven't been able to open it in so long, I can't even tell you.
You'd probably get a fright if you opened it. It would be you'd be there for years trying to answer all those people.
Imagine the spam. Oh God. Anyway.
And the trolls, Sam, you would have troll fest.
Yeah.
Absolute troll fest.
Well, they do that anyway, and they, these guys pop in on my personal page, and sometimes I wonder how they even, or why, and then they razz me about this and that and make little stuff out. Yeah. I earlier today I posted, like, I dare you to argue with this anymore, because I'm just to the point now. I'm getting almost irritated that, and shit, I'll just say pissed off that all these years of work hasn't paid off, and we're still, trying to wade through all the disinformation. And God, I saw a couple of posts from people who were, on our side and in our information, and yet they're still dragging out disinformation that's been smeared into from the internet over the years, like the tale of Nibiru. And I watched a really good video, well produced video, and it was sent to me by somebody, through PM, and I watched it, and unfortunately, like 90% of it was from human points of view, with negative, non-connecting base information that was so distractionary. It was unbelievable. And I had to, there were pieces that were real and true, but so much of it was just like, oh my God, you don't even understand. And it talks about the 2 stars, and it talks about the transition of Nibiru, the planet of passing, and the 7 planets, but it completely describes it in a disconnected, non-usable way, where it's distractionary and not accurate. And it was a great video, but the problem is they just don't know. And we, of course, have taken all of these years to learn the differences between the internet fake crap and the reality of what we've been documenting. So
Don't you think, though, I mean, that is like back when they told you 1980, when they told you that it's not going to matter what you say because no one's ever going to believe you. I mean, I feel like they have, knowledge of the future that, we don't get told about, right? I mean, I feel like they know decades in advance kind of what the plan is, and I don't know. I just feel like they knew these conspiracy theories were going to be their frontline weapon on controlling what people think about what they're going to see happen in our sky. I just feel like that was something they knew a long time ago. I don't know.
On Skywatcher 2 today, earlier, I read a comment from some nice lady, And she was just a little bit confused. And she says, well, with all this going on, why don't they tell us about it? And my easy, simple answer, of course, would be because that way they won't retain power. And then you also have to compare all the possible reactionary behaviors of all the people you're going to have. And we've said this before on many shows, where you're going to have 10 or 20 different points of view. And, oh, these guys are lying, or, oh, the world is ending, or, oh, let's do this, or, oh, let's do this, or we believe this, but we don't believe that. And so a lot of this is not being talked about openly because a lot of people would very poorly react one way or another. And we see a bunch of that. We see some of the,
I mean, maybe we don't want it. Maybe it would become too chaotic. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's better.
How do you introduce this in a calm manner? How do you tell people that, this little piece of information without adding to it later and without needing to add more, and then there's going to be, the cuckoos are going to react poorly. And so I can see where a lot of this is not even going to be brought up because, oh my God, they'll know it soon enough and then they'll have to deal with it. I saw some more video. God, it was either today or yesterday, about more storms that were not previously reported, but it was in the same area. And I saw how the Ukraine area got nailed with that big massive storm as well, and that was like the 27th or 28th or both days or 3 days or 4 days or however long that storm took. But they got wiped out with this just massive storm too, and it's not making the news.
Yeah, I've seen something in Russia that I sent you today, and it was
right. And
Russia, the waves were incredible.
Right, and it hit northern China as well, and that was like on the 28th. And if they're not even connecting that these are supercell on land existing northern hemisphere hurricanes, which never used to exist, period. Most hurricanes, when they would go onshore, would dissipate and turn into a tropical storm, etc., and then break up and whatever. But this storm went literally, and we talked about it in the last show as well. And I'm still in awe because I'm still finding new footage. And what went through and across, that half of of your area, Jillian, of the planet was unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And thousands of people are suffering from just one storm. And of course, this is going to continue.
Right.
Yeah. You did say we're getting something cold tonight. It actually feels like we've plunged.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Hey, I woke up today to 60 degrees.
Oh, well, it was.
Yeah, we just had snow, and I was up on the mountains, 15 degrees last night. Now I woke up to 60 degrees. I had to, I was walking out with my sweater on, and I was like, yeah, no, this isn't going to work.
Well, it's 25 here.
It's crazy.
You said 60?
60 degrees.
Yeah, well,
way too warm.
Yeah, way too
warm. And then we've got the cold snap that's restarting again, and it's mostly running down the eastern side of the Rockies. But my computer is telling me it's 25, and we had 13 this morning. And no snow.
0 or something like that.
Yeah,
0.
There's no snow. No, that would be in your book. That would be somewhere about -15, -20 to you, Jillian.
Nasty.
That's if we take 10 or 15 degrees or so, or 20 off of 32. So it's it's like 25 degrees here plus. Anyway. So
yeah, my
12 or 13 below to you.
My local weather man shared yesterday. He says we're going to expect record warmth the beginning of December. That's unusual too. Record warmth in December for Oklahoma.
JD posted something, I don't know if today or yesterday, about how we're going to be seeing record warm in most of America.
Oh wow. Okay.
This month for December. So I was
right now
shocked to wake up to what I did today.
Well, the Great Lakes states are having snow right now. Everything on the East Coast and in the Northeast Coast, they're having lake effect snow off of Lake Erie and all of that, and so they're having a nasty time right now. compared to us, where we just got another down sloping cold snap, but we did not get any moisture with it. We didn't get any snow, and there is no snow, which is weird.
Yeah, we saw a little bit, but we should be knee deep in snow right about now, and nothing
Right.
at all.
Yeah, so it's very strange.
I went to Park City last night, where they're supposed to have skiers and all that. It's hurting my business because I depend a lot of that in the winter, and they were making snow up on the mountains yesterday, just last night. So they're hurting as well.
Well, I'm going to pull up some pictures that I've been saving over the last few days. As soon as one show ends, I right then start accruing pictures for the next show, basically. So this is
I wasn't planning on being awake tonight, but I took some this morning that were really cool. So I should have
did you send them to me? Did you send them to me?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I saved one that you sent me yesterday. I try to keep a little file on everybody. So, but here, I thought this one was just interesting. I saw this a couple of days ago. It doesn't really stand out to be any one item to me for sure, but it just looked strange. Don't you all think?
Well,
I don't know.
The entire sky.
It's like one of those 3D pictures where you've got to look for the two pictures.
I'm not saying it looks like any one thing or another, but I thought it just stood out kind of unusual how it had a point right there. And then doesn't it have a weird shape?
I was going to say something, but I won't.
I know. I shouldn't either. I was going to too, but anyway, there's that one.
Yeah, there it is.
I know. Anyway, but
ooh.
Yeah, now this I just found this afternoon, but I was looking at it and I was like thinking our sun and Saturn's moon, but then I thought, well, is it the other way around? Is it our sun and an asteroid? I mean, the more I looked at it, then I thought, well, maybe it's the lower right illumination is the sunlight.
Maybe it's our moon and our sun.
I mean, now that I look at it though again, I see Saturn is just right up in front of, right above it. I think that's what's actually causing those rays, those streaks to come up and out.
Yeah, you can see something up on the right there and on the left. Look at the darknesses.
Well, I think, okay, I've changed my mind. I'm pretty sure now it's actually our sun on the left and Saturn's yellow moon there lower right. And you can see how it's red. See, look above it. And
you had it right the first time.
Okay. Okay, good to know.
In the center, it's at the yellow moon on the lower right.
Yeah, well, actually, I started.
Again, guys, this is why we always get people confused about the second sun. The second sun is not visible; it's behind.
Yeah, it's not even
our sun right now. So
that's the yellow blob behind our sun.
Yeah, we were discussing this on Saturday. How that effect of the sun reflecting on something else, usually a Saturn's yellow moon, has this effect and has everybody talking about the second sun. But no, the second sun is not visible at the moment.
And it would be bigger.
We were being shined on by both suns at the moment.
Remember, it would also be bigger.
And we'd be much hotter.
Much harder,
bigger and redder.
So here's some examples of two suns, like what they actually. Doesn't look like this. I know it looks like two suns, but this is actually our two suns. It's like this.
There you go. And Nibiru in the back, very, very enormous Nibiru.
So it's our sun.
I'll send you some pictures. I just took these same colors, and I swear to God, it looked like them today. It was awesome. I don't know if you can see them.
I haven't yet. But I will in a second. So yeah, this is what our two suns actually look like. We're just seeing our, the illumination of it. But I know it's most people just see what looks like two suns and goes with that. It's understandable. So
Well,
there's
a lot
that.
of that boils down to how long people have, been part of the information and how much
Right.
time you spend on the learning. There's a lot of information, and we have seen
Mhm.
so much of it over the 13 years. And I had read another post, another comment down one of the sections on Montana Skywatcher 2 again today, where uh, they were giving their age, and it was a 62-year-old lady, and she said, I know that that this isn't completely different from any of the skies that we grew up with. And a lot of folks have been staring at the sky since the changes have happened, not since prior. And me at that same age, I know for a fact that these are not the skies that we grew up with. And of course,
Yeah.
Jesus knows that, and because he's been a sky watcher all of his life as well. But anybody that's been watching the sky as long knows that this isn't correct. I mean, we see so many anomalies. And what we've done is we've just documented them over the years. We've collected them and spent the time like talking like we are here for everybody else out there listening. But we did used to do this in private amongst ourselves, and we've been doing it for over a decade.
And those curves as well. I mean, geez, how do people not notice those curves?
Yeah, the
Um,
repeating patterns.
Again, often people tell me that it's for this or it's for that, but all you gotta do is look outside. Like you can see this with your own eyes.
That
Everything that
too.
we share, guys, everything that we share, just go outside. Or you don't take our word for it. Just go outside. You will see it. And also,
Mhm.
I was also gonna say, add to the second sun thing. It also depends on how long people are watching, because people look up at the sky for just a quick second and then go back to what they're doing. But this thing takes takes a little bit of watching, and if you're patient enough, if you're recording the skies, I recommend time lapsing. You got really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Just a little long, and even if you don't have the time to set up a camera, that's what I do. I set up my camera when I see something happening. I set up my camera, and then I go on and do what I have to do, and then I come back when I have more time later on that day, and then I go through the footage, and then I see what I caught, and always I'm like, holy crap, this is so cool. You'll always catch something. Just um spot the anomaly. If something in the sky does not look right, set up your camera, leave it recording, and then come back later whenever you have time and check out the footage. And you will always be astounded at what you catch. These things take a little bit of time. I've spent the entire day sky watching, when I go to work. And I will see something in my beginning of my shift. I will see something coming out in the distance. And I'll be like, okay, I know something's happening, and I'll keep watching it periodically. And before I know it, it gets closer and it gets closer, and then boom, the entire sky is just filled with planets and moons and asteroids, and it takes a little time, guys, but you can literally document it from distant to close if you sit there and watch long enough.
Right. I mean, I think what really is, I don't know, one of the most exciting parts of it is just how close they actually are. I mean, when you realize that you're not just looking for, something small, when you
I
realize it's the whole sky. I mean, if you're looking up, you're seeing them. Is that you don't have to.
I'm gonna
A lot of
send you.
people try to see them, and I'm like, I always tell people, like, you don't have to try. I mean, if you're looking at the sky, you're already seeing them. You just don't understand it. You don't realize it.
I'm
That's
gonna
the
It
cool
send
was
you.
part.
on
I'm gonna
fire
send
this
you.
evening. It was just on fire this evening. I was so excited. I was taking a zillion pictures, and the rain sort of
Oh,
misted
cool.
on me. I sent
Okay.
pictures now to
I'll
where
check
you were
it.
talking to Mark.
Yeah.
Um, I sent them there. They were on fire, man. It was just gorgeous. You can tell something's going to
Oh,
come.
now I see him. Okay.
Can you
I
see them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
sent
Wow.
you, Rebecca, a time lapse also with
Did
the sky.
you? Oh boy. Okay.
And I want to show that as an example of
Okay.
how easily it is to confuse the sky with just sky, But if this time lapse will show how it's moving and rotating out of the way. I brightened it up a little bit just so people can see. I sent a picture and then I sent the time lapse, but
Okay.
it is an enormous, and also, guys, things in the midday will blend in with the sky. They will look blue, but you will kind of notice the depth difference, you know.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Okay, let me get Julian's first.
Core cloud.
That is
Ding dong, look at that. Pleasure, look.
What'd you say, Sam?
Yeah, did you say ore cloud?
No, I said core cloud.
Oh,
Core cloud.
Like the illuminated core of Nepenthe.
Close.
Yeah, okay.
Much too close for comfort, but yeah.
So is a core cloud only for Nepenthe, or do other planets have core clouds?
Saru has a core also, but her core is so immensely bright that it's non-mistakable because it's much thicker. Whereas Nepenthe, of course, is a way smaller planet, and it has a different core, and it has 3 base stripes, where Saru has a really thick core and 2 base stripes from her drop core cloud, or forming core, open core.
Mm-hmm.
And that, of course, is, an electrical pole on the bottom of the planet, which is open to weather in a different rotational pattern than we're generally used to. But it's, Saru and Nepenthe are the only ones with a core that we know. Now, we did see something on Isatum here, but that's a completely different core-based cloud, and that's more of a snorkel than anything.
What about that one?
Yeah, that's probably Nepenthe as well. That is a drop core where it's starting to form, but it's being illuminated directly in the back. So then it's rainbowing out, showing that there is actually debris and material in that. That's why it's turning rainbowy.
Yeah.
And also size-wise, Saru's core is really, really wide, big, and Nepenthe is small or smaller.
That is absolutely phenomenal shot right there. Wow.
And of course, we've never seen skies anywhere ever in our lifetimes, and now they're happening regularly. And this is, of course, some of that base information that people really should look into before they open their mouths and say, oh, that's a lens flare, or oh, that's just clouds, or the naysayers out there that, they're 5-minute wannabes. And I'm terribly sorry for you folks out there, but if you spend just a little bit more time studying this stuff, this is the coolest thing in the whole damn world. And you go ahead and disbelieve all you want. It isn't going to get you anywhere, because the reality of it is this has been proven. I mean, you don't get a decade, 13, 14 years worth of pictures that match time after time after time, but just get bigger and bigger as time goes by. And call it anomalies. And I'm terribly sorry. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of confirming documented pictures that match over and over and over and over and over again.
This is really happening. This is absolutely really happening, and you can prove it yourself. Again, you don't have to take our word for it. Just go outside, take a few of the basic rules, a few of the basic things that we kind of show, because there is some things to take into account. Like, we're seeing their dark side, so you got to understand that things ain't gonna be, as Hollywood depicts them. But if you just follow that rule, follow not rule, but those things that that come with this, the fact that they can look blue, the fact that they can blend with their sky. If you really sit and put the time to watch this, I promise you guys, you will see this happening. It's happening. This is not a crazy conspiracy. This is really happening. And get on board, because you're missing the show of a lifetime. And I would not be sitting out here making a fool of myself if I hadn't actually seen them myself.
We see these planets.
Sam, when we first came to Montana Skywatchers, we were just as lost as everybody else. But we stuck with it. We stuck with it, and we put our time in, and we learned this stuff. And 6 years for us, a decade plus for Sam, 40 years plus really for Sam. But some of us, it took us almost a decade to learn this stuff. We have taken everything that we have learned, and we have compiled it into these small moments where you could learn this a lot faster than a lot of us have. So take advantage of this information, take advantage of all the evidence that has been stockpiled, and I promise you, you will be in for a hell of a show, a hell of a ride. It has been a hell of a ride for me. It's been one of the most exciting things that, Hollywood ain't got nothing on this, guys. Get on board because you're missing a hell of a show.
And it's kind of spooky too. I mean, there is an element of danger and surprise and fear and
Absolutely,
all of
absolutely,
that too.
absolutely, absolutely. It's not just for the sake of being mesmerized, but it's also important to know because this affects us all. We all are living on this rock together. Regardless of race, regardless of color, regardless of language, regardless of culture, we're all on this rock together, and it's important that we all get on board because if and when things happen, people are going to be confused, and it's good that we're all on board so we can rise up together and help each other and be aware of what's happening and not just confused because confusement creates a lot of chaos.
And we're in deep doo doo right now.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just good to unite, guys. With we're gonna need each other. When things do happen, and it's good to just be aware of this. It's a great show, but also it's good
Yeah.
to be aware because things could happen. Things are happening.
Yeah, and like that storm that just devastated all those poor folks' houses around the world last week, and we're gonna see more storms like this. There's a question here from a Facebook user that just went by a minute ago off the screen. It says,
About,
"Hey Sam, yeah, that's the one. What
yeah.
happens when two soft metal elements react with each other? What's going to happen?" Um, they don't react like you imagine. They already have their placement set in the atomic structure already. Protons and neutrons and everything are already in place. They don't swap. They do now. We have God this week especially. It was really like for the last 2 weeks we've been seeing a lot of ion bleed offs between passing bodies and Earth, and that's where the light drags straight up into the sky in really weird, cool rainbow patterns and stuff. Even the city lights and everything, and
I
that's
have those. I'll
well,
get them right now.
yeah, I have a bunch of
Uh-huh.
them. There's a whole bunch in this week as well. And that's
Yes.
an ion bleed off from a larger body to a smaller body. And the light, the accelerated electrons, which is what light is. Yeah, there you go. And if you look in the middle of this picture, it's going up to a very dark object. And people just go, oh, look at the lights, but they're not looking at what it's going to above. And there are no stars in that dark area. They're bleeding off, and we saw early examples of that in 2011 and 12 when the planets were coming in, and they were much smaller. But we could see the bleed off illuminations between the two of them because even in space, in deep space, these light bars were the ion bleed off between the planets was occurring, even though at the time we were seeing these big dark bodies, but you could see the circular glow around the edges of these bodies. One smaller one larger one. Another great example. This is the ions are being pulled up to another planet, and that dark purpley blue green area above everything that you see across the line here is passing planet. And the ions are accelerated illuminated ions are going straight up this superhighway pathway of what's already occurring, and we're seeing it illuminate.
And what about below the dark in between the light shafts and the planet above? Is that asteroid, Sam?
Well, it could be
You
another body. It could be Atu's moon. I do see that there is something semi below the horizon of the first main purplish. Oh, actually, wow. There's like at least 3 planets in this shot.
Oh,
Uh,
sorry.
yeah, and because you can see over on the left, there's a cutoff on. Now that could, of course, just be a line in the clouds, but there are several bodies here visible, and they stack up, and sometimes we see 1, 2, 3 back going
Mhm.
off in the distance. And of course, we've watched this as well for years, and it's so huge now, it's really hard to discern. But years ago, we saw it regularly where they would line up, and you'd see the larger one, and then a smaller one, and then a smaller one in front of it, and it made the coolest pictures. Unfortunately, we lost a good portion of those pictures years ago. I have 1 or 2 of them hiding somewhere in some file. But when we first started seeing the planets stack up, that's when it made oodles and oodles of sense. And the naysayers are out there going, "Oh, that's I'll say this again. Oh, it's a lens flare or whatever." And no, we know the difference between what a lens flare is, and we've learned over the years kind of how to ignore a lot of automatically, well, you know better, negatives that are out there. And most of the time I do see glass doubles right away. Sometimes I got to sit and stare, but if it's arguing with me, I'll look at it for a while and kind of wait to make a decision on what I see. And sometimes I even come back to it later and look again. Yeah, there's another example of it. Go ahead.
If you're recording and you have doubts if it's a lens flare or something else in the sky, just cover the light source with your finger. We learned to do that in Montana Skywatchers. Just cover whatever the light source is. If it disappears, it's a lens flare. It's nothing. If it remains there, cover the sun, cover the moon, cover the street light, whatever it is. If you're recording and you see something that doesn't belong, and you're curious if it's a lens flare or not, just cover the light source with your finger. Thumb the sun. Your index finger, your thumb whatever the light source is, and if it disappears, it's a lens flare.
Right, and in some shots, if you have the object of water and it's actually reflecting in the water, then it's real. And if it's not, then it's most likely a lens flare or a glass double.
There are ways to kind of know if what you're seeing is real or if it's just a camera effect. Over the years, I've learned a bunch of ways to shade the lens. Just put your hand over your lens, over your phone, just to shade it a little bit, and you'll get a better picture. You'll get all the glare out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It just depends, But yeah, there's a lot of ways where you can kind of find out, what's going on there.
I had a question about this one, Sam. I noticed how it has this curve. I wondered if the curve was anything significant. It's just see how it kind of comes up and over.
It. Look what's behind in the background. There's little blobs of different color and everything, and it could quite easily be the main asteroids underneath Attu's moon. Lead asteroid, red asteroid, spiral asteroid, etc. And we've seen these patterns, and it's a hard call, and I don't want to reach too far, but with the split rounding in the top, it could be Attu on the left and Nepesity on the right. So with the asteroids underneath it, which we have seen in countless patterns. It's a hard call, but we never saw this 10 years ago. This ion bleed off never ever happened, and only when the planets got really close and when they were during the 180-day cycle, when they're going over the top of us, does this occur. And this is and it's ion bleed off, and we've seen it periodically. It doesn't always happen, and it comes in these stages. And of course, over the time, we learn to gather these photographs and keep copies of them, so that they are an example of what to look for above where the lights are going. But most everyone just looks at the lights and goes, "Oh, cool! Look, there's frost in the air and there's light shining up through the frost." No.
Yeah, I just seen an article that they were calling that something called Steve.
Steve, huh?
Yeah. I saw.
Have you seen that? There's like a post or something that is called Steve.
Is that the legendary Steve from Minecraft? Because one of the main characters' name is Steve, and there's a lot of people on. I even saw it on some of the live webcam of the Israeli Hamas dealings here of like a month ago, where everybody was going, "Oh, it's Steve. Are you all right, Steve? Whatever." Oh, look, somebody's calling me. I'm going to hit mute here for a second.
Okay. Hey, Jillian, here's your pictures. I pulled 2 of them.
Yeah.
All right. There's one. So I can tell it was glowing. Yep. Like you said, just this intense, because it turned into this before long. Look at that. Yeah.
Those color transitions are also a big indicator.
Isn't they awesome? I would have loved to see that on time lapse, to go from.
Oh, I just found time lapse on my phone. It's on the Galaxy S23. You can actually do it.
That last time lapse that we showed on the last show, that was just on my iPhone. It was a time lapse mode, that my
Yeah.
phone, it says time lapse, and it worked really well. So try to give it a shot. Try giving it a
Now
shot.
this is a lens flare.
This is a lens flare on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when probably I was trying to take pictures and it was rainy as well, so something might have been speckling.
And see where
But
the halo goes below the horizon line.
And also, you know how else you can tell also is the way that it's shined on. You would expect, and maybe not the case on this lens flare, but sometimes I've seen what people call planets. It's clearly a lens flare because the
mhm.
dark
Right.
side, it's more dark towards the light source than it is on the other side.
And you see all the little dust blips in a lot of the lens
Yes,
flares.
yes. So
And
also
those
the
little
way
dust patterns.
but the lighting will also tell you everything. You're gonna have more light towards the light source, and it's gonna get darker to the other side. But if you have something that's not lit the right way, it's a lens flare as well. So lighting is very
I
important.
just thought it was maybe it was actually like raindrops on the lens as well.
Well, you probably have a cutoff going off of the trees. And that's creating the horizontal or subhorizontal halo. It's cut off.
Did you get one of the other pictures, Rebecca, where it was all orange? It was just all orange. It was
Oh, and by the
amazing.
way, what's above the lens flare is, of course, Attu and Attu's moon, and you can tell because of the pattern that we see over on the left-hand side, which is the rounding asteroids, as in 95, 99% of our captures.
Yeah, it was just classic
Sorry,
today.
I
last
just
night.
realized I need to hook up with this. Sorry.
Well, when I hit mute, you guys all scrolled out and locked up on me here for a second, and everything was scrolling, and I didn't even get
I got real quiet.
Yeah. I was thinking we were completely knocked down. I was like, no, not in the middle of a show. Podcast.
Let's see. Okay.
Hey, Dennis Glass. Hey, Sunday.
Yeah, the
What
Gator
causes-
Sky Exploration. What's that?
Well,
Another guy?
Sunday is asking what causes the halo around the moon. Well, in some cases, it is a light refraction through our night sky, but in a lot of the cases, there is another body behind our moon. That's why we've had a super moon for 5 years or more. And
It's going to be the Beaver Moon,
Well, up here in Montana, we see it a little different than everybody else down at sea level. And not a lot of people are seeing it, but there are captures, and we have quite a few of them, where there is another larger illuminated object behind our moon. And recently, I've seen it was blue, and usually it was very yellow. Now, this week, the full moon was way to the north again, and I've never seen it in the north sky except for recently, which is also showing us that Earth tip is occurring, which is why the freak weird weather and all the shit that's going on is because we're warbling and wobbling. And there's a lot more to that. And there's cycles of the Earth history that goes all the way through ice ages and everything that has to do with odd, unique Earth warble wobbles, as they call them in the scientific, believe it or not, the scientific term. And there's a lot going on that people have really got to kind of knuckle down and just accept that we are seriously, drastically watching climate change happen right before our very eyes. And if I had a person earlier to me say, yeah, in 10 years, this is going to be that. And I'm going, dude, you look that far forward, 10 years. Let's worry about the next 2 to 3 years because our weather is going to so drastically change. And people are worried about immigrants and all of this. I mean, right now we're watching climate migration go on right before our very eyes, in our faces, and we're all reacting to it for good and for bad in some countries, in many countries. So, we have to re-look at everything because this is drastically happening. And and people who are aware of it are going to probably be able to deal with it a little bit better. And if you're in doubt and you don't want to listen to us, well, we did try to warn you. So there, Nanner, I mean, my God.
And I think our price of food has really gone up. Everybody's blaming it on inflation, and I'm not saying
His crops keep getting destroyed, man.
I'm not saying it's not inflation. I know that is an issue, But it is also an issue, guys, that crops, everything has become a little bit more scarce because crops were I mean, you watch the crop report, Sam. You're seeing what's going on with it. The price of these things are only going to go up as we lose more crops, as we lose more, to bad weather. We are going to start noticing these things, and things will get a little more difficult. So again, another reason to start paying attention to all these things, guys, because it's going to affect us in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and if you have good weather and good soil in your area and you've got a little bit of land, and if you're doing okay come spring, I would seriously think about planting an extra good garden because if the soybean and the wheat and all of that fail in South America this year, which is now growing, it's summer down there almost, and they're having trouble with droughts, they're having trouble with flooding, they're having trouble with the Amazon, they're having trouble. Um, Australia is, of course, flooding again. This is like the third or fourth year in a row. They're already having heat warnings, which is way, way early. And this was like stage 3 warnings or something like that. So, and of course, this information is not being, it's not being shared around the world. And we talked about that storm over and over again, and it's not being correlated by anyone reporting that it went literally from Ireland and Iceland all the way to Japan, and it was a formidable on land, northern hemisphere existing major hurricane. And it was probably, I mean, from the wind speeds, it was probably Cat 3, Cat 4, and varying speeds up and down, and it probably reformed. I didn't get to watch it, unfortunately, because we are limited on the weather information we do get from Europe, and I only have a few sites that I can pay attention to. I'm sure there's a lot more out there that I haven't found yet, but I'm still always looking. So there's so hideously much going on that every day my jaw is dropping. I'm going, oh my God, this is that same thing. Oh my God, this is that same thing. Look at Turkey, look at Saudi Arabia, look at Dubai, look at all the stuff that happened last week, and what's next. And I hate to say that, but what's next?
Yeah, the other night I took pictures of the moon that were just bizarre as well. I mean, I've sent them to you, Rebecca, in the pictures again. I sent some more pictures. I don't know if Rebecca can hear us.
I think she's on mute.
I forgot I was on mute for a second. Let me. Okay. I was trying to pull a video up I have of, some activity around the coastlines of water, rushing up on the shores. I'll get it. I just trying to
all you have to do is type storm in Russia, or storm
that was
storm
wild.
in Ukraine, storm in Turkey, storm in Dubai.
I have it. Right. I have it. StreamYard is not letting me mute it. It's too loud, so I'm trying to handle that. So I'll get it here in a minute. So, all right, let's see.
Yeah, that moon being way far north like
Sorry.
that's showing you that Earth is being when the planets come close and they come over the top of us. I'm sure that their larger magnetosphere has a tendency to push our weaker one over. So I think we're tipping, and of course our view of the moon is always the same because it's tidal locked. And we always see the same face of the moon. Always, we never see the dark side of the moon. And it doesn't rotate, so we're always staring at the same thing. But to see it that far in the north sky, even my kids saw it. They went, "Oh God, look, the moon!" And they're looking out the north window. And if they can see it on the side angle, then that's really, really way to the north, because usually it's in the east or the southeast, generally from my house. And I'm usually having to go out on the front porch at night and look south, because I can't see it out of my windows because it's usually straight up or more in that southeast position. But when it's in the north sky and we can see it out the north window, then it's like, hello, this is completely not normal, and Earth is tipping again. And that affects our weather too.
So does the tip, is it always moving? Is it varying, the tilt? or is it staying about the
Well,
same all the time?
we're being buffered and pushed out of the way. The us little kindergartners next to the big fat kid from high school. And he comes passing us in the lunch line, and of course we're going to be pushed out of the way. And that's kind of how it
Okay.
works. We don't steal planets from each other, and I do believe that we're polarity opposites, which is part of what the stealing and the ions and the discharging and all of that is going on about. And I think it just sort of shoves us out of the way, but yet we retain our placement because we're connected electrically to our star, not gravitational placement, but electrical atomic placement.
Yeah, and the reason why we haven't seen a major asteroid, you know, fall.
Right, from their group, right, and that's why we haven't got pasted by the stuff that's orbiting Uri and Atu and Atu's moon. It's because
My,
that's electrically attached to them. Now the
because
smaller
my,
debris. Go
have
ahead.
I seen some close passes of them?
Oh,
I also
yeah.
sent you a video of that one, a close, very close one from what I believe was a salamander asteroid group. Really odd and weird shaped asteroid, but God, so close it looks like you could just reach up and touch it.
And that's where we've seen some of those red Sonja like storms where you just massive lightning and massive winds that just come out of nowhere. It's not in the radar forecast or the weather report or anything. And then we've documented that there was a major storm that in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and we've documented those storms. We've watched them happen, and it's always within that same time period at the ending of the 180-day cycle. And this year we're going to be running all the way up until Christmas with some events. And then of course, wasn't it this week that we're supposed to have our friend that told us in Arabic that we're going to have that earthquake this week? So
Thursday,
I,
Thursday, I've been paying attention to that.
there's a lot.
Thursday, yeah.
There's other rumors that I have heard from other people around the world, and I didn't push them. I didn't, say, well, where do you get your information from? I listened to it and then I added it to the pile. So and then there was part of that earlier video I was talking about, which was mostly human information, and yet they were talking about the Nibiru system and the passing of the planets and the seven passing planets and all of this. And they were talking about tectonic plates getting ready to do nasty major things. And in that avenue, I am very inclined to believe that because I've been waiting for that to happen. And of course, this is why we're watching there. I guess there were some earthquakes in Alaska today, and I hadn't gotten to look into it, but I briefly saw something about it. And I was, of course, reading it just after I had clicked on something else. And so I got about a microsecond to read it. And then it went to the page I clicked on. So that's the way it always happens. It's like a good story. And I just clicked away from it. No, you know. So there is the possibility that we're going to see major earthquakes, and if that all happens, then our infrastructure is going down. If it was to be a major scenario, or even a handful of really big ones, and look what Turkey just suffered, and that tells you, that the Indian plate, the tectonic plate for India is, of course, moving northward and is creating the Himalayas. And then the African plate is moving northward also, and it's ramming into the Mediterranean and shrinking the size of the Mediterranean, which is causing Mount Etna on Sicily to erupt, which it just did big time. And it's still, I haven't looked it up this week, and I should have. Um, and so, and in Greece and Italy, the southern tip of Italy and the eastern area of Greece is a ticking time bomb of a major caldera under the ground there. And they even talked about how the swelling has been going on for about 3 to 5 years again. And ocean levels are rising in that area, of course, where you can see older dockways that were once underwater are no longer underwater. And that's giving, here it comes, giving rise to the rise. So, there's a lot going on, and it's ever changing and ever moving. And of course, I watch this stuff. I kind of run around all week long trying to study everything I can. So there's a lot going on, and the Madagascar breakup area of South Africa as well, which shows you tectonic plate movement. And it's like India moved all the way from the southern hemisphere off the bottom of the planet some 20 or 40 years, 80 million years, somewhere, I forget the math, but it moved, and it moved like 11 inches a day. And they say now that it's crashing into the Himalayas, it's still moving like 6 inches a day. So that thing's still going, and the Himalayas are still increasing in height. So there's changes going on all the time, and you just got to stop and focus on what's what. Nice light pinch. There are two bodies on either. There's a body on either side of the sun, which is why it's pinching like that. And yeah, we had I saw some pictures from Leandra today, and she had a really beautiful clear blue sky, just like this, except the sun is doing something
I
weird.
didn't see hers today.
Yeah, I saw that picture as well.
Was it hers pinching as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alligator sky exploration.
If you didn't know any better, you just kind of dismiss it as just a nice picture. But for some
look at it though. I mean, geez,
I've been seeing this for some time. It's clearly something going on with the sun.
Well, when I see the sky blue, I think, oh boy, this is weird. Normal sky, and it makes me think, what? This is not normal.
It was like that here today as well. Just straight blue.
Then you get out your gray black sunglasses and you put them on and you stare and you go, oh, that's because there's a big huge ass planet over here and there's a big huge ass planet over here, but you can't see it because there's no other clouds and it's dark blue.
It just suddenly was a wind and it suddenly looked like snow. Snow.
Oh, it's snowing there, Jillian.
Yeah, it had a go at it there for a minute, but
I told you it was coming.
Said it was.
I didn't know when it was coming. I just knew it was. She has a reverse back eddying low pressure storm system coming off of the North Sea there from the sides of literally from Finland in this big loop over the Arctic Circle and then back down in front of her face. So yes, of course she was going to get snow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Congratulate us. It's our first snow of this winter.
Yeah. Well, we had one big snow. We got 6 inches, but then it melted off and then we went back up into the 60s.
It's doing a weird thing though. It seems to be too warm actually for it to hang about, but there's a little tick 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 noise on the window now, so
that little frosty might be grapple. It usually snows when it's warmer than when it's colder.
Yeah, something goofy like that. I mean, they told me when I first came here, it has to be like it has to go to 0, and then it has to go to -2, and then it has to be somewhere between blah, blah, blah. And then
within after 10 or 20 degrees drop, after that, all the frost freezes or all the moisture freezes out of the air and then drops. And then it becomes more like an ice crystal particulate. And then it quits snowing, and then you have a low pressure system and a very cold and et cetera, et cetera. But that's how it works. It usually snows when it's warmer. I mean, warmer and closer to freezing.
It's pretty weird. It was really weird. It was a really weird day as well. Like
up in Montana, we know snow.
Yeah, you're an expert on snow. I can tell.
Yeah, when you're wading chest deep through snow to get to your car,
Yeah.
And then you wonder, like, is my car going to start this time? And
I wouldn't wade through when it was chest deep. I'd phone them and say, sorry, I ain't coming.
Yep, that's what you do.
I think the highest, I mean, I know I've been in knee deep snow, knee deep, maybe a little higher, but
in 1997, we had 11 foot 6 inches of snow in one weekend, and it was really deep, and we had to nobody went anywhere for days, and you had to shovel off the roof of your house, and if you fell off your roof it was okay because you never even got close to ground. You hit the snow and you just sank in it. And I mean, we had 11 feet of snow in literally a day and a half it was like a Saturday and then early morning of Sunday. And
how
11
long ago
feet,
was that?
That was 1997.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. That date is, embedded in my brain when that happened. And here's another example of Attu and Attu's moon rotating right in front of us.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's gorgeous.
And of course, up in the upper middle right now is the Texas Cube hidden behind the lead asteroid and the such.
See, guys, Look at that little slit in the corner, guys, on the right corner, or my right corner. Where the sun, where the light, the light is coming from. That
Yeah.
little corner over there, that's our sky. All right. Everything else to the left of that, you're seeing is
Right.
planet. Everything in the sky, everything. You can see it rotating. You can also see the curve line
Right.
over
That is
there by the
massive.
sun. You can see
Attu's
that
moon.
curve line. You can see that curve line moving, and you can also see also you could see the plane leaving the trail. You can see how there's distance between the planet and the trail too.
And in a
So
lot of cases, you'll actually
before
see some
people start
shadowing.
naming things on sea trails, I really want to make sure that you notice that plane and what distance there is between them. You know,
Yeah, it's like
that was an incredible day. I was just in complete shock how people weren't seeing this.
Yeah, how can you? Well, I mean, it's Attu and Attu's moon without a doubt, and then all the little asteroids we've watched for over a decade. You
This
know,
is what this is what it looks like, guys. At times, the entire sky is just filled with planets. Just the entire sky, and see
That's
how they
boggling.
have
Just
an
looking at it
atmosphere as well.
moving like that makes you dizzy.
Yeah,
Look at that
yeah,
thing.
and look at the clouds. Those clouds don't belong to us. Those clouds are way out there. This is why they look kind of blurry. You know,
Yeah, and like
extra-orbital.
smooth, like they're up against glass or something.
exactly, exactly. But I mean, just
also,
Well,
I was
and then
noticing, I
I
was just
can't
going to say,
stand
look
it.
at the sunlight. It's like got this double little
Starting
pointed.
on the bottom there.
I mean, isn't that weird? See how the sunlight, like two little points.
Yeah, yeah.
it's flaring.
That's what we were
Yeah,
just talking about. How it kind of flares out sometimes. And see the
very.
illumination, guys. See the illumination on the curve to the right of it. See the illumination. See right there. You can see how it's
Yeah, look at
as it
that.
moves away. That illumination becomes less and less. The angle of light isn't exactly shining on it as much. So as they move away from the light angle, they become
Mhm.
darker. Notice how the left of it is darker, and as you go to the right, where the sun is, it's a lot brighter. As it moves away from the light angle, guys, it's gonna blend in with the sky, and before you know it, right here is a perfect illumination, set illumination. But as it moves away from the sunlight, guys, you will literally see it disappear before your eyes, because it's not being shined on anymore. You have to understand, guys, that the light is everything. If there is no light shining on them, you will not see them, even as close as this guy is. Once the light angle moves away, chances are they will become more difficult to see. You might see the clouds around them, you might see some of those things, but for the most part, the illumination goes away and they literally disappear before your eyes. The light angle is everything, guys. If you want to learn how to see them, learn the light angles, because that that shows what you're going to be able to see and when you're going to be able to see it and how
It's
long you
also
can
it's
see it.
also the same way when you first start seeing them, they start blending in out of nowhere.
That's right. That's right.
And then all of a sudden there they are, and then you're watching it in this pattern we've seen. And if you look up in the upper right now, the Texas cube is up there, and so is the orb, and so is a few ships. And of course, that's all in front of all of these asteroids that are coming in from the left. And we've seen that for a decade. And there's the lead asteroid dead center in front of us, as well as Attu's moon, which is, cantaloupe
Yeah,
sized
right
in
by
the
the light
middle, and then
poles.
pumpkin sized Attu behind that. We see the same pattern year after year after year, and we
That
watched them when they
pointed
were
has that
smaller.
pointed down
Yeah, and
that little pointed down
and you
view
can see
of
the
Astro's
outlines
moon.
of the planet plain as day once you learn these patterns and you watch it and you watch it. And then we have had the benefit of watching it for over a decade to see this, and then automatically recognize it because it's the same thing. And here it is rotating in front of us. There's this spinning planet. There it is. Ta-da! You know,
This is what I mean,
I was just
guys,
going to
about time
say,
lapse your skies, because sometimes you could go out there and not notice the rotation because you're not watching long enough, because things happen slowly for the most part, but this was maybe 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes tops of footage right here, tops. And I mean tops, maybe it was more like 12 minutes. It's very brief, guys. If you're not watching at the right time, it'll come and pass you and you won't even
mhm.
notice. But if you catch it at the right time, those of us who have learned this and know what to look for.
And there's many times of the day
I
in which
live my
to do
life
so.
just to wait for that moment, that little window of catching something like this.
Well, I go out many times a day. I'll check all the time. Especially if I see it, here comes the planes, and it's like, okay, I need to go outside and look because
it becomes such an exciting part of my day. It's become such an exciting part of my day to just wait for this to happen, and then bam, it's just I keep my cameras charged. I keep my phone ready. I have everything everywhere I go. I carry my lens with me. I carry my cameras with me.
When I go, I see it all the time.
I have a little tote bag that I carry with me everywhere. If I go out on a walk, it's with me. If I'm going anywhere, it is with me at all times, because these little moments, they'll come out of nowhere sometimes. Sometimes you'll get a warning, sometimes you won't. But
a lot of times, Walmart parking lot is a fantastic view. It really is.
For some reason, it's the grocery store usually that I'll be filming as I go in the store, and then I'll film as I come out, and compare the difference. But
I would bet you money.
This was at the airport, guys.
I'd bet that's the tan asteroid.
The tan asteroid? Okay, well, I know it's an asteroid.
Something else. There is something else at that square back there. I wonder if this is, it could be a smaller cube, but I can't go there because we don't have too many sightings. It could be just an oddly placed. Or hey, it could be the skull.
Like this. I've seen asteroids, but this has the weirdest shape to it.
It could be the skull at the upper left there, and the tan asteroid dragging off to the skull.
But there is something much more than this little, candy cane looking thing. But if you look behind it, there's something much larger.
Yeah, there's a larger planet behind with I see a couple of rings, if not some stripes, and that would probably be the side of Uri.
But look at that. I mean, you can see depth to it. You can see that it's clearly not a cloud. Somebody said, "Oh, that's not a cloud," when I posted this, and I'm like, dude, that's wishful thinking.
Could even
that's wishful thinking. That is not a cloud. Like, you could see.
Looks like steps in the sky. It looks like steps.
It actually could even be the Texas cube, but that's
a hard call. It's a hard call.
Yeah. I'm seeing, that there's multiple objects here, and then we know that there's literally Uri behind it.
But there was a sky full. There was a sky full of a lot of these that day. Like, they were basically lined up. I mean, they were everywhere.
There's an unbelievable amount of asteroids going by every day. And half the time when I'm not even really talking to members and I'm running down newsfeed, and I don't usually comment down newsfeed very often unless their pictures are really good. And then I'll go asteroids, and then I say to myself, oh, dude, you gotta be mellow, because people are going to turn you into Facebook for talking weird shit on their pages if you don't know them. So, sometimes I have to tone it down.
So I'm guessing it's Saturn and yellow moon here, right, Sam?
Oh boy,
there's that red.
Yeah, it's there, but question is Nepacity in this mix?
Oh, yeah, interesting.
Wouldn't you think they just be?
I think I see Nepacity slightly behind and back on the left, whereas the Saturn's yellow moon is coming in from the right.
Because the sky got really green shortly before this shot. Really green.
As is Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru round in our day right before sunset, or as sunset starts onsetting. Nepacity stacks back in the middle, and yet sometimes behind Atu in the middle above. And so a lot of times we're seeing slightly stacked behind Isatum the edge or a partial capture of Nepacity itself, because they're coming and rotating overall as well. The whole system is how it's oddly. I still to this day sit there and just ponder the rotation of this whole overall group of two sets of planets.
Absolutely.
I say two
like
sets.
Green there, you can see green. You can see green.
Yeah, I'm seeing a touch of
there's a green, red, yellow.
Dirty peach.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which makes for a pretty cool blend of colors.
And at that light reaction, if the sun is shining on the face of Isatum in our out view, where we can't see it, but yet it's illuminating other nearby objects in during the sunset, we would also see that reddish hue from that as well. Whereas you're also seeing the green and the yellow.
Yeah.
And it has to do with angle of light refraction.
Yeah.
What is it? Have you ever noticed how sometimes it looks like veins, like, kind of veiny?
I was noticing that in the Saturn's yellow moon shot we were discussing Saturday. It has
Okay.
these little, no, I have noticed that sometimes.
It's like, is that a river or what? I don't know. I notice it. I've seen it for years, but I
Yeah,
just
years
wondered.
and years. It's like veins. It's like that. Yeah.
Well, we
You
do
would
see
think
mountain
it was.
ranges. You can see mountain ranges sometimes. You can see water shapes. You can see land masses sometimes. A lot of it, of course, is when you see the veins. A lot of it is just bleed off from the planet reacting in the sun.
Look at that,
Okay.
guys. Look at the illumination right here,
Look
guys.
at that.
Look at the illumination.
Look at that
Wow.
thing.
Look how it's dark on the left, and as it comes in, you'll start to see it. There you go. It starts illuminating. Bam, right there.
Yeah.
Just at the end, right there, how it's dark, and then it comes
Right
into
there.
the right angle because it's moving forward. It's coming. This one is coming about from the south. This was in New Mexico, but look how
Right.
it just starts illuminating. You'll
And that, of
see
course, and
dark.
see how purple it is? That's Atu's moon
It's
and
dark.
asteroids.
Yeah, it's dark, guys, and as it steps into the light angle, it brightens up. That is absolutely bonkers. It's absolutely amazing, guys. Come on, you got to get on board, guys, because you are missing a hell of a show.
There's also some lines right there. See the lines?
Which
On the
ones?
middle, keep it right here, dead center, middle right. See those lines?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, look at them.
What do we attribute lines to?
Cube.
Texas
Or
cube,
asteroid.
and we know
Okay.
that the Texas cube is behind the lead asteroid. And if you keep the picture right here, we know that the
Okay.
lead asteroid is dead center. And
Okay.
then, that's dead center right at just
Yeah.
above the horizon. And then the red asteroid is in the middle above that, and the spiral asteroid is behind. But they're going vertical in this view, and those line area is right where the Texas cube would be.
Wow.
Yeah, I do see the lines there for sure.
That's pretty cool.
But it's incredible that they pass us this close. I just can't. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't even. I just can't.
It argues with your brain when you're looking at it so bad, going, how does that big, massive, whatever that thing is right there, stay right there and not affect us? And yet here it is. And yet they do affect us in different ways, other ways than we perceive what Hollywood would tell us.
Yeah. Again, guys, notice how it goes from dark from the left and brighter to the right. You're always going to see this because you're looking at a round object.
Right.
The
And
light
that dark
can
area
only
is the
reach-
shadow that doesn't get any sunlight.
Yes, the light can only reach so far around it. And as it comes closer to the light, it starts getting that angle of light further and further across it. And then you're able to see a better shot. And you can see as the light starts to almost blink there, kind of
The
shut
bubble
it off and
disturbance of
on.
Atu's moon.
Right there, that is right there. That's the illumination right there. I should have kept recording when I stopped it here. I had kids that day, so I could only record for so long. But I still think this proves a great point of how. Just look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at how that little sliver of that little corner on the bottom right, that's our sky. The rest you're seeing right there is a big planet,
And again, had we not watched it for 10 years and seen this pattern over and over and over and over and over, we wouldn't know it because we know it because we have seen it. And it's so much of an anomaly that we, over the years, we documented, and then people, they jump on board for 5 minutes and then they wonder why they don't get it. Well, this is not something you're going to instantly grasp. This is something we took
This is a game
over
of
13 years.
patience. This is a game of patience and anticipation. It's not one of those things that you're gonna just skim through. It takes a little time and patience. And I think it's the biggest problem with people now is that we have such a short attention span. And I really hate saying that, because we're so used to just we're so used to just scrolling, and moving on to the next thing that nobody sits there long enough to
It's known as
actually
instant
see what's happening.
gratification.
Everybody just looks for 1 second and okay, moving on. My account, my Facebook account, it tells me how much how the number of people that are engaging in my videos and how long they stay engaged, right? I keep my videos short, very short, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, a minute tops. And a lot of the time I'll see the graph at 10 seconds and then it goes down, that people disengage 10 seconds into the video. Come on, people. Like, you can't even get through a 30, 45-second video. Like, how do you expect to learn this? You're going to have to just be a little bit more patient if you really want to learn this. You have to stick around. You have to actually put a little bit of time because it doesn't happen just in a split second. Like, it doesn't. You have to pay attention.
There's a comment at the bottom. Well, I kind of got it right away. That rogue planet X, and immediately the moment you say rogue planet X, it defines a situation where this dark, huge planet is traveling around by itself, and there's nothing else going on, and it's not in our normal orbit, and it's sort of a once in a lifetime thing. No, we are a binary solar system. This other group is larger solar system, and we're the smaller solar system attached to theirs. Always will be, always were, and we cross paths every 3,654 years. There's also another star attached to it because you cannot have planets without a star to have a solar system. And we are a binary two-starred solar system. So you have to watch the terminology you use because it will also limit your scientific understanding level.
Yes, search for Planet X, and you're gonna end up with a bunch going down a rabbit hole that you might not come back from, guys. Like, be very careful. This information is very limited. Unfortunately, I have to say, and I don't say this to brag, but if you don't get this information from us, chances are you're gonna learn a bunch of garbage. It's just there's not a whole lot of information. We have a few sister sites that have branched out that do well, but for the most part, most of the information when it comes to this, especially if you search for keyword Planet X, you're gonna get a bunch of garbage that is just gonna confuse you, and it might just keep you from learning any further because the information is so bad that you're just gonna be like, okay, this is just another crazy conspiracy theory, and I'm just gonna
bail on this, man. Those guys are nuts.
yeah, and I think that's the purpose of that. I think that's really the purpose of that. Confusion and just deterring from learning further because there's a lot of garbage out there, a lot of garbage.
And I'll have to reiterate the reason we did this all the way back from 2010 on was because we chose to wish to avoid a lot of that and seek current dailies instead of taking information that was all old coming in from this or that or the thing. And I've kept a very strict rule where people didn't post a bunch of that. Oh, I found this out here and it says that. And I pretty much tried to have everybody be their own personal reporter, send in their own personal sightings. That way they know the background details and where it was taken and what direction they were looking and what time of day it was and all this other stuff. And for most cases, I mean, there are times that we take other information if they're extremely good sightings. But generically, we've kept a behavior pattern of good, solid science rather than leaping into the hype and, oh, this could be this. And, we do a lot of that ourselves personally here on the podcast. But podcast is a little bit more for open discussion and debate.
And also, we've kind of earned our, we've learned it already.
Yeah,
so
you guys earned your places.
We've earned a little bit of a rope. But I do want to say, as I've said before, we Sam, you do things different on your group, and some people get a little sensitive about that because maybe you might get on them about this or get on them about that. But you know what, guys, there must be rules to things, or else they're gonna get out of order. You're gonna lose order. Sam, I love the way you do things. I think I love how there's rules and there's rules to be followed, or else it would have become just another site cluttered with a bunch of crap.
Yeah, well, I was called arrogant again today.
there's a certain
Oh
way that you
no.
do things, and it works. And I just want to make sure people understand that. Don't get sensitive. Don't get your feelings hurt. Sam is not trying to hurt your feelings. There just has to be a certain way of doing things, or else we lose what this site has become. Because just go on other sites and compare it. Compare everything that you see on these other sky sites. It's just confusion and random posting of stuff that isn't even on point or even on topic. So
And we've all had other sites as well, other Facebook sites that we participated with and have actually we're all running several sites, but there are certain sites for certain discussion topics, discussion bases. Um, and then, but on Montana Skywatcher 2 and Montana Skywatcher 1, we were very strict so that we could have a level of competency to be able to step back and use this information as a reference guide material and not have a bunch of crap in the way. And it's like this picture we're looking at here. Every time I see it, I still kind of go, "Oh God, I don't know if I believe this picture." But boy,
I
that
know,
could
but
that
that
could
good.
easily
It's that good.
it
it's
could be
that
Oh,
good.
is that
easily.
the one with the 3 circles in it?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
I'm still
But
thinking that
so much about this picture tells me, if you really look at the details and you see like the grayish in front of the circles, it kind of tells me that it is
You
a
can
real
see like the little dash marks passing,
yeah, yeah.
darker dashes passing in front of the
And
lighter
and
circles.
the patterns stay even. The patterns stay
Uh-huh.
exactly the way they're supposed to. You
the
could see the
sizes are
clouds.
correct.
You could
I
see
think
the
the
clouds.
lighting was just perfect at that precise moment.
Yeah.
Whoever captured
Well,
this, and it was
notice
just
that
that
the
perfect.
street lights are on, so this is after hours. This is after sunset. And you're looking at
Yeah.
an illumination probably just prior after sunset.
Yeah, this
And then of
probably
course,
didn't last very long. I mean, this guy took this
Right.
picture at the perfect time, because this illumination did not last very long.
and we've seen
Because
thousands of them repeatedly for over a decade. Well, roughly, the real close up views of the object cluster groups didn't come until about 8 or 9 years ago. But I mean, we saw them coming in for a long time, but that they weren't this big back then. And we have captures going back to 2018 where they're just thousands of them. And so, you can't argue when you get a real photograph that shows you thousands of asteroids all flying with the little wispy tails behind them, and it's not made up crap, and it's real. And this is why I always say you have been warned. And this is there's a lot more to it that we took the time to look up the legends and the lore behind that as well. And this is part of what Montana Skywatcher does as well, is we gather cross-reference information proving that all of these possibilities are accurate, including a few pictographs and very old ancient carvings and also tablets and large
I
stone
love that
carvings.
stuff. Once you learn this stuff, you go back into our history, guys. I'm a big history buff. Not man written history, but I mean
This is very
petroglyphs,
onset.
ancient ruins, and ancient building and all that, and you will understand it on a way different level when you know this information. You will look at our history through completely different eyes, and you
Yeah,
will
some
see
guy
that.
doesn't sit down for
You will
6 months to a
understand that.
year.
You will have an aha moment, like, oh, I understand so much more now,
You
because
don't carve in stone for, a year of your life, 2 years of your life to leave a message if it's not important. And
exactly.
people look at stuff, and I think they discount the efforts of the original artists that, the Hopi plaques in the mountains and the stuff that they've dug up here, there, and all over, Turkey and Iran and Iraq and the Sumerian areas and the Egyptian areas. They don't spend their time putting all this stuff carved in stone for no reason. And I think that, in history, people do not spend enough time learning the background of what was real. This is a great example of
It is.
asteroid discharge.
And you could see, guys, notice how
That's the lead asteroid.
there's dark circles, or there's dark spots. Where all the, you could see, just behind dead center, right above the light pole on the right. You can see how something's cutting off into a light, right? Something a little smaller, but
Amazing.
right on the bottom on that pole. That's the light pole that's closest to the right. There's something behind it, and it's really cutting into the light, and you could see the shape of it. The same thing for these bigger ones up here, but
In the
they're
pathway.
in. There's no light source here, guys. So there's nothing's gonna light them up. The only thing that you're getting to see a little bit is light from the electric discharge here. But there are dark bodies here, and if you really look at it, you can see the darkness behind there.
Yeah, and we watched that in those passing storms, 218, 219, 220, 221, the San Francisco storm, the South Dakota storm, the Montana storm in 2021, the Canadian storms that we also documented that did the same behavior of this illuminated lightning balls from hell crossing the sky and bringing in just mass weather, and within 30 minutes it's gone. And then it leaves mass destruction in its wake.
Yeah, I had a aunt. She knows I'm into sky stuff, but a couple of months ago she messaged me. And it must have been 11, 12, which is already strange for her because she's kind of a early riser. But she sent me a text and she said, "Hey, what can you tell me about this?" She says, "I'm seeing a thunderstorm, but no clouds." I'm like, she asked, so I responded, and then I didn't hear back from her for I lost her. But hey, if you don't want don't ask questions if you don't want the answers. But yeah, she, thunderstorm without electrical storm without clouds, and she was kind of freaked out about it.
And this is part of what we warn about.
I helped her on the freaking out part, but she never.
Yeah, the close passes of the asteroids. We know that the asteroids discharged on all the other planets. They were anywhere near proximity to in the early days. 2012, 13, 14 was the best part of that, because you could see it going off in space, and it was still, the planets were still much smaller. Now, granted, in 2012 Nibiru was still very huge, but it was laid out in a pattern where we don't have now. They were laid farther back and still incoming, where you could see the sort of the grouping at a one eye look. You were looking at 5 to 6 different planets, and we have a few of those pictures that I really should get to you, Rebecca, and we can go back on some of the early day captures.
We should do that. Yes.
And back when the planets were small, because somebody last week was asking, well, oh, you have pictures of the planets by themselves, don't you? Well, we have handfuls of them, yes.
I think I might have some, though. Let me look.
And we saw them when they were much smaller, and so we had a chance to learn all of the behaviors of when they started coming in close, and then they'd drop their base cloud patterns, and then they'd interact with each other and react off each other, and then the object cluster group, which is a series of asteroids that orbit underneath and between Atu and Uri, which are gas giants, and like in that video I watched earlier, they talk about the Oort cloud of Earth and the asteroid field beyond Mars and all of that, and it was all dragging in all of this stuff. Well, guys, there's a lot more that's attached to Uri and Atu than you have to even speculate, worrying about what the planets drug in, because, well, granted, they may have drug in a whole bunch of negative bodies, but we haven't seen them. We did see the Chelyabinsk event, and I should relook up when that was. That was probably 2011 or 12 or 13, something. I don't even remember when it was. I need to look that up again because I've forgotten the date. But
it was early on, right? It was early
we haven't seen a lot of that activity, and it is expected that we'd get some stray bodies, but they're nothing in comparison to the major stuff that's orbiting under Atu and Uri. Although, and this throws me right back to that question, like, are some of these things that we're calling the Tan asteroid or the lead, we know the lead asteroid is not a moon, but like the Tan asteroid could be a semi-embedded facial moon. There could be some of these other objects which actually could be a cluster of moons and then smaller debris surrounding those moons. So, we don't have 1,000% of the information, but we have documented so many sightings over this last decade for sure, that watching the asteroid groups. and their shape and their patterns and their colors. And it's like somebody asked me also the other day, it was like, am I seeing the purple asteroid? Well, we don't have a purple asteroid tagged. We occasionally, some of the other asteroids do look purple, but we don't have an official tagged object where we've studied the facial patterns. We know the size, we know its average usual placement amongst the others. There are only a few of those that we have listed and named, but there are thousands and thousands of other smaller objects behind now that we're starting to see a lot more of.
Sam, back in early on in my days in New Mexico, there was this day that one of the most incredible sightings I had, but I was not able to get my camera to. I was still kind of new at the camera that I had at the moment, so I couldn't catch it clearly. It was a little blurry. But I saw asteroids of just about every color you could imaginable: red, blue,
right. But I mean, I was just referring to the ones we document.
There is multiple colors of these things, and it was just absolutely amazing colors. Like I was in complete shock and just mesmerized by what I was seeing. Scared at the same time because it was a lot closer than for comfort. It was very
right. When they're going by,
I saw like 5 different ones just in a pattern, just move across the sky, and each one of them looked like it had red spots in it. It was kind of like
cool.
It was like a yellow color with red spots on it. It was
cool. I had not seen that.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Just absolutely amazing stuff.
So
I'm gonna have to step away for just a second.
Okay, that's fine. We have a question from King Crew, and they are asking, so what is the main evidence that we have a twin solar system? What's the main evidence?
Oh boy, there's a lot of main evidence. In 1978, I wrote a class term paper explaining my belief that we had a binary solar system. And then I'm trying to scroll back to your question, but did you take the cursor off of it, or where did it go?
Let's see. There you go.
Oh, thank you. I
sure.
I got my light. Actually, I should turn my light. It's on my right-hand side, so
yeah, it's all right.
Main evidence for the twin solar system. I wrote my paper, and then they came in and told me that I was not allowed to tell anybody about it for 30 years. That's the main evidence. There's also thousands and thousands of depictions in hieroglyphs and statues and carvings of 2 suns. The Greeks knew we had 2 stars. It's in the Bible. 83.3% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars: binary, trinary, quaternary, etc. Some stars are born with an older star embedded halfway in, smaller, etc. And Einstein and Newton were wrong, and we do not live in a gravitational solar system. We live in an electrical universe. And I could keep going and going and going, but I'll answer it that way.
Not to mention, maybe you did talk about all the photographs and how they match your drawings. That's a whole other.
Yeah.
I was just referring to
it in a generic basic why we started doing this in the first place. And we have absolute evidence of 13 plus years of evidence that this is real. And I mean, you can't argue with it when the pictures keep coming out the same year after year, and they just change a little bit here and a little bit there, and we see facial sightings, and we see behavior, like, for example, the ion trail that goes off Esatom's yellow moon around the face of Esatom, and we've watched that always since 2015. And we saw Nepesity come in 2015, and we saw Atu come in 2014, and we saw Saru and Nibiru come in really close in 2013 and 12, and we saw Uri grow from small and having a whole bunch of stuff on the side of it, and some other little green and red blips over here. They got bigger and bigger and bigger, and over the last 13 years, you have the answer of what we're looking at today. And here's an example of that. On the left-hand side of this picture on the screen left-hand side is Uri, and on the right-hand side is Esatom's yellow moon. with, of course, Nibiru behind it to the far right. But it's a cutoff flare. The sun is flaring like that. The actual sunlight's sort of like reflected in the center of this water, but not really well. And the cutoff flaring is why the sun looks that wide, because there's objects in between our out view of us and the star. Earlier, there was another question where somebody said, I've been an astronomer for years. How come I'm not seeing this in my nighttime telescope? Because you're looking away from the planets at night. The planets are between us and our star on the light side of the illuminated side. So we are seeing the dark side of these bodies. Again, in this picture that she just posted up, you have a Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail going straight across to the back on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, you have Uri and her stripes. So, and this is that repetitive pattern that we've seen and documented for all these years. And if you give me 50 pictures, I guarantee you at least 45 of them will have this in it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What about, well, I mean, I was just going to respond to this person saying just clouds, but we see clouds because we're seeing their atmospheres. It looks like clouds, but clouds don't, do what we're seeing as far as repeating themselves.
Yeah, and we see repetitive
year after
patterns
year.
around the world, and that shows us that those clouds are not within our atmosphere. When you see something in Berlin and you see something in Montana and it's the same, it's not clouds. There may be some clouds in front of it, a part of it. Go back a couple if you can to that
Sure.
rounding.
That's beautiful, that one. Look at
Yeah,
that.
like that one. See that large rounded cut off on the right-hand side of this picture.
So is that one. Look at
Now
that.
look at the water. There's your real sunlight. There is a very large object, round planet, cutting off half of the light on this side. And if you look over to the left, the reason it's pinch flaring is because there's also an object on the left-hand side. It's there. They're there. They're there.
Yeah.
They're there. And when they're not, the pictures change.
Right. Like it was here today. It was just solid blue sky, but
Yeah,
it doesn't mean they're not there. I mean, they're always there, but they're just further away, not as visible.
Also,
Yeah,
I want
and
to point out, guys, that the clouds are in darkness too. The clouds are dark.
There's clouds in darkness. Uh-huh.
Yes, right where it's cut off from the planet behind.
Yeah.
You can see the clouds are in darkness. This happened to me. This was one of my aha moments. A picture very similar to this.
Beautiful.
Very similar to this, where I could see the cutoff line of shadow and the light of half the sky was split into shadow and into light. Guys,
remember
clouds. This little itty bitty cloud here wouldn't cause that.
Remember when people were taking pictures and they were flipping them upside down?
You can see even down at the buildings in the picture how most of it is a little more in shadow to the left, to the right than it is to the left. That little itty bitty cloud isn't going to do that, guys.
Yeah, and you got to look at the water. And many people for the longest time were grabbing pictures and then they flip them upside down, and that would show you completely same but different point of view as to the cutoff line of the shadow. Look at the shadow on the water from the right to the left of the sun. You can't deny that.
Looking at pictures upside down and sideways really helped me with my depth perception, because I don't think at least personally, I think to me that really helped me understand depth perception and what was actually there. So sometimes I'll post pictures sideways or something. I don't do that much often anymore, but
yeah, we've had a lot of people do a lot of different kind of things, and some has worked and some hasn't, and some
yes, exactly. So sometimes you can get away with this, sometimes you can't. I really don't do it anymore, but I do it a lot, so I investigate each picture that I take differently. Sometimes this works, sometimes that works, and it helps me understand what I'm looking at. So at very least I do it I do it at home. I don't really post stuff like that anymore, but I do it at home, and it really helps me understand what it is that I'm looking at. And
Well, and we
sometimes
got to go back to looking at the dark area in the picture first. Always look at the
yes,
dark area, and then you'll see that big round cutting off the light area on this picture on the right-hand side, which tells you it's a
you could
cutoff.
even see the ion tail here.
Yeah, you can even see the ion tail going to the right again, and
Repeating ion
gosh,
tail
there it is
over and
again.
over,
Yeah, the same
over and
pattern
over.
over and over. And we watched this come in and get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so because of it, we know, and we automatically, and we also in our heads over time have learned to go through a series of identifying markers in our own brains when we're, having to call out to other people. And I'm sure anybody that's trying to tell anybody else about this story will search for those abilities. And you just learn over time to check things, and you go, okay, it fits this, and this, and well, that's got to be that. And then after that, you have to let go and say, well, it's that. You can't argue with it. And there are the times where there's nothing visible, and if I don't see anything, I'll tell people, no, don't see anything, sorry. It could be, and I usually try not to do guesses, but I mean, we're seeing this, and we have seen this, and this reminds me every time of Dr. Phil's picture. You're looking at the yellow moon or even one of the asteroids, but there is a bigger object behind it that's less visible,
You
dead
know,
center.
you know how many times I've seen other sites point out the little itty bitty
Yeah.
one, which
Oh, it's a planet. Oh, look, there's planet X.
yes, and a lot of times I don't know. I don't think it's the case on this one, because it's lit the right way. The little one in the middle, it's lit the right way. So I don't think this one's a lens flare, but I do see a lot of Alaska webcams, especially, have that problem.
Well, with
And
the blotchy on this could actually be, now that I'm looking at it a little, I blew it up. This could be the green asteroid in front of a Saturn yellow moon and a Saturn and
yeah,
Nibiru.
I think that's what you had said previously before, because it does have a greenish
It
color.
matches your drawing. I have a
It's got
comparison.
some little blotchies on that facial, and that reminds me greatly of the green asteroid.
But I often see those people point out the lens flare when there's a huge planet behind it. I'm like, no, you guys are looking at the wrong place.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you gotta
You
learn.
guys are looking
Yep.
too small. You have to think bigger.
And you have to look at the whole picture, because God, all the time I'm always seeing shit that I missed before. And I'm going, God, how did I miss that? Oh my God, look at that.
Absolutely.
Especially when it comes to the skull asteroid,
Hey Sam, but you know what? When I first came across this information, I did I went down a lot of rabbit holes, a lot. Thankfully, I didn't buy a lot of it, most of it. There was tidbits of truth here and there, but thankfully, I didn't, I didn't, I don't know, I couldn't, I wasn't satisfied with a lot of what they were buying. I wasn't buying what they were selling. But I did see a lot of them pointing out the light source. Always the light source. Look at the light source. As much as we discussed the dark sides, they were really pushing at the light sources. And I think that does not serve well when it comes to this, because it's the dark sides you have to pay attention to. It's the dark sides. And when I came across that, when you said that, and it made so much sense to me.
Well, we also ran into that whole batch of people that were totally believing in the sun sim crap. And, just because, there, here's the patent for it. And I mean, people must have I must have seen that 500 times. And we never, ever, ever in all of our years ever captured anything that even remotely resembled it that we could attribute as a sun sim. Sorry,
Well, we wouldn't really need one, first of all.
No, and then and then what the thing they were always, I would always spin it around, and I ask them, well, why do you think that we need a sun sim?
Yeah, not to
and
mention
crickets,
if
because
anything,
they're what?
We have too many suns.
Is there an object going to block our sun? So why maybe you better start looking into the object that's going to block our sun. And then you could never get, then they stop talking. And we've never ever seen anything remotely resembling the sun sim. And then of course China threw out their thing that was still in the lab, and they're still testing it. And it's, of course, and I can tell you about that project, and that is a close orbital reflector that does generate a beam of sorts, as well as being reflective, I believe. And it is to enhance a small area of Earth made to assist in additional light for growing in certain regions. And that's what that it is. It is not a massive sun sim that they're going to put up in space that's going to be as bright as our star that will illuminate the entire Earth. No, that's not what that is for you people who want to jump in that conspiracy theory. And then, of course, we did our time in research and we looked up everything everybody talked about over the last 13 years. We've had plenty of time. So we've done our homework. We're not a bunch of cuckoos standing here talking about something we dreamt up last week or 2 months ago. This is something we've documented and worked on. And each one of these people that I talk to on a regular basis is qualified to literally and earn their place to qualified literally to give you an explanation of what's going over the top of us because they've taken the time to learn this stuff. And it's all been self-evident. It's all been collective gathered. It's all citizen science, and we're all doing it together. And that's how we debate and we learn. And I even make mistakes on a pretty regular basis. And so for people who are just getting on board with this is not something we've made up. This is something we've documented. We've learned all of this. It took over 13 years plus my previous 40 some odd knowledge of off-world information, etc.
Here, look, can you go back to that other one, the one right before this one? That's an exact match to mine that we were discussing recently.
Attu's moon, and on the left-hand lower side is the crossing object cluster group.
We were discussing it Saturday, but it's a direct match to this. I mean, the same black, the same color darkness, everything. It's exactly the same.
Same side face illumination on the same side of the sun, which is on the left-hand side as prior, which is where Attu's moon, and Uri have been since literally 2020-ish, after they did their last past Earth pass from 2019.
Look at the difference, Sky, between the sky on the top, well, the planet on the top. But look at that darkness compared to the sky on the blue on the bottom. I mean, that's literally day and night, guys. Like literally day and night. The night side of a planet, the dark side, and then up at the bottom was our sky. Very clear.
All about the light.
Clearly.
Learn to look at the dark areas in the picture first.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And this is how we've watched the patterns, and we've watched it, and that's how, I'm still chuckling to this day when we really finally did identify Attu and Attu's moon, and all the information matched, and we just went, oh shit, this is right. It was a very glorious day because when Attu first started coming in, we didn't really get to see much of her clearly. She was a lot of times wrapped in a lot of clouds, or right next to the side of Uri, which was getting bigger after 2012. And then right around 2014 and 15, when Uri was doing some really awesome, absolute visible, close past, yet still, a beach ball sized object in the sky instead of this entire sky pillar that she is now. Back then, you could see the stripe patterns and the empty little areas in between some of her striped rings. And it matched time after time after time. And then right after that started outcropping this purple thing. And then we went, holy shit, look at that. And then we were wondering if it was, refractive colors and all of this. And then it got bigger. And then all of a sudden we got space shots of it from the ISS. There were a few of them. And then some other people were getting the angled space shots where it was going down at like a 30 or 40 degree angle. And we found out Attu was striped and had a ring. And then we found out Attu had a moon, and then on and on and on. And then we found out that as they came in close past, they did the momentous, massive, really freaky, weird clouds. And oh my God, look what's underneath that. Oh shit, look, it's asteroids. And then we found out there was one way bigger than the rest of them. Oh, that's the lead asteroid. And the story goes on and on and on. And we've taken that time to prove all of this stuff because we've had so many thousands and thousands of sightings, and we're not making this crap up. And this is why new people really need to, go into as much learning as you can.
Right. We have a lot of disbelief tonight, I've noticed in the comments. A lot of disbelief.
But,
well, yeah, well, is that disbelief? I know,
it's like,
what is that?
Go right ahead. We did our, we warned you, and if you don't want to listen, I guess that's up to you. And we wouldn't, none of us would be doing this if this was crazy. Wait, excuse me. Let me take that back. None of us would be doing this if it wasn't real. Yes, we're all crazy for doing it because we are bucking the system. We're sitting here arguing with everything everybody believes. And we know that. And and every one of us here today and many, many more argue in our gut every day over this because we've watched it for so long that it's absolute. And yet, 12 hours from now, each of us is going to go, oh, guys, this is crazy. And then you walk out the door and there it is. And it's real. And then you go, oh, shit, it's real. And then I see stuff on TV or YouTube and I go, oh, shit, it's real. And I can't walk away from it. I mean, and I've had the crap beaten out of me by attempted trolls. And I say crap because it gets exhausting. It really does. It gets really old when we're here trying to help people and share this information that we've heartily gathered with strict science rules. And yet you gotta go sit there in your little apartment, typing away on your phone or your laptop or tablet. And congratulations if you're on a PC because you'll see more than anyone else, which I recommend.
I'm on a laptop now, and I've been seeing even some of these videos that I've seen forever on my phone. I'm like, holy crap, that's a lot cooler.
Yeah,
but
and I'm sitting.
You know what, Sam? I was talking, and I believe it was that thread that you were talking about. How that lady was saying that in her 62 years she hasn't seen skies like this. I was telling somebody, I believe it was in that thread, that when I first saw this, I saw it once I really saw it because it took some years for me to really see it. I saw it so clearly at one point that I really honestly thought that others would see it too. That if I had just pointed it out to them, they would see it,
Exactly.
And I found out shortly after, brutally awakening, that not for some weird reason, some people are going to refuse this information regardless of what.
I think there's a level of shock and immense awe, and that just sets them back.
Yes,
and then they're stunned and they don't want to believe it.
It is a lot to take in, and it goes against everything that people know, and people don't like that. It's taken me years, and still sometimes I still fight it. Sometimes, not so much anymore, but I have my days. Where I'm like, dude, you're freaking losing it, And then
yeah, me too.
I just I see it again. It's just that once you see this, you can never unsee it. But this is going to happen. And the more we do this podcast, the more hate we're going to get, and the more, the more pushback we're going to get. And personally, me, again, I did, as I said in my post recently, I keep 2 accounts because I don't want to,
yeah, I saw your post on that.
I don't want to deal with that, when it comes to my family. I just don't want to deal with it anymore. But I have developed thick skin, and I believe in this so much. I've seen it. There's nothing anybody can tell me that'll ever change my mind because I've seen it.
We've had thousands and thousands of examples. I mean, how many pictures does it take for the average person? And I'm not, of course, downing you in any way, but how many pictures to the listeners out there, or the podcasters, or let's say the Skywatch Army? How many pictures does it take till you're convinced with this? Because boy, we've got them. We've got thousands and thousands of them.
It's what I set out to do, Sam. It's what I set out to do. It's why I got good at, recording them and doing my time lapses and stuff, is because I wanted to prove this beyond a doubt. That was like my mission. And still now, now I do it more for fun because I love doing it and because I feel it's important to be informed. But there is a part of me, and I really don't mean to be negative, but there is a part of me that understands that some people are not going to cross that line, that we crossed, when we accepted this. Some people just refuse it, and nothing's going to change that. And as upsetting as that is, that is something that I have accepted.
That too does boil down to your education and your level of science and your knowledge of science rules. Now, for the most part, advanced chemistry is very mathematically accurate, but modern day physics is unfortunately inaccurate. And I'm allowed to say that because I'm an indigo, and I'm Dutch, and I have an IQ that is higher than a considerable. And I'm not trying to brag here. I'm stating information. I have a IQ higher than a good portion of the planet. And if you look up indigo children who have abilities and visions and knowledge, because to them it is self-evident and plain as day. It's Sheldon Cooper. There's a TV example. The point with it is that there's got to be a change in people's wish and or ability to understand a level of science. And if you don't know, it is not that hard to learn more.
It's not, Sam,
because science is simple and it fits. If it is complicated.
When we first came across, Rebecca, you were there. Me and you joined Montana Skywatching basically at the same time. We were, and I use this term loosely because I don't think we are, but we were just as ignorant to a lot of this as most people are. I barely knew what a CME was. Those are terms that I barely knew what.
Imagine, I know you can because you were there with me, but for at least 3 years, I couldn't identify anything. Right.
Just to interrupt, I don't want to change the subject. Would you really quick highlight Sunday's post? Because I want to answer that question.
Sure.
But let's go back to what you were talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We were just as a beginner as everybody else. If Rebecca could learn, and Rebecca, you come from a very religious background, which is even more incredible because religion especially keeps people away from this. I never really did the religion thing. I dabbled, but I didn't have to deal with that one. You did, and if you were able to put aside your beliefs and put aside that and still come to, because there was a point where you even, I think you had to rejoin Montana Skywatching because you
know. I'm not saying it was Sam. It could have been a moderator.
I probably did boot you. And then I believe we had a sidebar PM conversation where you said, please let me back in. I really want to learn. And I went, oh, okay. And I don't usually do that, but
and Sam, you got on.
Luckily, you did because I like the faces in the sky as well. Remember?
Well, okay. I'll just say this because it took a while to get back in the group, and I deserved it. I was breaking the rules. I know I was, but I was so.
You were defiant, man.
I absolutely don't mind any criticism, by the way, and you're allowed to be as frank as you wish. I don't insult very easy, but
this is what happened. Yeah,
a lot of people have gotten. Yeah, every one of you guys has gotten in trouble with me. Yes,
I thought you was going to put me once as well. Oh my God, I was like, it just makes. But you see those faces up there.
I would like to state for the record, in the earlier years, my patience level had a tendency to fluctuate and wane.
It has increased. I will say it has increased.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I, when you're trying to make sure that we stay on topic and not venture,
it's a full-time job.
Yeah, and then you've got 12 or 15 people at the same time doing it, and it's like trying to grab puppies, and they want to get out of the gate, and you're trying to get them in the gate, and yet get you out of the gate, and you can't get enough puppies. to switch sides on the gate, or even to get them back in the gate, to get them in the fence. And that's what it, and so you occasionally, and we had strict rules on Montana Skywatcher because we wanted to stick to citizen science and not conjecture, hype, or, oh, look what I found out here. And we wanted to closer keep to personal sightings. And that was important, was the
And
personal
I
sighting.
know that we mention a lot that this requires time and it requires patience, but it's not beyond anybody. It's not. It's not. Anybody
Unless you're running admin on 5 different Facebook sites and YouTube shows twice a week. I'm kidding.
Yeah, yeah. It just
No,
requires
I'm
you
just glad
actually
that we all.
wanting to learn to learn it, and if you're genuinely interested, because there's going to be a lot of boring times. The skies, sometimes could be boring for hours or days. I've gone weeks sometimes where nothing happens, and I'm just bored out of my
Yeah.
mind, and then all of a sudden, bam! I'm like, holy crap!
It'll usually hit
that
like 2
was-
or 3 days
Yeah,
together.
that was great anticipation,
Yes.
And
Yeah, and then some wild storms.
for a week or two, and I'm just bored out of my mind. It's been like that for a little bit now, but it's been a little further in between sightings. But it's not beyond anybody to learn this stuff,
Right.
Yeah, and you also have the stormy, cloudy weather where you can't really see anything except the rain that you're getting, and so there's those days as well. But I don't really even run off of what goes on outside my door. Of course, I'm running admin and on Montana Skywatcher and stuff, and so I'm seeing so much more that is being set in from around the world. Did anybody see Petty's pictures from today?
No,
I
don't
saw a
think I
few.
did.
I saw a few, but
Yeah, he sent in
Oh boy.
approximately half of his normal,
I
or unless
have
there's
not
more I
done
haven't
my
seen yet.
rounds, but I got to see one of his.
I hope they're all safe over there in Istanbul and Turkey and
What's
all of that area.
happening?
Well, they're having seismic activity. They just recently had a few more quakes again, and they're still having
Well,
them.
Iceland too. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, guys, there's shit going on. I keep, and I try to stay as mellow as possible and not be, any penny. And I've said that 1,000 times. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. But guys, we're seeing an uptick in shit, and it's prominent. Like I said earlier, Alaska had some today, and I have to look into. And that's, of course, moving. The tectonic plates are all loading up. There's no major releases coming, but boy, when they do, we're going to be whoa. And it could be big ones by themselves and over a period of time, or it could be many all at once. We don't know. And I don't want to be gloom and doom and naysayer, but people, if you've got glass on a high shelf that you treasure, I would think about wrapping it up and putting it in a cardboard box and maybe storing it for now, and then get the stuff off the shelf that's going to fall on you or whatever. And think about, your home, and do I have something over my head that might leap off the counter and hit me? Think about it, because we see stuff coming, and there's, all the other shit in the weather and all this other crap. So how we live, I was talking to Mark earlier, and how he's living and thinking and stuff has changed, and some of his aspirations and goals have slightly been modified from the information that he's received, etc. So over time, people need to really, rethink how we do things, because this too may change really fast. And if you have that opportunity to get that solar system to run and power your house, I'd look into that heavily right now if you can afford to do so, because power may not be. We could have a Carrington event, but in which case, solar systems and all of that will be fried as well. So, unless you have a Faraday cage, which we talked about in the past as well,
Right.
that might not be a bad idea to put your. I wonder how a Faraday cage would affect batteries running in normal capacity. Never thought about that.
Other people said put them in a microwave, in the microwave.
Oh, God, no. God, no.
Well, someone told me put it in the microwave. It's a Faraday cage.
I've heard that too. Yes.
Well, yeah, as long as you don't turn the damn thing on.
Well, no, yeah, you're not going to.
So I'm talking about a collector system for solar panels and battery collection port box, and that would be the best place to put that. Would be inside of a Faraday cage, run off a separate battery just off the negative pole, and be sure the battery stays charged on a slow trickle charger. And then you run the negative ground plane in a wire cage, 360 degrees around you in a square, of course, if it's a box, by 10 by 10 by, that'd be like an unbelievable Faraday cage. And you can go in there and actually take a break from all the stellar radiation coming in from our star, because it won't get in there as easily as norm. So you would actually reduce your radiation levels. You could actually, if you lived in the Faraday cage, would you age as quickly? We don't know. And you know, and
Why
if you
does
want
the pyramids are Faraday cages, huh?
I think the pyramids are broadcast power stations with using the mathematics of phi and pi. And you guys out there in YouTube land can look that one up. Phi, PHI, and pi. You know, 3.14 and all of that crap for you.
369 guide. Yeah.
You scientist buffs. Phi and pi, I believe, creates broadcast power, and then you focal the use and send it through the air. And if you have a receptor module in your home, you can light your electronics using that main modular unit.
Yeah, because they've got all those carvings of the guys with things that look like giant electrical bulbs and that.
I forgot to answer that question. We talked about it where I asked you.
I was kind of curious to see what you had to say about that, Sam.
What? Where is it? I lost it.
I'll get it.
Excuse me. Dry throat. Talking too much.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you got to pay. So having it was a metaphysical question. Oh, Sunday, was it?
Yeah, it was Sunday. It was from Sunday, but that's not.
When a person gets goosebumps. When a person gets goosebumps and creates stem cells, I'm not sure about that part. Do you know a way to stay in that stem cell feeling for longer? The idea is what you do is you tell yourself something mythical, like watching a really good Jesus movie or a very good religious movie, and there are numerous ones out there, but you touch that spot in you that says religion, and then you realize at the same time when you're getting those body goosebumps, if you're grounding to the ground, you are, and this is exactly what we're just talking about with the broadcast power station, which is what reminded me that I didn't answer this question. The Earth gives off 235 volts in an ohm cycle. It's a hum. It comes out and whoa, and it puts out power. And Tesla even knew about that. For you other science buffs, go look that up. And when you do it with the human body and you touch ground and you keep those goosebumps going, you're turning on your body electricity, including the body brain electricity, which in starts to use larger portions of the unused portions of the human brain. And once you start to learn Om chant and grounding together and hand gestures and Buddhist techniques and other things, you will find an ability to touch source, which is where there's world memory, cosmic memory, genetic memory, whatever you want to say. And there are techniques that you can learn all kinds of things from doing that. And that's part of that same broadcast power station is what also Earth gives us free electricity. And there's ways to use it for yourself and there's ways to use it for your home, and which is where we're talking about the pyramids and broadcast power station, etc. So that's the end of, yeah.
Yeah, we did that the other night. That was cool.
And there are ways that you can get smarter and you can grow your own brain and you can self-heal and you can get younger and you can learn more and you become far more wise. And that's through grounding and Om chant and learning to meditate. And meditate can't even talk. Meditating is not where you hit the stage of enlightenment, but when you meditate and you go with those touching with the grounding and the circular thought and Om chant and all of this, and where you hum in your throat and you vibrate your brain and you set this electricity and those goosebumps and your hair standing up. And if you manage to continue that and keep that goosebump feeling going, you are touching source. And you are going to grow from that in over a short period of time. And a few of those occasions where you learn and practice this, you will turn on unused portions of your brain and things will get easier. You'll get smarter. You'll get wiser. You'll get more knowledge. And that's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
That's
So
how
it's
you
not
do it.
just magic. It's like,
Well,
it's
it is
not
magic.
magic.
And it
Is
is
it?
magic because
Yeah.
keeping your goosebumps hairs on your body, when you hit goosebumps, because something amazes you, and all of a sudden you got goosebumps. And if you keep that going, and then you think about your feet touching the ground, whether even if you're in a house or not, and while those goosebumps are running and your brain connects to your feet, which connects to the ground, even that thought process connection will grab source. And for me, it's
Hmm.
automatic. The moment
Wow.
I even think about it now, all of a sudden, all my body hair stands up, and I can reach and do all kinds of stuff, including some part of my far seeing. Is you hit that state where
Yeah.
you're just comfortable and you're at that electrical, cosmic sort of a magic hallelujah. That's why I've had the early, reference to religious movies and stuff. Because every time I ever watch a good religious
Yeah.
movie, I always get that. Because I was very into religion all my life. I've studied all of it, and even
In what way, Sam? I'm curious to that question because, all right, I've heard you say before that you study religion, but you always, and I think this is a good idea, but you always say that religion is not. When people get on the whole religious thing, you always cut them off. You always stop them dead on. Um,
depending on which religion.
or are you okay? So, all right, can you kind
Maybe
of?
I'm biased. I don't.
Yeah, I know, and I am too.
um.
Absolutely. When it comes to religion, I
Okay.
tread very carefully because I understand that people's beliefs,
I'm gonna go.
when they're that deep rooted into somebody, it really completely clouds any basis of facts or anything. So I completely get why it's important to keep that separate from what we do. But what do you really think about it? I mean, I know it's a personal question. If you don't want to answer it, I understand. But
I have two answers for you, and I can actually sort of step across a little bit of the boundary line here in the second answer. In the first answer, I have studied Buddhism since I was a child. My father left the Mormon Catholic Church in Utah, in Salt Lake City, Utah, I believe in 1958, 59. And then they came up here to Missoula, Montana. Actually, they moved to Arley, which is on the Indian reservation, which is the house I lived in when I was first born. Wonder if that makes me an Indian. Anyway, I was born on the reservation, man. Anyway, my second answer is I was told things from the Pleiadians about man's religions, and some of that information is very disappointing. And so
Mhm.
after finding that information and spending many years thinking about it, over 25 years before I ever even discussed it publicly in any way to anyone, um, I used to be highly religious and I did study all the, from Catholics to Mormons to Lutherans to Protestants to, whatever, all of it. And Hindu, Taoist, Buddhist, all of that. I did college credit study for all of that. But what is real and our perception, our current modern day perception of it has been altered. And that was pointed out to me by the Pleiadians. So I have an occasional short patience level when it comes to certain religions, especially ones that are overly devotedly believing in this almighty being that sits in a chair with a beard that watches over each one of us every day. And that's kind of a short, really quick, lame excuse for a level of reality that I don't have a lot of patience with. Is that good answers or bad?
Yeah.
that's no, that's
No,
I'm kind of
no,
right.
it's
I'm right there with you. When it comes to
Yeah, I
religion,
have something to add to that as well. Ever since I found Zecharia Sitchin books in the library, I actually thought that they were a teenage story series. So I started reading them, but I thought, gee, but they've got real pictures and stuff.
No, it's an 82, 83-year-old guy. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
mhm.
Story
And
was
at
published.
first, yeah, I know, but I didn't realize that this was real. So yeah, I was on a quest back then, like trying to decide, like, how did I find what's missing? Like, you feel like you have to be connected to something enormous, but
Well,
you don't know
I got to
what.
point out, for any of you guys that are into a really good fantasy novel, Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
I just have to share this. Is the Dragonlance Chronicles. Tracy Hicks and somebody was Sarah Weiss. I don't remember exactly the authors' names, but the Dragonlance Chronicles, and there's tons of series attached to it, and it's like a 5-book series that I highly recommend, and it's very well
You
written.
once told me about Shannara as well,
Yeah, the
the
Shannara
Stones of
series, yes, that was
Shannara. Yeah.
excellent. The Drizzt Do'Urden series, the Dark Elf series was very good. I read a lot of Star Wars books. I read a lot of God. I've read a lot of detective novels. I read a lot of fantasy. Just about every fantasy novel I could get my hands on. It, you know, Isaac Asimov was on our coffee table uh, all the time, and science has always been miraculously easy for me, and so I've always very much ate up that uh, the vibe, that feeling that you get when you read a really well written book that fills in the missing pieces and gives you an actual feeling as you course your way from chapter to
Well,
chapter.
I got a really cool feeling when I found this other particular book. I've kept it ever since because it was kind of given to me when I worked in the library when I was 24. And this book has been with me ever since. It's called Earth, the Pleiadian Keys to the Living Library.
There you go.
And
Well, that's
yeah,
worth at least reading a few times. I have a book of
Mhm.
Arabic poetry my father gave me and that I cherish. I've read it a few times. It's not something I want to, hit the bell over, but it's God. Now I had it 30 seconds ago, and I'm trying to Khalil Gibran,
Oh,
um,
yeah, they're lovely books as well. Quite old
and
ones, those.
um, uh, and then of course I read the Book of Five Rings and all the Japanese samurai stuff I could get my hands on, and I of course collect books on armor and medieval this, that, the other thing, and I study Roman architecture and Rome and you name it. So I'm always spinning around in circles trying to learn more because what's going on in front of us is that biblical. I mean, welcome to Rome, you guys. We're sitting here with all kinds of people from all around the world moving all over the place, and our economy's gone to shit, and people are fighting all over this, that, and the other thing over petty bullshit, and we're running out of food, and there's a whole bunch of us crammed in a whole bunch of cities. So
And a lot of us are starting to notice how everything's getting pressed closer in. It's like everybody's getting pushed into little
and
groups.
and when that happens, people freak out.
I often chuckle though at the fact that 90%, probably in the high 90% of the world is highly religious, in one way or another. But I chuckle
And
at
well
the
that they have it. I mean,
fact.
religion is a good thing for each
No,
person.
I agree. I agree. I think that the basic model of religion is a good one. I think Salt Lake in general. I grew up Mormon. My brother did the whole mission thing as well. So I understand what good can come of it. Salt Lake is a perfect example. There's the people here are kind. They're very friendly, neighborly. They're the kind of people that if you have a flat tire, they will stop to help you, even if they don't know
It's
you.
the same here. It's the same here.
It's absolutely amazing. I love that about Salt Lake. I love it here because of that aspect. It's a safe community. People are hardworking. It's family oriented. It's just a very wholesome community, and I absolutely love that. So I understand the value of religion. I do get it, but I do chuckle at the thought that most religious people have been waiting for a sign in the skies forever, and
Yep.
now we have
Here's a sign in the sky.
tons of signs in the sky, and everybody's missing it. I think about this constantly. Like, if anybody should be watching this, it should be religious people because our skies have dramatically changed. How
But
is it you're not seeing this?
Mm.
How is
I'll go back
the
to
reason it doesn't work with religion is because of it not lining up in that if there was another solar system, the Bible would say it.
it
And
does.
how,
It does. And
okay. And then
part of the Lord's Prayer.
the
Part of our Lord's
aliens
Prayer.
don't,
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come.
yes,
Hello.
but
Heaven is
people don't
here.
know what that means.
Well,
Right.
yeah, the gods, the demigods, the people that made us, and here we go, stepping across that borderline, where now we're,
Right.
embarking on some topic that we could get flagged and booted off of YouTube over. But we
Yeah.
were not created by God; we were created by the demigods, and we are placed here on Factory Planet Earth for many, many reasons. And if you have questions about that, there are many shows about that we can do in the
Okay,
future.
Sam. Okay, Sam. I've heard you say this
Yeah.
before, and I
Go ahead.
can't miss the opportunity to ask you. Could you be a little more specific when you say we were created by demigods, not God? Okay.
Okay,
Demigods.
when I say demigods, it's a point of view.
Okay, yeah, I get that, but you're still saying God. All right. So
Well, okay,
that
okay.
implies that there is a God. Um,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there is our prime creator, and that is he that is responsible for all of the universes, not just ours.
which goes above, the people, the people who are in control of us.
When I refer to demigod, I am just referring to our point of view from a like a technology level. To us, they are demigods because they live for 2,000 to 10,000 or 20,000, or I mean, depending on which race you're talking about, they live longer than we do. So they are demigods.
Well, I mean, that's kind
And
of my idea, and this is where I'm at with religion. I believe there is something bigger than us, but in
oh,
my
absolutely, and this is where
look,
magic connects to that as well.
look
And
in my this is what I think of. I think of God as somebody or something, some entity, whatever you want to call it, that is just so far technologically advanced than us that they're past a lot of the petty shit that we that
a
ails humanity.
singularity of oneness and knowledge and
Yes,
understanding.
exactly. That they're
And
beyond all that petty shit
there's
that we
also in
have.
that same singularity, you have to have a balanced plane of good and bad.
That's
You've
right.
got to
That's right.
have that
That's
caring and
that's my idea of
uncaring,
God. Somebody
karma and no karma.
That's my idea of God. Somebody that's just wiser, more technologically
Well,
advanced,
sir, I can
and so far
absolutely tell
beyond
you,
all the petty shit that we deal with down on Earth.
I
Because
can absolutely
we you
tell you
know
in my journeys, I have experienced something exactly that you're talking about, and I had witnesses to corroborate. Anyway, I'm not going to even try to say it a third time. Corroborate. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Corroborate.
Yeah,
Elaborate.
I'm having
Corroborate.
I'm at the end of my ice water here, so yeah, I can tell you for a fact that there is a lot of that out there that does exist, and let's not even forget dimensions and other beings that are interdimension beings, and then let's not forget the spirit world. And the spirit world is a half phase off of our dimension, and we know that, So yes, there is so much more, and the only thing that limits you on your quest for finding God or a higher above God or prime creator, or even personal self magic, is by believing. And the moment that you open yourself up with a passion for that you truly take the time to find the answers, because the truth is simple and it fits. If it's complicated and it doesn't fit, then it's wrong or a lie. And it's that simple in physics. It's that simple in chemistry. It's that simple with Sherlock Holmes. It's that simple in a foot race. If it fits, it's the truth.
Anybody got goosebumps?
Well, let's hope that you get those from that, because let's hope that because reaching the idea of power and magic and personal inner development and meditation and bodhisattva and finding enlightenment comes with self-trust and believing in you. Because if as long as you question things and question your resolve and question what you're doing and question whether or not you believe, then you don't have your answers. And as long as you believe in what you believe in after doing a diligent search, then you should trust you. Now, I'm not saying where it affects other people, where you end up ramming your religion down someone else's throat, because that's not karmatically comfortable. That's not balanced. The trick is when you're balanced, you'll know it, and it'll start speaking to you. And we talked about earlier about the grounding techniques and the Om chant and all of that. And once you start to do that, things change, and then all of a sudden you grow. And and finding God is part of that as well, and magic, and more, and there it's there.
I know. I mean, I
That was a good that was a good answer. I don't usually like religion talk, but that was
you're scared you're going to go down that dark, slippery slope.
Like when I sit down and people come to me and they say, "Oh, Sam, please, read my tarot cards," and I so rarely read tarot cards for anybody. Generally, I'll do it for people sometimes, and I'll read and my tarot cards are just absolutely awesomely accurate, and I've had them for well over almost like 47 years now. I've had them since I was very young. And it's the same deck, and they're a little bit abused here and there. And I think got one ripped card, but anyway, they work really well. But when you reach for source, that's the whole topic of this pre-story. When you reach for source and you read the tarot cards and that sort of thing, what amazes me when everybody in the room around me starts itching, and they'll start being uncomfortable, and then they'll scratch their face, and then they'll scratch their scalp, and then they'll scratch their hip, and then they'll scratch their knee. And my children used to even once in a while run into that. And it's funny to watch people, because once you reach for source, the people around you are affected, and it's kind of hilarious to watch. And so there is so much to grounding source Om chant magic, and you can call it magic, you can call it religion, you can call it whatever, you can call it Buddhism, you can call it Taoism, you can call it Hinduism, you can call it Aztec magic, and you can call it Egyptian magic, although I don't recommend Egyptian magic because it's a little powerful and very scary. But there are so many shamanistic magic, Wiccan magic. There is so much to that as being real. But all you got to do is blend the techniques and understand the premises as to why and how, and knowing that the human can actually do these things.
I have a strong desire, Sam, of to be to feel. As far as religion goes, none of it's really ever satisfied me, so to speak. There's always the moral aspect of it is something I really do feel connected to. I feel, but they always lose me sooner or later.
Because you're hungry for that essence of more.
I am very, especially lately. I'm very in need to fulfill that spiritual side.
I recommend.
But it's just because I'm so weary of man's religion. It's been hard.
Well, this is why I'm going to suggest a new path. You know those 528 hertz Om chant videos I post all the time?
Yeah.
Where the guy's going Om, Om, Om.
Yeah.
Right.
I recommend that you take yourself and you go sit outside with your feet touching the ground on the porch or whatever. Play that on your phone and try to match the tone in your own throat to get your body and your head and your eyes and your ears to vibrate along with that 528. You can do 425 or whatever, but I recommend 528 to start with. And then in your mind, while your feet are touching the ground and doing the Om chant, you imagine an electrical circle around you. And then try to find those goosebumps we were just talking about. And once you try that, come back and we'll talk some more.
I'll give that a try. So, I've been telling myself I gotta do that, but
you can even do it. You don't even have to be outside. You can just
all the time, and because I know how I believe you are. I believe you're not full of shit. Because I've seen.
Thank you.
I've seen how accurate you are in the things that you talk about. So
if you're uncomfortable and you have a really odd mood, and no matter even where you are, like say for instance, and of course I wouldn't recommend it on a plane or standing in line at Walmart, but if you take your shoes off and you actually just put your bare feet or even stocking foot on the ground, it's going to completely change your mood.
So grounding while I do it.
Grounding. All you have to do. The trick to learning more and reaching bodhisattva and source and electrical body magic and the magnetosphere and the Om chant and all of this, it's all incumbent on your point of view. If you stop yourself and you think about that place, which is how I reach for source, all I do is stop and think about source, and then every hair on my body stands up. And then when I start to feel that, I tell myself for it to keep going, and then I'll reach it, and it'll start to crescendo, and then every hair on my leg is standing up, and every hair on my back, or not that I have many hairs on my back, but every hair on my body, and my hands and my knuckles, and all my hair stands up. And then if you can keep that running, you are turning on the unused portions of the human brain, and it really changes your life. You'll start to become more balanced. You'll become more relaxed. Problems will suddenly start to become more simplistic. Like, hey, I'm surprised I didn't think of that before. And the more you practice, and that even works in stressful situations. If people are yelling at you and you take your shoes off and stand there barefoot, they're going to look at you and you're going to change the subject. But anyway, um, there's so much to it that, see, we walk on shoes and we're disconnecting ourselves from the earth. And I have taken Buddhism long enough and Om chant long enough to learn what really does some really cool stuff. And I'm not going to individually teach over public YouTube, but there's levels that you can achieve that are just awesome. So and if you're searching for a higher religion, you find the religion of yourself.
See, that on that right there sounds something that I would like.
Because
Absolutely.
you find an ability to hear the forest talk, to watch the animals around you, and that just their things make more sense, and the tree growth around you, and the time, that precious 5 seconds to stop and look at the sky and think, wow, okay, I'm relaxed. And part of that grounding teaches you over time that there are other things out there. And if you don't even have to really meditate to get these wild, crazy visions, but the visions will come to you, which is basically how my far seeing ability comes. I just hit that spot, calm down, and then wait to see what I see. And with an intent in mind, intention, of course, is 98% of everything we do. And if you intend to learn and grow, then you will. If you look at it like, oh, this isn't going to work, well, then it won't.
Yeah.
And it,
No,
it is all intention.
that much I do know is added to it, and
And,
you know,
and in 2010, there was all of a sudden excruciatingly extreme changes that were so unbelievably noticeable that I couldn't not pay attention to it. So I spent more time learning, and I loved it. And then I've learned, and I've never stopped learning since. It's just been like somebody opened this big new door that said, hey, it's okay to trust what you are seeing, what you're understanding. And I think a lot of people will tell themselves, like, gee, that's beyond my science and I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, you have two eyes, you have a brain, you have a mouth. Look at this shit, learn it, then make a, then make a self supposition, but don't discredit yourself. Always believe in you, trust you. And I always say that, trust you.
yeah, that's, yeah, well, that's a good answer, Ian. That's a good answer. I've been on that journey, but I'm like so lost when it comes to it because yeah, religion in general is just
Well, I always say, God made you, so he knew what he made, because he's supposed to be omnipotent and all knowing, all wise, and all this. So therefore, with your personal screw ups, he knew you were gonna.
yeah, yeah,
So therefore, you're totally cool, because he knew it when he made you. And God doesn't make things wrong, does he?
Right.
No, he makes things
yeah.
right. So as far as that original sin crap, that's some stuff that was handed us to by the Roman Catholic Church. Doesn't exist. Hello. Uh-uh. I don't have to put
My,
2 pennies in the plate on Sunday.
I have a close friend recently who we went to dinner and we were talking about religion. She's a recent turned converted Jewish. She's Jewish, but we're really respectful of each other's beliefs, even though
Yeah.
I'm not much into that side of religion.
I've studied a little bit into the Jewish faith.
And
I have blood ties to it.
there was some things about it that I found really interesting. And I every time that we hang out, I ask her questions, and then she asks me a few questions about this. She's been getting a little bit
Cool.
more interesting, but
What an
she was
information source.
telling me, I was telling her, you know what, I don't have a religion, and she says, well, you kind of do. She says,
Yeah.
you kind of do. She says you have some very strong beliefs about your sky stuff. She says, well, maybe just follow that. She said, maybe just follow that and see where it takes you. And I was like, you know what? That's such a, I've never thought of it that way. And because I've always thought, religion always, you always think of religion as, church and a pope and, all that. But I think when it comes down to it, it's just a very strong belief in something.
And
Something.
I can definitely tell you that what our the basis of our religion started out for a good reason, but it
Yeah,
has been unfortunately
I'm,
changed
I'm a firm
over
believer of
the
that. I'm
generations.
a firm believer of that.
And
I say it often.
there is a truth to religion, all religions, but there's also unfortunately some guidelines that will tend to lead one group of folks or another to different varying reactions and behaviors,
Well, I mean, the
good
thing
and
is,
bad.
that it's a little bit subjective, Sam. Is that, and it's open to interpretation as well.
I think, frankly, once we realize in a unification, I'm hoping for some sort of level of that to occur, and realization that when we realize there's other people on these planets and that they are most likely responsible for our origin. And I'm not going to go too far on that unless people actually ask direct questions. Um, Once people start to realize that there's so much of a larger picture going on here with what man is and what, the fact that we do not own Earth. We don't own this place. We're merely guests here. And there's so much more going on these other planets, which is part of the reason why it's not being openly discussed and why they're not telling you and people in power want to stay in power. And I answered that question earlier today again. But there is a level of real religion, I'm a firm believer in Star Wars religion, for example, the Force, and that's why I refer to it as Source. Um, there's a whole lot to that, and if you once you find that goosebumps location, once you find source, be also warned that a good portion of people break into tears, and they have an emotional. It can run from anywhere from a breakdown to a rebirth, and it's very spiritual. It's very very
Oh,
intense once you
I
find
want
source.
to. That's something I'm kind of envy of when I hear people talk about stuff like that. I'm like, it's something I really would love to feel, but it's never. When in all my religion experience, my Mormon upbringing, I would lie to you if I would tell you it was a bad experience. It wasn't. There was a lot of great people. There was a lot of great members. There was a lot of great people around us. And again, even Salt Lake is a perfect example of how great people can be. But none of it has ever made me feel that way. I've never felt
Well,
that way. And
you have to reach for that. You have to
it's
reach
something
for
I
that
do
spark.
long for now. It's been very strong feeling for me in
Well,
the
the
past
next time you get
couple of
goosebumps,
years.
the next time you all of a sudden get goosebumps over something you see that excites you, grab it, be aware of it, and remember us talking about it. And then just, even just go on top of it in your own throat. So you change and you hum a tone and find out what happens to your body those electrical goosebumps. See, because your hair is standing up because your body is actually changed electricity. Your magnetosphere changes because you're turning on the generator, wow, and you're going into full brain human. And that's where you turn on that thing and you connect to the ground, and Earth is giving you the power. It's 235 volts in an ohm cycle. And then you hit 528 ohm chant on your porch and touch with your feet and all of this. And you can actually do a change in your physical internal body where things will start to grow and you'll open up. It's like then you need to learn and look into chakra tower development because there's stages you have to go through that. And once you achieve the purple, which is the one floating your floating chakra above your head, you have a level of unbelievable enlightenment. And I'm a green purple, so green is chin area, and so there's a lot to that. And I'm a very knowledgeable indigo, and I can do stuff, and I know stuff, and I've proven that. And it's been my last 13 years drawings and telling everybody about what we've all learned together and why I have the enthusiasm I do and the abilities that I do and why I became the guy to do this, because this is my thing. And I was also told ahead of time that this would be, in a roundabout way, that this would be my thing. So, and that's part of how I run on this, knowing, semi-knowing I already did it. It's a level of personal trust. And if I got called arrogant earlier today by a very close friend from Holland, and I thought, my, that's a little weird. I'm sorry that you're uncomfortable enough to apparently have a problem with me. And yes, maybe I am a little arrogant in ways to some people. I don't try to be. I just try to share my knowledge and what I've learned. And that's why I do what I do. And that's, of course, I got razzed by another troll talking about, here we're asking for donations. And well, no, the donations are for kids for Christmas. We're not asking for money to enrich our lives, even though we really all need it. All of us do. I'm very broke this month, and we all need money for better equipment.
It's been a
And
tough
so
year. It's been a tough
the next time you want to troll us over pulling in money, well, that's what most every damn YouTuber out there in the world is trying to do, is to make enough money to do their thing, to share their content with you, and that's all we're doing. So everybody should donate. There are ways to do it available. The kids need it. I see we've lost Rebecca. She could probably put up the post office. Not that I'm trying to, forward that, but it's we're running out of time right before Christmas, folks. So get those, a couple of dollars in for the donations.
It's valuable information that
Yeah,
that a lot of people would charge a lot for, if it was somebody else.
and we're sharing it,
And
live for
just don't
free.
understand people that this takes a great deal of time out of our daily schedules.
God, yes.
I had a 50-hour week. Here I am.
Wow.
Wow. Here I am. Because I love doing it, but also, it's if you could throw a few dollars towards Sam for his Christmas,
Sorry.
Donations. I have not been getting any in the mail, so
I don't think that's a lot to ask for, and I don't think that's out of place. People will use those things as ammo. There's always going to be that person, but
people making small things into big things.
Yeah. But I mean, this is what every YouTuber does, and I don't see anything wrong with it. I really don't.
I don't either, but they're just looking for something, anything they can jab at. That's all it is. Because
I really wonder why
every channel asks for donations and they don't get harassed over it, but we do.
Why is it that complete strangers out of the dark poke at me? And what really amazes me, they think how seriously, drastically important their opinion is that they down me, and it's like, well, why would you do
it's
that?
It's very personal. I don't understand it. It's just a very personal. It has to be. I don't know
you. Why? What do you know me? I mean, if you knew me,
strange.
Then you could
write me. Because I noticed there's an element of anger there. It's not just a normal troll that's trying to down you. I always see
we're throwing fire on you and
Sam, I always see a level of anger and hate that comes from somewhere, not just from disagreement. It comes from somewhere. Like, the thing is, because of the way Montana Skywatchers is ran, I think a lot of people who can't handle being told no or that they're wrong.
He pissed me off.
Can't handle that, and people get very sensitive about that. And I do see, I see a lot of threads with people mentioning about how they didn't have their question answered, so now screw Sam, basically.
Thank you, Sandeep. And I try to be as polite to people as I possibly can. I really always have been. I barely block anyone until they're an absolute pain in the ass.
I block people left and right. I don't have the patience.
Me too.
I do.
I'm not here for them. I'm not here to debate people.
If you disagree, it's fine. We can talk.
God bless you.
We can talk. But if you're gonna get rude, if you're gonna start get belligerent, if you're there to fight, I'm done. Like, I'm done.
You get nasty people. They just want to hear the sound of their own voice.
Well, I this is kind of bragging to say this, but how wise is it to try and argue with somebody that has a very high government rated IQ? Is that wise? almost you should like, if anything, you should be fearful. You're missing the coolest damn show that ever was, And I'm not talking about our show. I'm talking about what's going on in the sky, and of course our show too. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and argue with the information that we've taken over, 13 years to prove, and all of us around the world are working on, and you don't want to listen to this citizen science report, well, then go watch the Kardashians, and that's what, and yet they're going to come out after me. Oh, you tried to do this because you did this, because you did this. And it's like, what? Like, who are you? Where'd you get that from? And why would you even bother? You know, and they spin shit, and it's just, and they're picking at, like little seeds on nothing. And it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Big thank you to Sandy.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yes, that's very nice. Very appreciative.
Hopefully, we can get Sam's girls a good Christmas.
They're spoiled brats, and they have very high requirement this year. And it's like, oh Lord, what do we do? Actually, they're wonderful
one of your
kids.
girls was on the show for a few seconds, and she sounded.
Yeah, that was a major cameo for her.
Yeah.
Hi everybody, how are you?
Like such a great. I could just sense it in her voice. How
that was Shiloh.
What a great.
Which girl was that?
That was Shiloh, and she's 14, and she's a treasure. She's an absolute gift.
Well, it means a lot
treasure
to us just to hear her, even for just a little bit, because we watched kind of her grow up.
Yeah, you guys watched her grow up and heard her in the background when I was talking in some of my earlier shows.
Right.
Go, all right, Daddy. I miss those. You really do. Once they kind of grow up, you really do miss those little toddler days. You do.
Man,
chirpy little voices. No, it's
and how sweet and silly they are, and they come running at you and give you big hugs and all of that.
I do know. I miss mine bad.
And no matter what the trolls say, my children are very happy, and they're brilliant.
Oh.
And I'm not going to try and brag too much because I don't want to threaten them in any way by exposing.
We'll hear you in a minute, Daddy.
Yeah, well, no, I meant by opposing forces. No, conspiracy theorists. Anyway, that's why they don't do a lot of cameos. And I asked them earlier if they wanted to, do a Merry Christmas Montana Skywatcher at age 16 and 14, but they actually said no, we'd rather not. I went okay. But they are teenagers, and and they worry about, oh, we don't have makeup on right now, Dad, and my hair isn't combed, and what am I going to wear? That kind of thing.
Oh,
so
no.
Well,
I got 3 boys.
Then they started talking to me about my background. You don't have a background. We don't have a green screen. So how are we going to do a worthy message? And I went, oh, you got me there. So because we
actually you can get green screens like on your computer.
Now I have a big piece of green cloth that I paid a small fortune for years ago, and I bought that right before I couldn't post anymore, and it's like, damn, I spent all that money on cloth, now I can't use it
on a real green screen. Okay.
Well, that person who left was begging me to do it all the time because he wanted me to do lives in front of a green screen so he could put the stuff behind me, and right about that time when he started arguing over 2 captures. And then he decided to have a hissy fit over him and go and leave and then destroy 2.5 years worth of work. So, okay. And that's one of those drama things that we've been through many of. We've had kind of
we all go through a divorce every now and again. So.
Yeah, we've had a circus train full of crazies too over the years. And we all dearly miss dear old Bobby Allen, even though he was never-ending source of interesting information.
He was a little nutty. To put it lightly, but he was a good guy.
I kept Bobby around
a number of times. He put some of my videos on his channel.
Right, he was a Spectrum member where he was literally at the full left hand or right. Doesn't matter which side you handed it to him. He was one side of the spectrum all by himself. And then I always I kept him around because then I'd remember all the other members were uphill from there. So, it's like, cool,
He was a character.
Bobby was a little extreme.
He was a character, Bobby Allen,
Yeah. We miss him. And we didn't always agree. And he would actually, he got into some of our information, but then he'd spread on a whole bunch of his own. And then some conspiracies that, so-and-so and deep underground military bases and all this other stuff. It's like, no, don't go there, So
rabbit holes.
and we
That's
could, and they
something
do
that
exist, and blah blah blah. But
I want to talk about that for a second. How that
okay,
aspect of this and the conspiracy side of all of okay, so you mentioned in one of your videos, Sam, how some people come up, and this was on Radio Wasteland that you mentioned, and I was like, I completely agreed with you. You said that some people come across this information and then they kind of lose it, and they kind of lose it with they keep chasing that level of mystery and excitement, so they keep going down these rabbit holes, and before you know it, they kind of lose sight
it's
of
like it becomes addictive.
you know
It's an addictive personality where they want to learn more secrets. They
Mhm.
want more
Yeah.
classified information, and this is where some of those people, um, and I'm sure both of you guys or all of you have seen it, where somebody says to me, "Damn it, Sam, stop being so cryptic and tell us the rest of the story," and they get upset and mad that I
yes,
don't
yes,
publicly.
yes,
And I've
yes.
often told many people, well, I'll tell you, if you're sitting in my living room across the coffee table from you, well, then I can tell you more. But I don't dare throw out a good portion of what I know because I'd like to be here next week. Thank you.
And here's
Really.
where I am at when it comes to that. It's not so much, and people always ask me, well, don't you believe this? Don't you believe that? I don't get too much involved in conspiracy theories too much. I dabble in my personal life. I'm not gonna lie, I do. I go down, rabbit holes myself. But
Well,
I keep it sane because there's a lot of crazy shit out there. I mean,
one way to deal with any and all rabbit holes is like you go and we start talking about deep underground military bases. All right. Why would they need one? If you always ask why would they need one, same
yeah,
thing with
exactly.
the sun sim.
Yeah,
Why would they need one? The moment you
absolutely.
spin it around like that, then you start to answer some of your own questions.
It's like investigation movies. You got to find a motive. If there's no motive,
Right,
then
right.
it's probably the wrong person. So you got to move
And you
on.
have to find funding or a
Um,
paper trail or actual
yes.
real footage
But
of something and then do comparatives.
but you look, I don't give in too much to that, Sam, for this reason. This is what we do here is the mother of all conspiracies. And I
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
it trumps any other conspiracy theory. Like I'm like, who cares? Like this that we're dealing with is the biggest
Oh yeah.
story.
And this is the
Biggest.
reason why so many others were even made in the first place. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? This is
Exactly.
Oh
why
yeah,
they
this is the greatest
created
secret
Cover
of
those.
up
all
the
time.
simple one in the background.
This
Yeah.
is
We're
this
at
is the big. This is the real story.
yes, and I'm like, why does it matter to me? And I don't want
Paul
to say
Harvey.
90. I don't want to say
Now
90.
you know the rest of the story.
Why does it matter who started this world, who started that war? And I don't want to. I'm
Bingo.
not going to be specific, but let's just use that as an example. Why does it matter to me who's to blame or who's not to blame when right now the issues really matter? What issues really matter right now is what's happening in our skies. That trumps everything else. Like it makes everything else look very insignificant because we have weather that is out of control and it's getting worse by the year. We have
By the week.
crops we have by the month.
Yeah.
We have crops that have a crop concern. We have a food shortage that's only going to get worse. I think that's enough to deal with. To not to add to that with things that in the big picture really don't matter.
And
This
if
is
people
things
had a
now.
knowledge of that, maybe some of those issues would go away as well.
I agree because when I came across this and I realized it's hard for me, Sam, sometimes to find interest a lot in little things that I used to find interest in. And,
Yeah.
and I know that's not always a healthy thing. I get that. But oftentimes and I get this a lot when I'm driving and I have people in the back. I pick up people and I'm taking them to a bar or whatnot, right? And I hear them talking about these things. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, but do you know there's planets above us right now?
Yeah.
And to me, it's like everything else seems so small and just insignificant. And That's
Yeah, and I'm
something
always
that's something that I kind of struggle with. I really do, because everything else to me just seems so small and even boring,
and that's
honestly.
why I've learned to follow source, because source, when I'm really craving something new and I'm looking for that next, oh my God, look what's going on in the sky stuff. And I reach for source and learn. When source hands me stuff, and I hand it to you guys all the time in private message and when we're talking and stuff, and you just follow a path. And then when that path keeps happening in front of you and you see how well it's turning out, and all of a sudden it's almost undeniable that you're sort of being led by something higher, greater good. And
I'm
that
a
is
true
the
believer
same
of that.
thing that mankind needs, that unification, so we stop snitching at each other and biting each other's ankles, or trying to steal each other's croplands, or invade the countries, or anything like that, and stop killing each other over this, because there's more going on that we have to really focus on. And if we all put our effort to the good things instead of spending all kinds of exuberant money on the wrong things, and started focusing back on people, it might be a whole different outcome.
Yeah, that's the reason why I feel this is the only thing in the world, the biggest thing in the world right now, because it's the one thing that affects us all, as opposed to, oh, this affects this group or this affects that group.
Well, let's
This
hope there's
affects us
enough of
all.
us around
This
to learn
affects
this right now
this
before
is
it's too late and then we
this
lose a lot
this
of people.
affects us all, and we're gonna get out of this together, or we're gonna kill each other. Like this is a big deal, and I think it's why I made the decision. As uncomfortable as I was, I'm not anymore coming publicly with this. Is because of that, because I find that this didn't land on my lap out of accident, and even if it did, what am I supposed to do with it besides share it? That's all I can do with it.
Bingo.
For
You're
some
doing this
reasons,
for a reason.
for
You
some
are
good,
part
for
of the equation.
some whatever reason, the source decided that I'm. I learned this. I I don't want to, as they say, as you say, Sam, brag, but I got good at making videos, and I feel that
You win a cookie.
I should I should share it, because
Right. Right.
not everybody's doing it. Not
Right.
everybody's
And
not
that's why
everybody.
Montana Skywatcher 1 went where it went, and why we were getting all the pictures in, and we were seeing them every day come in. And then what was transpiring was just so freaking awesome and cool that we had to share it. We had to, and then we moved
I'm a
up and
I'm a sharer. I cannot keep this to myself. I had to share it. Since the show me and you did, Rebecca, I was like, okay, I think I found something that really satisfies me. And I had as I was
Right. I
telling you
remember
that
that.
day, I was over the moon
You
that
were
day.
so happy.
Like I just
Yeah.
felt so great about being able to share this with whomever will listen.
and that boils back to
Um,
trusting you. You have learned that you
yeah,
have a valuable voice. You have taken the time. You continue the quest for the thing that you definitely enjoy, and that's the thing that you should pursue, is the thing that you have a passion for. So,
absolutely.
and as long as you do that and you trust because I mean, you have a relevant opinion, and you know what you're talking about, and you're a very good co-host, and I knew you would be right away. Don't want to brag, but I knew you would be, and so here we
Okay,
are.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it. So,
I was going to say, Sam started talking about this idea for a show over a year ago, at
really,
least a year and a half ago, really. If not a little bit longer. But anyway, it's taken that long to get to this point. But along the way, many times he would mention you, Jesus. I mean, he would mention you as being part of it, really, from the
I'm
very
going for more
start.
ice water. Be right back.
Okay, okay. I'm just thinking about how it progressed, and here we are now. So
yeah,
it's pretty.
it's been a great
And
ride. It's been a
that's
great
just
ride.
it. I mean, it's almost like come together so perfectly. It's like, by design in so many ways, how everything just kind of has perfectly fallen into place like it
I
has.
didn't think about it being like this either, because
No,
when you talked to
Jillian was
me
another
about it,
one. You were
when you
another
talked to
one
me.
that joined basically at the same time, Julian. You were one of the first people that I spoke with on the
You
phone.
phoned me, was it by accident
Yep.
one morning, and
It
you
was
went,
by accident,
Julian.
but we ended up having a great conversation.
That's
I
fun.
was struggling kind of with your accent. Uh,
But that was the South African one.
yeah. But I
Yeah.
remember. I also remember Jillian and how far she's come. Coming
Yeah.
from war-torn South Africa and how bad things were getting there. For you.
I can't even believe it. I'm sitting here because on the 4th, just before October, when you told me about potentially doing the show, I didn't even have a home. I thought, how is this possible? I could never do this. And
I
I
remember
thought as
that.
well, how could I ever talk about the planets? Why would anybody ever listen to me? But strangely, like I said before, children do listen, and other people are seeing things, because when I walk on the high street, I mean, a whole cluster of people were standing outside the school waiting for kids, and they were all looking up one day going, why is the sky like this? Why is it like that? The
because
sun
they're
was doing.
because they're not blocked by a whole bunch of other information that tells them that they can't see it.
Because they haven't been ruined yet by
Yeah, they haven't been conditioned.
media and TV and bombarded
Hollywood.
by all this crap and nonsense.
And they were so real. I mean, but the people, the adults as well, they were all standing there. Everybody was looking up at the sky going, why is the sun like that? It's like silver. It's like a sheen on it. What is that sheen? And then someone said, yeah, but it's purple. If you look at it, it's purple. It's like purple. And that was when I realized that I wasn't seeing crazy things myself. I was sitting here going, the only person here that's seen sky is purple. These people were also seeing purple. All of them, the kids, the adults, it was like a big group, and they're all looking at it. It
Now, a lot
was
of
so
persons would
awesome.
immediately go, well, yeah, but that's beyond anything I know. So then they go back to being busy again, and that's a huge part of the problem, is that people don't believe in their own level of science. They don't believe in their education. They don't believe in I often remind people, remember when intellectuals and scientists used to actually be important?
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to go and debate things around a table until they came to a decision.
Or they
And now
invented new crap, and now we don't respect that. Occasionally you get the Amazon millionaire, because he invented the new can opener or whatever. But
everybody, there's one thing only people respect, and that's money.
money.
And that's money.
Yep.
And
And
that's
success is not being rich, because I often wonder how you got there. Who did you step on to get those millions?
Right. Yeah, I've seen people do shows on how you absolutely have to be corrupt in order to get that much money, billions, for instance. I mean, there's no way of getting it otherwise. There's just no way.
Well, look, there's the law of for every action, there's a reaction. For every millionaire on one side, there has to be a homeless person on the other side.
Well, how about 10,000 homeless persons?
Or 10,000. Exactly my point.
Billion of them, if they've got all the
For
billions.
one person
to
to be a
adjust.
billionaire, there has to be thousands, if not millions, of people displaced.
I think it's all up to all of us to change our opinion of what we value, what's important, and strongly, you never ever hear about the poor. You only hear about what the middle class and what the rich are doing, and nobody ever. And there's also that debate about all these immigrants and the problems that are being occurred. Yes, we've inundated all of our countries with fleeing refugees from many different countries all around the world, and they are becoming a problem because they're not familiar with our laws and our rules, and their behaviors are of a different world. And so we're all clashing over this. This is what I'm referring to, what Mark would have me talk about, which is Dublin. There was a very large protest over a stabbing, or a group of stabbings. But anyway, we have to understand that everything around us is changing in an extreme, and it's going to be faster and faster. And I don't want to be alarmist or extremist, but I do feel at this time it is time for me to be a little bit more persistent in my level of warnings. We mentioned briefly just a few minutes ago, deep underground military bases, and why do they need them? Well, what happens? What happens, you guys, if we all of a sudden get so unbelievably hot that we have to start migrating south ourselves. We don't know what's going on.
Look at our timeline in our history, Sam. There's a lot of underground cities. Entire villages were over 10,000 that were
known in primitive days. It was known as Cappadocia, modern day Turkey.
Why did they do that? You have to think.
You don't.
Again, I'll say what I said earlier. If you know what's happening now, you will understand our history.
The Sahara Desert, for instance. The Sahara Desert has been a desert and then a wonderland and a desert and a wonderland and a desert and a wonderland over the last 20 million years, dozens and dozens of times. At the last cycle, the end of the Egyptian rule, and God, I used to know the guy's name. I used to know the pharaoh's name, but at the turning of this last cycle, that whole region went into a dry drought, and then the desert kicked in again, and the crops died, and the people were starving, and literally a region away soldier, which at the time, I don't remember what the name, it might have been the Philistines, but modern day Palestine and all of that dropped into northern Egypt and took over the beginning era of post passing planets, the last cycle. So all sorts of things, and the Cappadocians and the stuff, they dug holes, and I'm trying to think of the two groups of people that just vanished. There was many Greek islands and stuff, and of course there was a major volcanic events and stuff all going on within a few hundred years of that as well, post and past cycle date passings. And that were severe, and there were tidal waves in the Mediterranean that nobody accounts for, which did wash away probably Alexandria and all sorts of stuff, and depending on recorded history. So there's so many more events that are possible that we don't even fathom. Let's talk about the fall of Rome. Let's talk about the change of, the Mycenaeans and the Minoans. That's the ones I was trying to think. They just up and vanished. And they probably up and vanished because of climate change and extremes where everything all of a sudden changed. And we talk about the Ice Age, and everybody, when you talk about the Ice Age, people think that the entire planet was covered in ice. No, it was not. Half of the planet, the middle section of the planet, was still populated by civilizations. And that goes all the way 25,000 years ago. And then people don't even take into account that we've been wandering around and they're finally talking 80,000 to 100 to 120,000 years, where we're actually walking around as humans / hunter-gatherers and the such. And the farming date ratio that started in Turkey, which they believe is the modern day Garden of Eden, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and Atlantis and all of this. And so there's so much that's actually meat on the bone here, that we have to pay attention to. Excruciating possibility that there's going to be a drastic change right before our eyes within the next now to 5, 6, 7 years from now. What happens when the second star leaves? What happens when these planets leave? And we know they're doing that. So, and I don't want to be an extremist, but it is something that does bear interest and discussion.
Look, we have said it before that we're not, fear is not at the heart of all this. It's not fear, guys. It's I heard somebody mentioned in one of the comments on one of the shows that we're fear mongering. That's not what we're doing, guys. I think awareness is a point here. Knowledge is knowledge that has been kept from us. That knowledge is power. Knowing is gonna make the difference between if you know what to do when it happens, or are you gonna be confused? We're not spreading fear. We're spreading an awareness of knowing that things could happen and most likely will happen. They've happened in the past. This is cyclic. It won't happen again, but that's not
in our lifetime.
So try not to focus on the fear aspect, but just focus on knowledge and knowing that things are, just being aware of your surroundings, and being aware that even though the last 100 years or so have gone smooth for the most part, the earth is a very chaotic place. We're very short-lived, and we only have this small knowledge of what history and what the future will bring, but we have to pay attention, guys. We have to keep paying attention to what's happening because, again, we're all on this rock together, and it is vital for us to be well informed. Period. You know.
That's also how we further the science by sharing information, and then we sort through credible and semi-credible and less credible, and then absolutely not credible information all the time. And you have to also sort of put up, when somebody laughed here at one of our earlier shows, you have to put up your bullshit meter and you have to say, excuse me, I don't buy that for a second. And you shouldn't throw that out there right away immediately, but if you are intrigued, look into it. Um, if you want to find it, it's on YouTube. It's a process where you have to be a little patient, and then you also have to be a little scientific and a little bit disciplined, and a level of discipline not to fly off the handle. It's the same thing. If you have the information, you kind of know what's going on, and suddenly there is this catastrophic event that goes on around you, you will be more likely in a ballpark of knowing and less panicking, and actually make the more wise choices as to what you're going to do from that point on than you would if you had no clue as to what was happening or why.
Absolutely.
You would definitely be able to decide better, make better judgment.
I was going to say I feel like they use fear, to push a lot of this, because like if you just go Google Nibiru, 9 out of 10 times it'll be a planet crashing into Earth.
That's right.
And
red.
So for that reason,
and red, yeah,
and red,
Wings.
Yeah.
It's just all wrong. But
and don't forget, still out there and on the way here. Yeah, it's
it's still
out
next
there,
to the sun,
behind the sun.
Or according to some bad YouTube channels, it's behind the sun.
Yeah.
Somewhere behind the sun.
Well, there is actually a very large orange blob behind the sun, guys.
Yeah, but that's definitely.
But and that is what I'm sure a very large portion of the early Nibiru information was based off of Imaru. The early guys. Who's that one guy that everybody's always saying, did you read so and so's papers? He wrote about it, blah blah, and he talked about Hercubus and all of that. And that's something we don't cross reference very often. Hercubus and Imaru are one and the same.
There was a guy who wrote a little book thing, and he was in South America.
And everybody's always, did you hear him? Did you read his material? And he published in 83, 84 or something like that. I don't even
look like, I'm not going to say what it looked like on the front of the cover, because he tried to send me one once before.
Oh boy.
Because I like books, and I thought, look at that thing.
Hercules was one of the things that kind of
we don't even know what to call it. Like, is it Hercules?
He led me down to Zacharias Stitchin and then Carlos Ferrata, and even though I felt there was some tidbits of truth there, I still
Carlos is the guy I was mentioning.
Yeah,
Carlos,
Ferrata, I was still not satisfied. I felt like there was some truth there, so I continued my my investigation of mine, because mine did last for years. I went on for like 2 years trying to search.
That's part of the segment.
Sam by luck. Like, it took me 2 years to find Sam.
That's part of the segment where I refer to as human information.
I went down every rabbit hole imaginable.
They have little pieces of truth, but they're lost, because if you don't throw in the binary solar system, it doesn't connect and it doesn't make sense. And
that's where I was always that's
why it was always a rogue planet.
Why I went from one rabbit hole to the next, Sam, is because there was something that just wasn't fitting right. And when I came across you, I still feel my search is over, because I found something that did make sense.
It's a reoccurring
fit
binary
I was seeing, and not only what I was seeing, but things that I still continue to learn to this day. Things that
there's no holes, there's no loopholes, there's no flaws. The system,
yes,
it flows. The story doesn't change.
Everything fits. No, there has not been a moment where I can tell you that I'm like, okay, no, this is wrong, so I'm gonna go down another. No, it's like my search is over. I searched for 2 years. things didn't fit, and then I found out one piece of the puzzle that I know fit. I absolutely know. You know,
Well, it explains the cycles. And everybody. I'm not going to say everybody. I apologize. I take that back. A good portion of people can seemingly take this into account as a single one-time pass event. But if you link the binary solar system, the fact that we're always connected, we always have been, we always will be, with this binary solar system, and Imaru, the gas giant, holding the two stars, which is a massive, massive electron cluster. When you realize that that all fits, it brings in the whole connection to the Anunnakis and the Sumerians and, the Egyptian eras and all of this information, and it all links it together in a reoccurring occasion rather than a one-time rogue red planet passing by in the dark. Yeah, I laugh. I do too. I do laugh.
Just say that again. It sounds like one of them bad movie things back in the old days.
Dramatic, very dramatic.
I'm sorry, I'm getting giggly. It's that time of night where it's 4 a.m. and I'm like,
Saturday Night Shaking Bones Mystery, brought to you by Clorox.
Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah. And this is like 3 sci-fis wrapped all in one, including my life in the middle of this whole ball of wax. And it never ceases to amaze me. And I think some of the time this is where I get some of my energy level from, because it's just absolutely insane, and I'm just so wound up because it's always showing something new. And we're always learning something. And then the moment you're getting bored with the planets, then all of a sudden, shit, there's the Texas cube. And then if it's not the cube, then, oh Christ, look at the asteroids.
I'll tell
my God,
you,
look at the storm.
I lose interest in just about everything. I'm one of them people.
Oh, we all do.
I get a new toy, as they say. I play with it, and then I get bored to hell with it, and I'm off to the next thing. This has never lost interest in this, because there's
I don't know if I could walk away,
because there's something new always across, right around the corner. There's always something new, and I have never stayed engaged this long with anything that piqued my interest.
Right. You wake up thinking about it, you go to bed, you lay there and think about it. You're like, it's like you go bonkers,
This is the one toy that
I know that one. Oh my God, it's true. It's true. With first thing in your mind, wow, shit.
That's why I called it.
I wake up.
I wonder what I missed when I went to sleep. Oh my God, I went to sleep.
Yeah. I wake up and the first thing I do is look out my window.
I'm thinking about it when I wake up. I dreamt about it all night long. Oh my God.
That's why I called the
my
group
pillow.
Nibiru Followers Anonymous. I think it's kind of self-explanatory. If you're familiar with Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous, it's like addiction of level,
Yeah, we've all got to join in a room and talk about our addiction.
So we got
therapy. We need therapy.
I never. Okay, right. I get it now. Okay,
This was the therapy we always needed.
I never thought that. Wow, I always looked at it like anonymity, kind of. Why?
Okay, that anonymous.
That's so clever. I love that.
Yeah, that was where it started, and it just came to me. I was just like, it was real easy. I didn't think about it long.
If you had not mentioned that, I would have never thought it that way. Never. Wow.
Speaking of which, what are we going to do when they go?
I know. I was talking to Ellen about
that a lot. I've talked about that a lot with people. I'm like, man,
what the hell are we going to do when they're gone?
I think it's going to be boring as shit when they leave.
Wow, look at that blue sky and those cumulus nimbus clouds.
Hey, but
you'll be on your walking stick by then going, look at us, Clint.
Rub it in.
Dad, watch the grandkids.
Rub it in.
We'll be busy enough with other stuff at that point, but
true.
I think about that all the time. I think about it.
Yeah, well, hope we'll be busy with other stuff like the next level to this one.
Well, there's a question on the bottom. When are they projected to leave? We could be looking at another 5 to 7 years of viewing till they drift away. It's all a hard call. We believe we went past the halfway point anywhere from a year and a half to 2 years ago. Um, when they started going over the top of us from then just past center. So I try to say that it's probably an equal amount of time that took them to come from underneath us to center as it will go from center to away from us. So, and that could be anywhere to an 11-year cycle. But, I mean, what was it, Rebecca? It was literally 2011 till 2020, 21, 22, and at two, it started going over the top of us big time again. And that's when the
Yeah.
major orbit weird oddity change occurred, I think. And then they switched sides again. So it's really, it's debatable. We could say 5, 6, 7, 8 years of viewing still, or less.
Right.
We have no way to judge this really.
But it is, I will say it's. I was gonna say it's speculation, but I don't want to say it's because we have seen that we saw them from a distance.
It's a
Further.
presumption of doubling
And
its path.
yes, and now they're above us. They're passing over us. So judging from that is why we feel that's an accurate thing. But it is
Yeah,
somewhat
it
speculative.
depends on angle of approach versus light versus, we could watch them. I mean, what if they stall and stay here for the next 100 years? We don't know. And there's no written available text unless somebody's really good at cuneiform and can translate to Greek and then translate to English, which is what stopped me. My Greek is terrible. Uh,
Mhm.
So, my middle point right there, I mean, I have the translation, but it's literally the closest language to cuneiform is Greek, I believe. And there's a whole learning process, just learning the structure of cuneiform because it's probably not going to translate straight across. But then this is why we use hieroglyphs and a lot of old texts, and we run from Chinese information to Egyptian to Indian to Northern Germanic to Aztec to American tribes, and we've tried to combine all of this pictograph information, crop circles, and everything, and correlate. And when we get repeated things that fit, then we keep it. And when it doesn't fit, we don't keep it. And then we've done a whole lot of homework, so you guys don't have to.
Yes, so much has been put together that now that makes it so much easier because most people are just really busy. Most people
Well, and
are
it is a
working and
massive
have
topic.
children. So,
Yeah,
but
and I don't recommend. And if you are living this sort of life off your cell phone, I could see that it would be a completely different experience than what we are having and sharing because, for the record, I'm looking at a 43-inch HP screen on my computer, and I don't have a cell phone. I don't use a cell phone because I don't do well with handheld electronics or jewelry
yeah.
or watches or anyway. And that's a
Well,
personal perspective.
I'm on my brother's laptop right now. He was gracious enough to let me borrow his laptop since I've been having clickety issues with my phone.
I did notice the
Um,
change in your camera angle tonight.
yeah, and it's great. It's great. I see you guys in a much bigger. I've been having to
Perfect.
squint at my little screen.
Right.
So it's a
Right.
much easier and better experience. And it's also the pictures and the video have been much cooler too. So
And I believe there's probably a level of that granted me the ability to be the clearinghouse for Montana Skywatchers and all of this beginning information when we were first getting in, because most people are either dealing on a tablet or the laptop or the even smaller phone. And me having a larger screen, I always didn't have one. I was running originally off of I think a 14-inch screen. And then I used to keep finding new ones all the time at Goodwill, and then they'd last for 6 months and fry, and then so I'd buy another one at Goodwill, and then I eventually got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I finally started buying my own fresh gear after wonderful folks have helped donate so I could do this and so I could elevate to where I'm running today, and I am very thankful to this day for it. Thank you all. So I forget where I'm even going here. It's a practice scenario, and people have to really understand that we didn't start doing this 6 weeks ago. And I often wonder how discounted we are.
Some people go to college for 4 or 5 years and they get paid for what they learned afterwards. After they require their degree, we're at that point. Only we're not getting paid, but we put in our 6 years. We're at our masters now. Technically, me and Rebecca, especially, and Jillian, we're working on our masters now. Basically,
we're working on our masters. We better get that thesis in, eh?
And 10 years is a doctorate. So, I'm Dr. Nibiru. No, I never wanted to claim or tag that, but when I talked to
Nibiru and his faithful students,
somebody the other day on one of the prior shows on YouTube commented that I'm the Doc Brown of space, and I spent 2 days chuckling over that. I did enjoy that, from Back to the Future.
That's
Doc
clever.
Brown.
Yeah,
and I laughed about that. Thank you for whoever said that. You really did make my day. I was walking around for 2 days smiling about it, going, okay, yeah, hair included, crazy white-haired old guy going, 88 point what gigawatts, and Marty, and all that. Yeah,
wasn't that guy in 2012 the guy that stood on top of the volcano and shouted about it? Wasn't he in Montana? Yellowstone.
Yeah, that was in Yellowstone, and that guy's name was Charlie.
Yeah.
I've been called him.
Oh my God!
I've been called him a few hundred times, and I still laugh about that.
I didn't want to dare say that, but it just made me think of you and about him.
I'm sitting here looking over to my right here. Would you like a pickle? I have pickles on the shelf next to me here.
Yeah, no, remember he was
drinking beers, and he offers the hero a pickle, big huge gherkin pickle. So
do you want a pickle or do you want a taxi?
Yeah. So it's I often chuckle at myself, and for those people who call me arrogant, I do laugh at myself regularly. Because yes, I am crazy Charlie or crazy Doc Brown or whatever. And yeah, you guys have your masters, and I've done my doctorate, and we've spent enough time at this, and this is why, of course, we're doing what we're doing. And whether you guys out there in TV land or YouTube land or TikTok land or whatever applies.
TikTok on tonight, Rebecca.
Hit the like and share and subscribe and all of that.
It's been steady. It's been up and down, but it's still going. I haven't checked on it a whole lot the last few minutes. I had the screen zoomed up so they can see it bigger, so I can't see the comments.
Well, my eyeballs are starting to roll in my head because it's 4 a.m. So.
Sherry Monday is asking.
It's 4:28 a.m.
That is crazy. I don't know how you do it. And now
I've been staying up weirdly late
normal.
too lately. I have an odd sleep schedule.
Yeah.
Well, work in their mercy, I've gone and they've decided that I'm going to work 3 days a week. So that means I've got 4 days in the middle of the week where I'm not doing anything. So
better start crocheting or something.
Oh, dear Lord. My eyes are bleary enough as it is, man. I'm like going like that at the screen trying to read things.
Yeah. Sherry is asking, why would this all happen if the answers were already known? Well, who says this is the end?
Who says that?
Sherry Monday.
Oh, dear.
Who says this is the end? The answers are all known of now, not of then or what's to come. There's more. There's way more coming. The answers, some of the answers are known. Some of the answers are shared. And even if you're told the truth, if you're told facts, the person listening to the telling may not retain everything and may not believe everything. And
might forget a couple of the words. So it's like
and a lot of people forget stuff they don't want to remember. And there's, many stages in between all of the above. So, like I try to tell people stuff for 13 years and look how far this has gotten. And I'm hoping, and I'm kind of irritated that it hasn't gone farther. And I kind of hope everybody else out there does their part and to share this, to get the word out, because I'm only one person. I cannot do this alone, nor can I grow an entire wheat crop by myself. So let's, get this field planted here and grow the information that we've taken 13 years plus 44 years of knowing to get out. And I'm doing it, and we are all doing it generally for everyone else's benefit. And we're not doing this for money, but we are drastically in need of donations for many different reasons, including the Hoffman Children's Christmas Fund. But also, I would like to see that Jesus and Rebecca and even Jillian all get a real computer rather than looking at small screens. I mean, that'd be my
computer would be a dream.
Right. I had a laptop.
Well,
I
whatever,
got my
whatever
tablet,
works
man.
for you. The idea is
Yeah, I
having
was
a
gonna
much
say, I mean,
larger
that's-
screen.
It does make a world of difference versus the cell phone. And
I remember that one brief time when I was in the Nigerian cafe, that Nigerian Wi-Fi cafe, the internet cafe, and they had these the fanciest screens I've ever seen. I was staring at them when they opened the door. I thought, wow. And I could see the planets for the first time in that, and the colors, the definition was.
Oh yeah, the experience between even a laptop and a home computer is vast.
Yeah.
You don't get, and a tablet is even worse. On a tablet, I could barely scroll Facebook at all.
I know, and then imagine
it's fuzzy. I mean, you guys are here on my tablet, but it's
gosh,
it's like
fuzzy. I have found with a large screen, even thumbnails produce some of the best pictures. But there's an absolute, and this is of course apparently part of why I'm doing what I'm doing as well as I do them, because I have a 43-inch screen where you guys are working off a 12 or a 10 or a 6 or a 4 or however big your phone is, and that's the problem. Is I'm running a science thing off of a major computer, and we invested in this because I had pride. This is number 15 for me in since 2010. I didn't count the one I was working off in 2008 and 9 because it was a different computer, way smaller. But there's a total difference between what your experience is when you run Facebook off a computer, and then when you look at the planets and the skies and the asteroids and the stars and all this other stuff on computer on a large screen. It's just completely different. It's amazing. I don't, this of course adds to, I don't understand why people don't see this. I really don't, because it's just right there. And we've apparently lost Jesus for a while. I thought he'd be back quicker, but he sort of zapped out of here fast.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was gone. So I just looked up, saw that.
But he said something, and then he was
said,
just.
I gotta go, or be right back, and then off he went.
Yeah,
which is okay.
Mm-hmm. He'll be back. Mm-hmm. Oh, bugger! Forgotten how to. Oh, there we go. Oh, no.
I just needed a breath in between talking and more ice water. I find I talk too often.
Well.
Okay, that's
trying to read the wee tiny screen there.
Yeah, I was checking to see if I missed anything.
Is that Nina that's talking to us as well?
Yeah, see, NK is talking to you. So
that's Nina. I'm sure that's Nina in Ireland. Nina and her sister were on for ages. They sent me a little book as well from my library.
Oh, they did. That's sweet.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you have any more pictures?
And a flute.
Let me look here. I probably do. And I mean, you want?
Yeah. Well, we're.
Let's see.
Hello. We're going off topic. We might as well go.
Share stuff
might as well
with those who are still here, because I'm sure they want to see more pictures.
I'm doing laundry while I do this. It's my only day off, so I have to multitask.
There you
I
go.
heard the dryer go off, so I had to run
a
downstairs.
video. Let me look and see. I got a video. Actually,
yeah.
This one was Jesus. I don't think we saw this one. Hang on.
I looked at the laundry amount and didn't have to do laundry today.
Yeah, no,
laundry. Yeah, that's a swear word. Laundry. I haven't got a washing machine yet. Yes,
No, just about to
I
happen.
need to
What
I
is
need
that?
to wash blankies, and I haven't got my washing machine yet. So
It's a nice fairy tale you got there.
Yes, is Nina in southwest of Ireland?
ah,
Okay.
I just
Irie.
realized when she said about the grandchild. Yeah.
I also noticed that we do
Um,
not have any background music.
well, it was Nina that asked me not to.
Oh, well, I
Nina.
like
Yeah,
the
she
background
said
music.
it was, and I had it down. We should
Right,
test it
right.
and see. I had it down really low, but she was telling me that it was obnoxious. I don't know the word she said.
Well, maybe it was the song you were playing. I don't know.
I know. She's like, thanks for calling me out. Yeah. No, but
Distraction.
I'm confused because I had, let's just turn it on
Whose
and
picture is this?
see. I could not tell you.
Oh, but how new is it? Yeah,
Okay.
turn it just barely in the background.
That's
There you go.
okay. So let's see. That's on a 9. That's 9. So tell me, Nina, how it sounds. It's annoying to her nervous system. Is that a joke or is
Well, I
that
mean,
real?
she'd rather listen to us, so that's can't be that bad.
How about let's try a 7? I think maybe she's saying just the noise of music is annoying. I don't know. Please
Nope.
turn off. Okay.
Bummer, man.
Yeah, it must be real. Like maybe maybe she's just extra sensitive to background
Oh well. Anyway,
distractions.
sorry, I mentioned it. Anyway,
I don't know, but I
I
don't
see
want
a
to.
little bit of a excuse me, a long box cube going here, don't you?
I do. Oh, for sure. Yes.
In front of his
Look
Saturm's
at that.
yellow moon,
Yeah.
plain as
It's
day. And then if you look over on the left, you can see another
look at
sort of
that.
square boxy thing
Yeah.
I mean,
in the
so that
sun.
Like a
blue.
speck in the sky. It's like a speck.
So that blue patch. That's Nibiru, right? The blue area. Because there's
Uh,
dark blue, and then right above the
no,
trees, it's
not at
light
this
blue.
angle. Nibiru would be more to the right.
Okay.
You're looking at just the sliver edge of Nepacity with Atu's moon in the left corner. And that's where
Okay.
I mentioned how at the
See, I'm
afternoon, Nepacity steps behind as the Saturn rotates in on our right shoulder with Nibiru. And then
very close to because it
remember
looks like
how
it's.
the drawing has Nibiru or Nepacity in the background, barely showing any green.
I do. Yes, I
That's
remember
directly
that.
above the sidewalk. Straight up, it would be Nepacity. And directly above the road would be Atu's moon.
Okay, let me go back.
And we're looking at the face of Isatum's yellow moon with the long box cube in front of it.
So
See it
wait.
now? See
Okay.
it now?
Are you saying? Are you saying this is Isatum or Atu's moon?
No,
Ah,
Atu's moon is on the left above the
Uh-huh.
road. Nepacity is above the sidewalk, slightly behind the face of
Got it.
Isatum's yellow moon, which is
Okay.
huge, and
Yes.
the long box cube in front of Isatum's yellow moon.
oh, you can
Wow.
see the bum end of
Busy.
the long box cube. Yeah. Mhm.
Let's see.
Yep,
I was just
it's
gonna.
there. It's there. It's there. It's there.
But what's really there, though, what really jumps out is that perfect curve.
Yeah. That's
That's
very round,
why
very large Isatum's yellow moon.
that's pretty cool. Wow.
And if you look right above the trees next to
Whoops.
the sidewalk, there's a little tiny flat plate. See that little
That
flat
ship.
line?
Mhm. Ooh, gee, that one.
Okay.
That's a big one.
The whole round is there, and there's that flat line, which is behind the long box cube, but below it.
Right.
So
That's
you can
pretty
go to the
cool.
next picture, I guess.
I don't know
All
if you
right.
notice Rebecca, that I've been photobombing. It's just that now that I have my phone in my hand while I'm on the computer. So
Yes.
I've had more time to go through my old stuff. I just sent you a really cool example of his
Oh, okay.
of
Cool.
his
All
Saturn. I
right.
forgot I had it. Just whenever you're.
Okay.
But I've been sending you a bunch of stuff that because I've had time now to just kind of go through my phone while we're
Perfect.
talking. I'm like,
Now
okay,
this
I
is
have
a
it.
Satum and Nibiru.
I forgot. I just sent you a great
Right.
example of Visatum and Nibiru behind it.
I see that
And
too. I'll
in
get
the
it
upper right
for
corner is
everybody.
Saturn's yellow moon, and then the blue with the straight line is Saturn, and then the white light blue straight line is Nibiru, with the base cloud that is in orange.
Wow. Yeah, this is South Africa. A couple of days ago.
Oh, that's why Saturn is so damn big.
Oh
They're
yeah,
at the center.
I wanted to just do a shout out. I get to you were talking about the other day about Nibiru Watch Africa. He recently asked me to be an administrator on his group, and I was like, absolutely, why not? Let's do it. Even though
Cool.
I bounce.
Well,
I will say now that we're here, I bounce from group to group, so
Uh-huh.
I don't have as much time to spend on one side because I just bounce around.
Yeah, he asked
Right.
me to
But
do it as well.
been following us, and he's been posting, and he's promoting this topic, and I just want to say,
I did write it down, and I was going to join. So,
and I was just gonna say, good for him because he seems to be doing a good job at grasping this.
I mean, he makes his own videos. He has his own
Yep.
YouTube channel. He
Yeah.
really
and it's
does.
I
another
have no
view.
idea how to pronounce his name. I don't. But I know it's Nibiru Watch Africa, and I do. I just want to say you're doing a great job. Thank you for for promoting this. For putting this information out there because that's what we're here to do.
Right. Right. Yeah, he was real excited from early on, just from when he started.
I love that enthusiasm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You could see it early on. Like that's how Afan was from Maldives.
Yes. And you
very
can
much
tell
like
right
that.
off the bat. Like you can tell right off the bat.
Right off.
Who's gonna stay and who's just gonna do it like a passive, like yes, I'm kind of in 1 foot in, 1 foot out kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think Afan is gonna be with us for years. I think Nibiru Watch Africa, because I don't know how to pronounce his name, will be with us for years to come. Leandra also, I love her.
For
She's
sure.
very busy, so she doesn't have time to, she
Yeah,
has
we're
her
still
job, all
shooting
that,
for
but
Dave's Waffle House.
I know. I
I
have
know.
not. Yeah,
I,
I have not heard back from him.
I was, I've been following Dave's Waffle House since he had a handful of followers, and I feel like we learned another one that we learned together. I saw him where he was still kind of seeing it, but
Yeah, he was Planet X Hunter.
To now where he's
Okay.
Oh, and he dedicated hours and hours of live time lapse footage, and he commentated, and he took drives, and he did such incredible work.
Oh, that's the English guy. Yeah, he was
Right,
good.
He's another one.
Yeah.
Like
Planet X Hunter.
He's basically us. Like he is as obsessed with it as we have been from day one.
Yeah, he put up all kinds of filming equipment in his yard and everything, and he suffered, and then he actually got major trolled from a group of early trolls that I used to have to deal with, and that was mainly some guy out of Washington, Seattle, something like that, a close suburb there. And I have his phone number. I actually called him once and asked him not to behave this way anymore. But then that group manifested itself into one of the Facebook sites devoted to downing me personally that still runs to this day. I think they have like 90 members or something like that. But yeah, and then they turned him in for all kinds of stuff and got him in a bunch of trouble, and then he ran into a bunch of people flagging him for copyright when he'd actually done his own material. It was his own hand created music.
That's just disgusting. I mean, that's
yeah,
the trauma to the person as well is just.
Which I find he's a very talented musician because that's what he used to do. And then during COVID, he couldn't do it anymore, so he started doing the channel. He started even spending more time on the channel and trying to promote it more. But he was really affected by because of the line of work he does. He was a musician, so he was really affected by COVID. So that's when he really took off with the channel, and he used to do it just maybe once or twice a week, and then COVID happened, and then he really started hitting it.
You should go back one picture.
But yeah, he's had some cool videos. I'm gonna start maybe putting some of him. Well, I'm gonna if he's watching this, I just want to ask your permission to maybe put some of your videos on it, because he has some killer.
Yeah, I have one of his or two of his vids saved. That
I have a file, I think, of my favorites from him somewhere. But he has had some cool videos, man.
This picture, I see a lumber yard, and I am tempted to say, I'm Andy Pohl.
This is Andy's one, yeah.
Yeah, and Andy is friends with Dave's Waffle House, so they talk occasionally, and he's been hesitant to join Facebook to actually talk to me. And I would ask him, if he does hear this video, join, just so that we can have a link to be able to talk directly, because I don't have a way to email you, or
you might just be pretty overwhelmed still, Shaman.
I also believe I gave Andy to give to him my personal phone number, so and Jillian knows it's pretty sometimes easy to call me. However, Rebecca has a very difficult time calling me because we get disconnected a lot.
Isn't that strange? A lot.
Well, they don't want us to talk.
I mean it.
Well, there's no other reason for all that. Really,
it only happens. Right. It only happens when I'm talking.
I'm non-threatening. See, I'm not.
And it's really so numerous times that it happens. It's always right when I'm getting to what's going on now above us, and I start explaining something, and we get going on our conversation, and we're disconnected. It's like, oh, okay.
It's true.
That happened again. Anyway, not screaming conspiracy theory, but conspiracy theory.
You're scarier than me, Rebecca.
Right. I don't know.
Look at how much information she has on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely
I definitely look over my shoulder at times. I mean, it's not. I don't worry, but it is, I mean, I do wonder.
Well, if people follow you, if you're being followed, then that's not a good thing. And
right.
Oh, look at that. The one on the left.
What is that? I mean, that's incredible. Look at it.
That looks like a 2016 shot of a Saturn. It really does.
That is a cool shot.
Look at
that. You know how Saturn looks with the flame-like clouds.
Yeah,
it could absolutely be Atu's moon. It could be Atu's moon, but wow, it's literally close to a Saturn moon or cloud pattern. And we know the one on the right.
Been on that side, Sam?
In 2015, 2014, 2015, 2016, the Saturn was on the left-hand side, and then it did the close Earth pass, and then everybody in Europe was watching it go across the horizon at night. And it was kind of smaller, basketball size. And then in 17 and 18, 2017, 2018, why I have to define that each time or say it incorrectly both times, I don't know. And we watched it rise up and head away and then go over the top of the sun. And that's when it did the wing tail thing. And over the top of the sun was 2018. And then in 2019.
Yeah, that's when I seen it in 2017.
2019, and it started heading back our direction on the right-hand side. And that's the only planet that did that. But that was because Nibiru was higher above and almost impossible to see at that time. Because in 2016-ish, Nibiru became a more rare occasion sighting as Saru was blocking the view. And so all of that transition happened and occurred, and there was a rotation. And it was very confusing for the longest time until we just sort of fell into it and just watched it long enough that we knew what was going on.
That is a cool picture on the left. That is just an
Yeah,
amazing
that's got
photo.
literally got the flame like
It
it's
is.
Saturn's yellow moon cloud pattern. And that's what immediately grabbed me and said, wait a minute, this has got to be 2016, 17. This has to be an old picture. And if it's not, then it's a damn spooky Etu's moon, which would be 2019.
I don't.
Okay.
If you look at this picture on the left, to me, what I envision in my head is just how tiny we really are. I mean, I think that's the biggest problem with people who can't wrap their minds around this. Is I always picture. I look at the bottom, Earth. I always picture it as just a ball and another ball in front of us, and I don't feel like a lot of people really can grasp that. You have to think really big and think outside of everything down here, and just remember that we are a ball, and there's
We're short-lived fleas.
yes, and there's another enormous group of balls above us, and to make that leap, I think requires a lot of acceptance and a lot of studying of this certain topic, because I didn't know I wasn't always able to do that. Like it takes practice to kind of stop thinking of us as so big, and so we're really not. We're tiny little. We're a tiny
And
planet compared to what's out there.
and
Very
other races parked immediately outside in our orbit, and other races on these planets that are
yes.
right here in our front yard. I mean, my God, here they are.
It's
And
just it's incredible to be
they've
able
been
to.
going for so long compared to us. I mean, we're just little, little specks compared to what the big picture is. And people have to realize that, we can't be arrogant. We cannot.
There.
It's
This is Jesus's video,
This is
just so
one
y'all know.
I've had for a while, and I keep forgetting to. There's a reason I didn't post it. I can't remember what the reason was, but there's a reason I didn't post it.
Yeah.
But this is a good example.
see the lines behind the telephone lines up in the upper right corner.
Yeah, I see.
Long box.
Unbox. I
Oh,
knew it. I
okay.
knew it. I've been seeing
Yeah.
it for the last 15 minutes on.
Yeah, keep it right there. No, just keep it
Yeah.
paused. Do you see the
Yeah,
faceplate?
I
yeah.
do.
There it
The
is.
Yeah.
shield,
I
the
do.
front faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon, and behind it is Nibiru
Yeah, I knew it.
down below,
How cool.
and it
I'll see if I can find the
pattern
drawing
over
for
and over
that.
and over again. The same patterns happen over and over again, and that's you can't. People go, well, all I see is clouds, but if you keep listening to what we're pointing out and where, and it's the same
Yeah,
place, it's the same
look at
place,
how dark.
same
Look
place.
at the dark guy. Look at how you could see a circular
A big
cloud,
circle, yeah.
a big
Oh, it's dark.
dark
It's dark.
circle. You know.
But you can see it in steps. There's layers of them. There's like
Right.
1, 2,
Gradient colors,
3,
right.
And
4,
then
5.
you could
Like the
see,
layers.
and then you could see the one stacked behind it too. When you view
Yeah, yeah,
again,
you can see them like in a.
again, Sam, your picture coming to life right here. Like you could
Yeah.
literally see the ion tail as well. Almost connects to the long box there. I mean,
Yeah.
it's all there. It's all
Wraps around it. It's always
repeating pattern. It's just
over and over and over again. It matches, and
here is your
these things
picture.
are there.
Here's your drawing. Like literally, you're drawing to
Trying to find the
perfection.
drawing. Here it
Like,
is.
this is what keeps me here. This is why I have gone so obsessed with this, because it is your drawing. I don't know how you do it. Again, it never ceases to amaze me how
Well,
accurate your drawings have been, and anybody who can't, who spends enough time watching this will see that it is accurate. Like you see the small one, and then behind the bigger one. This one is a little angled in the video that I took. It'd be a little. There you go. That's a little bit more. With Nibiru just outlining.
Right.
Outlining the Saturn and the yellow moon. That's
I was just going to say this. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say it is perfect. I lost it now. Get back to it.
Yes. It's just it's a big planet behind Nibiru, and it's set to me that's yellow moon in front. I mean, you can't get any more accurate than that, guys. It's just we are not
We
full of
watched them come
shit.
in.
You know, Sam is not full of shit. Like we have been able to compare this and prove it over and over, guys. And if you just give it a chance, you can make these comparisons yourself. Like you can do what we're doing. Like if you just give it enough time, you will see that this is happening.
Yeah, we've done it for so long that it's become its own story, and it has proven itself. And that's why the last podcast I was talking about how is really once Saturn's yellow moon and this atom started coming back towards us, and I started drawing in the ion tail that I knew was there all the way from 2015, 16. And it started working its way forward, and then we saw the sightings start coming in more and more. And here I'm drawing it ahead of time. And I just, I had the greatest amount of glory and elation and knowing that it pans out, and the drawings, they work. And we've had this documentation for many years, and
That's
you know,
exciting. I find all this just so exciting. It's just
I
so,
know, yeah, I'm absolutely driven by it.
I mean, where else do we get to do this, guys? Like seriously, I mean, I'm not tooting my own horn here, but Jesus, this is just absolutely.
Oh, this is adding to an absolute science here.
When
And
you really accept this and when you really see it, it's just mind blowing, just absolutely mind blowing. Every time that I come across these kind of sightings, it's just like it's so bizarre. It's so big and it's just so wow that sometimes I get why people refuse it, because it takes a big step from it's a big leap from where the world is right now and taking that big leap to what it really is.
Yeah.
It's a big leap, but it's a leap that if you give it time and just give it a chance, you will see it. Like you will see it. We all of us that have spent enough time doing this,
thank you.
We see it. We absolutely are seeing it, and it's comparable, it's repeatable, it's provable.
Here again is this Saturn's yellow moon coming in. That's that blue object just above the sun, and its trail, and it happens over and over and over again. And we said, now this is taken in a different geographical region than I am, because it's higher up on the horizon.
It's Belgium.
Yeah, and
Belgium.
some of the angles from the drawings may vary slightly, but generically, what we see and which side the planets are on which side of the sun always matches. And I'm going to sort of polish my fingernails on my lapel on that one, and that's what's going on. And we are very accurate at what we're doing, and we've been doing it long enough. And N2 King says, "Yep, been watching the skies and been following Sam for years." Yep, and thank you. This is its own science. This is something we're creating our own position, because we're not being told this information, and we wouldn't be sharing it unless it was very, very drastically important, which it is. And it is also, on top of it, so unbelievably awesome and cool, because we've actually got to see land masses and the planets that nobody in their lifetime would ever see on any journey in any multi-million-dollar space flight. So that would take many years to do, because they came to us rather than us going to them. So I mean, hell, it's it's all popcorn and roses from here. Like
Popcorn and roses.
Yeah, that sounds.
The snow stopped. It's not snowing.
Well, you got some. A little bit of water is better than none.
I'm curious.
Careful what you wish for.
I know, you always say that too. There's still plenty of clouds out there. I'm sure it'll happen. It'll probably happen if I fall asleep. I'll probably conk out shortly and, miss it.
You can go anytime you need to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
She's
you're
staying in.
I'm hanging in there by my
She's hanging in there. She's right.
Keep at it,
Right.
Rocky.
I'm impressed. I'm
You can do it.
impressed.
Go, Jillian, go.
Kill. My dog
Hey,
keeps
Sam.
looking at me and going, not yet. Not yet.
He's ready to go to bed, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah, they think for you sometimes.
He's sleeping
Yeah,
She's
we
sleeping in
yeah,
the chair
okay.
here.
There we have Yuri.
That's beautiful. Look at it.
Jesus. That really does make a Saturn look tiny, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Would you, hey Sam? Would you say Yuri is bigger than? I mean, I know that's a hard question to answer.
Yuri's like 5 times bigger than a Saturn.
I thought so because that curve.
Oh, yeah, Yuri's a gas giant. Atu is a smaller gas giant with a moon, and I don't know how many moons Yuri has. No telling.
But that maybe
Saturn has.
I have a question. Sorry.
Smaller metallic, we believe metal-based planet with a core. So go ahead.
Yeah. How high up are their moons? Would their moons be lower to their equator or up higher?
Yeah, we've seen that they're in their southern hemisphere in a generality.
So maybe we wouldn't see Yuri's ones. Maybe Yuri's bum is too low.
Well,
I don't know.
We don't know how many are submerged in her rings, for one, because, like I've repeatedly said this for years about the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group. It makes that facial marking on the side of the planet and is called the Salamander asteroid group because it looks like, because of all the bodies involved, it looks like the head and the 2 arms and the tail of a salamander holding on the side of a ball. And we've got pictures going back all the way to
it was one of the first things I've seen of Yuri when you said to me one time, salamander.
2015 was when that capture was taken in one of their right to left to right jogs. But anyway, and that's why it's called the Salamander asteroid group. And it's seemingly semi-submerged in the facial pattern, partially inside the outer rings and the lower base cloud and all of that. And it's part of there's another group of stuff that goes on underneath that comes out earlier. And that's what we always refer to as the onset of Yuri. And that Rebecca was earlier showing rainbow pictures, if you could pull up some of those.
Yeah.
Those rainbow onset
asteroids.
Look at
that thing. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's necessity, though.
Yeah, that could be. The light, however, I don't know where the light's coming from, so I can't call it, but that has a base pattern of either Atu's moon Yuri, cloud-wise. So it could also be Nepacity. I don't know, depending on when this was taken, where it was taken, and where the sun is, because I can't tell you. I can sort of tell you by looking at the light, but I think it's upper left. But
that's a hard call right there. I would
say.
I'm looking at the clouds. It could easily, if this is like Florida, then it's probably Nepacity.
Because it's got that finger
they've had
thing
lots
that looks like
passes recently. It's been Nepacity has been crossing lower, oddly, in the horizon, in the hemisphere. For a while there, she was going over us, Montana and Canada, and then working its way all the way across to New York. In the last few major storm cycles and rain bombs and all of that, but now it seems to be a little more centralized off our equator. I can't fully call it, so it's hard to say where they're going all the time because I don't spend all day outside watching.
No, you can't. We've got lives. It's hard to pull ourselves away, and sometimes you just have to, but you wish you hadn't. Because usually
half the time I'm doing shopping or laundry or feeding the kids or cleaning the house. And so, and then of course I spend a good portion of time talking to people on Montana Skywatchers. And in other cases, jumping through logistic hoops, dealing with income and all this other crap. Look, and checking my empty mailbox because nobody's mailing Christmas cards. What's going on? Holy cow.
I know. Are Christmas cards a thing of the past, I wonder? I don't hear
you get Facebook cards now. They go, oh, there you go. There's your card.
I know. It's like, I think people are less likely to mail stuff now.
I'm
Yeah,
not
He's,
bothered about going to the post office anymore. Do you know how
sorry,
expensive that is?
I'm old
Yeah.
school with the whole 50-cent stamp or 55 cents, whatever it is now. And
God knows how much it is. It's probably pounds plus 50 pence.
well, yeah, me mailing you a Christmas card, Jillian, would be probably about $4, $5,
a few
$6.
dollars. Mm-hmm.
Everybody's thinking about how long is it going to take me to get to the post office? Oh, yeah. I have to ride on the bike. It's in the snow.
Yeah, I mailed Andy a hat, a Montana thinking cap, and for the $25 hat, it cost me $38 in postage, and I chuckled over that one.
Hmm. We could have had
You
two
said
hats or three, one for him
Yeah.
and one for Ollie.
And I had to fill out customs information and all support, and what it was exactly, how much it
Yeah, just in
weighed.
case it was some kind of strange object you're sending.
Yeah.
They want to know every single thing that's inside there now.
It barely weighed anything, and it still cost me $38. It's like, okay, and it's got to go through customs. Okay, it's a hat.
Yeah, and then when it gets here, say you send something from America, right? Then it gets here, and then I have to pay £20 or something to get it from the customs department.
Do you?
Yeah,
Wow. Don't they? Wow.
Wow, that's an
yeah.
expensive hat.
That was 2 years ago.
That's an
Oh boy,
expensive hat.
God bless the king.
Yeah, yeah, and all these castles. But apparently, he's like downgrading some of his staff as well.
Sure it is.
Well, that's kind of what I
Okay.
meant. But I was talking earlier. You had some onset Uri, rainbowy, just clouds along without the sun. But that is also the asteroid fields embarking upon crossing the sun. And when you
Which
start to see the rainbow in the sky next to the sun coming from the left-hand side, it's Uri onset of the asteroid field.
was there a certain
Earth ones.
rainbow pic you were talking about?
Yeah, it was,
'Cause-
the fingers, the fingers coming out from the left-hand side that go across the sky with no sun.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
the
like
Okay.
layers, the ones like layers, yeah.
And
Okay.
we've seen
Yeah.
that
Hang on.
so many times for so many years, and I'm always resorting to that one older drawing of the Uri onset, and for the longest
yeah.
time, everybody would go, "Oh, isn't this a beautiful photograph?"
This is a file I made. It's all salamander pictures. So, but like that, right?
Stall, yeah,
Kinda.
stall, circle,
Uh-huh.
stall.
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
those guys.
Yeah, that's the onset asteroids. Those are all asteroids with other debris and gases underneath, and they're all attached to Uri.
Can you imagine how enormous that thing must be if it's got all of those and it's
Well, we
like
saw
whole sky full
those
of them?
videos. That video
So-
when Mark was on, and Mark watched it here just a couple of podcasts ago. That where we're watching that cloud onset screen that from space from the ISS camp, and
Yeah.
What? I never saw that one. What's
that's
that?
what those are. Oh, I bet you
There's-
Rebecca can pull that out of the hat in a heartbeat.
I can. Yeah. I
Oh,
know
come on,
you've seen
sure,
it, Jillian, but
sure,
we should watch
come
it
on,
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, making you regurgitate, but then maybe there's some
No,
others
no,
on
no.
the
Yeah, everybody should see this.
Well, everybody needs
Really,
to
it's that
understand
good.
that these asteroids go by every day, and they are attached to the gas giants, and they don't come off and hit us. And this is why we see them every day. They're not in orbit pattern with Earth; they're in their orbit pattern along with their gas giant. Yeah, this one. This is what goes by us in space, filmed from the ISS International Space Station.
Come on, let's see.
Well, even look at the micro stuff flying around.
Yeah, look at that stuff. Little blips. Mm.
While you're watching this, I'm going to go get more ice water. Wow. Old bones.
He's old bones, he says. Oh, look at that. All those little speed blips. Mhm. Oh, how did they get this off the ISS?
Do you imagine what they're seeing up there? Jesus.
Yeah, can you imagine? Look at that stuff. Whoa. Check at that. All right. All right. Oh. How do you get clouds in space, huh?
Did you notice that the guy whose channel was posted on, Mr. MBB 333? He didn't really comment on this. He was the last thing he posted. It was the last part of his video, and then he kind of just let it fade to black, but he didn't really comment on it at all. He just mentioned a crazy video, and then he played it and didn't really say anything much. That's the deal with a lot of these bigger channels. The only way to make it no, you're back. I was mentioning, if you met you, did you notice how? Could you hear us, Rebecca? Okay, there you are. I was saying, did you notice how the YouTube channel that posted that ISS video, he didn't really comment on that video. It was the last piece of the video, and then he kind of just let it. He mentioned there was a crazy video from.
He was like, "How weird," you know?
Right? But he did.
Yeah.
He left it at that.
Yeah.
I was just saying
barely.
That's. I don't think it's that he doesn't know. I think he does. I think maybe he's grasping it little by little, but he's gonna stay neutral because that's the only way to make that leap between just a nothing channel to someone that actually monetize and could advertise and can actually promote himself and make money. And actually,
I can definitely honestly say that over time I have learned there are certain things I've had to curb what I say, and I'm not even monetized.
That's right.
And
that's the reason. That's another reason, Sam, why I'm really careful about how I had of the headings I put on my videos. I don't I try not to use the word planet. I try not to use the word asteroids. I try not to use the word any of those. I just try to point out certain things, but I don't use certain keywords because I know keywords. Look at what happened in one of our shows. I mentioned flat Earth, and we don't discuss flat Earth here in a serious manner. We only talk about it, in comparison to how lost people or whatever, just to make an example.
And you mentioned it again.
And I mentioned it, and that video got flagged. Got one of those little icons on YouTube.
Community standards.
Where it said, and all I said was the words. So there is keywords that will get you flagged, and clearly that video got flagged because in the YouTube section there's a big icon that says flat Earth, and it gives you
right. I get those even when I go to
keywords that get you flagged. So
when I go to Nibiru's Followers Anonymous, that warning is always right next to the major YouTube icon of Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
That's right.
It's right next to it every time.
The reason I haven't really been in Facebook jail or haven't had any issues is because I'm really careful now how not to use keywords, because I know there is keywords there. So
it says flat Earth is a conspiracy theory, and if you seek more information, click here.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. So it is important, just to at least on your heading, just to kind of be careful what you put, because sometimes you will get flagged and your video just won't go anywhere.
I learned that thing the hard way a couple of years ago, talking to somebody else on Montana Skywatchers, and I was banned for 3 days because apparently my hamster in a wheel was naked.
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, you were flagged for wasn't that nudity or something?
It was called nudity. Like my poor hamster must have been nude.
I remember that post, and I remember.
And you were so mad with me because it got you into trouble and not me.
Yeah, I got into trouble for it too. Yeah, and it wasn't. Oh God, it wasn't. I don't think it was up 10 minutes. And you and I both got slammed into Facebook jail, and I spent a couple of weeks. I mean, like 3 weeks in Facebook jail over that damn hamster on a wheel. And I gave you such a hard time. I wasn't mad at you, but I gave you a hard time over it. Yeah, I remember that now.
I was gutted. I thought, oh
You're like, oh my
my God, I'm
god.
getting exposed.
And that too is part of why we're serious about what you can and cannot post on Montana Skywatcher. You know,
Mhm.
a hamster can get you blocked for 3 weeks to a month or something like that.
What was the reason?
Oh, it was just she put a GIF up or something like that, a little short clip of a hamster running in a hamster wheel, and that's all it was doing. And she got flagged for it, and I got the whole site got in trouble for it.
Oh,
yeah, because we were talking about. Well, I won't talk about it because I don't want to get us.
Okay. Yeah. No.
I'll tell you on a PM what it was, but
they flagged it as nudity, and I got in trouble for it, and she got in trouble for it, and it was a 15-second clip.
And it wasn't even that; it was the discussion we were having, like me and one of the older member guys that had been with you on Montana Skywatcher 1, and he was downloading about a specific topic I'll tell you about later, because apparently it was more that topic than the actual hamster wheel itself, because I'd made an innuendo about the hamster wheel of life.
Okay. Oh, well, yeah. There you go, downing the human race again. God, shame on you.
Yeah.
God, you should be flogged, stoned in the village, I tell you.
It were her.
She's a witch. Get her.
He did it. Yeah.
Well, trying to get things pulled up, and it says there was an issue with your file. Try again in a little while. So I don't know. It keeps popping up.
The necessity days. Let's see. The date on this is.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's getting close there, pal.
I gotta blow
that
it
looks
up.
like the sky yesterday. That's what it looked like.
2023. It says 1819. I don't get that part.
Or is it
1819?
Is it maybe
October
it's 19.
2023.
Yeah, it's got to be
10.
Yeah, it's me. I had to blow it up.
Yeah.
Mexico. Yes.
Yeah, these are
Tectonic. Yeah, there's one of the volcano in Mexico is getting ready to do a biggie too.
Hey, so this right here, look. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to see this. I keep forgetting to ask you to play it. Remember the one we were just discussing Saturday, Isatum, as the sun goes behind Isatum's yellow moon, how it makes that reflection. Isn't that what we're seeing here?
It does look like the faceplate / shield, yes, of the Isatum's yellow moon.
But if you notice how it starts shining, and remember how we were comparing how sometimes it looks like two suns because it's being shined on so extremely, I guess I'm not the word I'm looking for, but
highly illuminated.
Yes, there you go. Highly illuminated. Isn't that what we're seeing? Like the sun is shining on the side of it, and it's really, really densely illuminated.
Right.
That's kind of what I thought this would be right here.
We're getting a side illumination, then making a crest illumination.
Yes, exactly.
And with Isatum's yellow moon, it has that weird faceplate / shield, and it does that weird occurrence. And there is nothing else that it could be in that area that makes that kind of illumination oval. If it were an asteroid, it would look completely different.
Because look how curved it is.
Right, it's an oval. It's not a round.
So it's definitely it's an illumination of something.
Correct.
So is it this illumination being pinched between two planets? Is that what?
No, it's being angle side illuminated.
Yes, exactly.
Say that.
It's coming into a side illumination, so the light is crossing it, and the side of it, we see the side being lit up.
Yeah, if you look at that time lapse that I'm talking about, it does basically the same thing, but it's smaller, obviously, because in that time lapse, everything is a lot more distant and a lot more smaller. But you can see how it starts illuminating that way, and it eventually illuminates all of Saturn's yellow moon. But
And were it an asteroid, it would also be crossing, and we would see a tail behind it. But that's not what
agree.
this
I
is.
agree. So this is to me, this is what I would call it as a side illumination. You know, a brief side illumination, but a very, very big illumination. That's so cool.
And were this midday, we would be looking south.
That is a.
How do you know this is south?
By what angle of light it would have to be in order to illuminate it this way.
Okay.
Because it would have to be midday, and yet there's a planetary shadowing going on here, and then all of a sudden the side illumination.
Yeah, that actually would make a lot of sense.
Far left.
Yeah.
I was going to see how long this took.
Therefore, if the sun was on the left, we would have to be looking due south.
This was like 10 minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Not long.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, about 10 minutes.
10-minute illumination. This is right where we've been talking about this. If you guys have been watching this, we always say the illuminations, 15, anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes tops is what you're going to get. If you're not.
You can watch the pathway transition of the planets per se for up to hours in some cases, depending on if you sit out there the whole time and watch in the same area, and not do the parking lot 360 as often, you'll be able to keep better track of that individual. The thing is, currently there's so many over us right now, all at the same time. It's hard to focus on one thing. I can attest to that.
It's a jumbled up mess right now. It really is. It's a jumbled up mess, and it's been really hard to get anything on camera because everything's just so jumbled up.
Well,
what is so jumbled big. Up?
Everything
the sky. Yeah, okay.
It's just so jumbled up.
Yeah, and they're blending into each other, and it's hard to tell one body from the next because they are so over the top of us. And this is like we've talked about. This is the first time that we've ever really seen them this close, this big, this over the top of us. Before it was more of a side approach, and then pass, and then above us, and then away. And now they're actually going beyond us and around in circles over the day. And they're way bigger, and it's harder to tell what's what and who's who and who's where and where's who, except that we go back and remember, with the monthly drawing, and then we have to kind of remind ourselves that I'm drawing a 2D picture, and sometimes the planets on the top of the drawing have a tendency to go overhead and behind us. And as long as you try to keep transition and rotation in your mind off the 2D monthly drawing, it's about as helpful as we can be. Just remember which planet is on which side of the sun, and that's most of it right there.
Whoops.
And
sorry.
We've kept track of that, and it changes, but it's part of the basic information that you need if you really want to identify the planets. And a lot of people are fine not knowing the absolute identification of each planet, but I recommend you try to learn it. It's way better show. I mean, it's way cooler if you know really what's going on.
It is really cool once you start to get it, because I was confused for I was really good at spotting planets. I got really good at that, but I was really lacking in identification, and even now I still kind of do. But now I understood that color means nothing. Like, it really means nothing.
And where the asteroids are placed right now too is important.
Right. But always go by which side of the sun it is now, just to give you an orientation.
Right.
And then I kind of go from there, and then you start to recognize.
And then now we see the basic pattern, and we see this.
There's the flame-like clouds, and then it's a lot easier if you start from what side of the sun it is. And then
and that's why we put out, and we continue to put out the monthly sight drawing, so that everybody has that base reference. And I try to usually leave it pinned, and then I'll hand it to people, for the first few weeks, and then I hopefully figure that by then they've gotten it. I was seeing stripes up in that dark mass up there too.
Yeah, look at that. That's like, sorry, I got tossed out.
Right here, we're looking at the lead asteroid just left of the sun. That's what that straight line thing is all about. And it's very big.
Large, isn't it, Rebecca?
Yeah. This is a few days ago. What day was it? Was Saturday.
See the stripes of a lead asteroid just to the left of the sun?
Look at that. It was really awesome. It was just everywhere.
Look at that. It's got like a weaving pattern in it or something.
Yes.
You got streaks.
Like knitting.
Yeah, it's about 1 o'clock.
Look at that. It's like knitting in the clouds.
It was just thick.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Is
then,
that your video, Rebecca?
It is. Yes. I need to make a
And
video
they're
out
on,
of it.
early on, I always questioned why the clouds seemed to go up and turned. That really got my attention. And even though I didn't understand it just seemed odd to me for the longest time. Like,
well, and that's
why
a
did they do
transition
that?
between the orbiting asteroids underneath the gas giants.
Yeah,
And
but what I mean is that if it
as
was
they
our
rotate.
clouds, usually our clouds just go above us.
Right.
They don't go up, like that, or even more angled, at a curve.
Well, that's because they are so far away from us.
Yeah. But I mean, there's always that round element to them, and I think I don't know how people just completely dismiss that. Like our normal clouds just don't do that.
Yeah.
You might have a sky full above you, full of clouds, but they're always more straight. You're not gonna see angles. You just don't see angles or clouds just going up.
Do you remember when Attu's moon was so close to Earth and over the top of us, so up in like 2019?
Oh, that was a great year.
There was massive momentous clouds that were over the top of us, and they were doing all these crazy freaking illuminations around the world, and everybody was looking at that, and they were going, "Oh my God!" I thought for shit sure then that the world would latch on to the fact this is a freaking passing moon, and
I think that's when they coined the term momentous clouds. Because they were
momentous clouds have always been. But
I know what I mean was that when they really popularized it,
but momentous, normal storm front momentous clouds usually appear either at the front or the back of the storm, and they signify hail. But they're much smaller. And we're talking momentous clouds above us, the size of the state of Texas, and on the bottom. And we got early shots in 2018. There was a lot of Attu's moon, live cam shots where Attu's moon and Attu purple behind and white with the moon white face and all the little craters and shit going over the top of all these live cams from around the world in 2017 and 18.
I got some of my best videos came in
that I have a bunch of those still.
Some of my best learning years was 2018, 2017.
That was the new Mexico nighttime sightings.
I think that's when I started to really, really sink in soak up that information, because
and you were filming at night, you were filming the day, and that's when you were in New Mexico still.
Yeah.
And then you were, and that's that time that and I thought for sure, oh my God, this is going to go out and people are going to jump on board, and we had the best, and we still do. We have the the webcam sightings where and then people go, well, that's just dirt on the lens from the rain, and it's like, no, we've got them coming and going where they're on the side and half cut off, not just in the center. And then of course, it's this and that, and then people discounted it so heavily, and it's like, would you tell me, please, when you have ever seen a sky like that in your entire life? And they immediately go, well, yeah, but and I thought for sure it was going to go totally viral back then. And here where that awesome sky part, I mean, that was some of my favorite scenes was how close Attu's moon was. And I'll never forget it as long as I live. And I kind of missed those days on one hand, and yet now I'm waiting to see what the fire flame-like clouds of a Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon are like. If you hit pause, can you?
Yeah.
You see what's right there to the upper right of the sun? That's a Saturn's yellow moon.
Oh, wow. Okay. Really?
See the angle that it's headed? Well,
yeah, I do. I mean,
and that's a smaller version of of what's currently happening, I believe. And this is that
Perfect.
repetitive pattern that we see over and over,
Well, people, I'll
Sure.
have to go to bed because my eyes, I'm going to fall backwards off the chair.
Well, don't do
I
that.
totally
Night, Julian.
understand.
Yeah, you look like you're running on fumes there.
I'm impressed you made
I
it
need
this
to
long,
bed.
Julian. But I'm
I'm
happy you're.
impressed my cats haven't asked for more food yet.
I know
Enjoy
I
your
stepped
days
out for
off.
just a minute, and my cats
Oh,
attacked
yeah.
me. So
The problem is that I'll be working on Saturday and Sunday. That's why I've tried to stay as long as possible because I'm not sure what will
okay,
happen on Saturday, but I'll try.
sure,
But
sure,
because it'll be payday by then, so I'm sure I can manage to stay online. But
sure. That's true. More
yeah,
data.
Good night,
Well,
you
Jeff.
guys
Enjoy
have
your
more fun
get
there
some
now.
rest.
Have a good night,
Glad to see
Okay,
you.
Julian.
we'll see you soon,
Night,
Julian.
people. Bye. Love you
Bye.
guys.
Bye.
Love
Bye.
you too. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Eek, I don't know how to leave now. That's
Oh,
funny.
I could help you probably.
So all you have to do is turn your system
I'm
off.
gonna.
Yeah, just say leave. Think.
There, bye.
It's amazing how sometimes it takes forever to get off. Yeah, this is the same pattern that, and there it is again.
There
And
it
for,
is. Yeah.
people who are watching, there's the Saturn's yellow moon with the ion tails going up to the upper right. And behind it is a darker body, big old Saturn. And behind that to the right is Nibiru. And over to the left, we're looking at crossing asteroids. You see the lead asteroid, you see the red asteroid, you see the spiral asteroid.
I need to figure out how to pull another window up. So if I want to show this side by side with
that picture, the light cutoff on the right hand side was done by Nibiru, but not by Saturn's yellow moon in that shot.
Okay.
And it was, of course, smaller in that shot. This Saturn's yellow moon was smaller than this shot, which shows you it was approximately up to a few months to a year older than now. I don't know when this film was taken, but
Oh, this was Saturday. This the other day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, transition. Was it? Well, look at that. See that? What's right in front of you, dead center, right there.
I know. It has to be
all those lines in the dark background back there.
Yeah.
What do we got there? That's huge. Whatever it is, that's probably Atu's moon.
Atu's moon. Okay.
Probably. Well, we're to the left of the sun again, and we're seeing literally vertical, like asteroid pathways. But yeah, we're to the left. That could have even been the base area of Uri and the 10 asteroid and all of that. But it's sometimes, it's a hard call if you're not actually there watching.
Sure, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it was awesome. I had one more. I was going to see if I can find it.
And there's a lot of other material out there that we don't even talk about. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of asteroids. And, you can be looking at this stuff right here in this mix and, all these round circles. These are all asteroids at the onset because we know Uri is on that side. And in the background, way down at the horizon, we know Ceru's back there somewhere. And we haven't seen a lot of her. And I can't wait. She's made some new cameos where, you see her base and her illumination and her big orange thing. And it's a hard call.
You see right there how it seems like it's just curved up.
Right.
I don't know how people don't.
Yeah, I don't know how they miss it either.
I just also too is okay, and I'm gonna send you a video right now. Hopefully you can get it on before we get off. It's a really short one.
Okay. Sure.
But I think also people see blue and they just discount it as just sky. But okay, this blue right here, it looks closer, right? I noticed that even though it's blue like our sky, it's closer. Like empty sky doesn't stop. It's distant. It continues. This looks blue, but it's like it's stopped. There's a stopping point there. I should send it to you.
Right.
Okay. I always thought I always thought to myself, like, I don't understand how people just see blue and right away they don't notice that it's closer than
There's a
just.
cloud connection between all of these planets. It's weird.
Yeah, but I don't
Even
know if
after us.
maybe I'm not making a good job at explaining what I'm. It just seems like there's a stopping point right there. It looks like the blue stops right there, as opposed to an empty sky. It's
Right.
distant and it continues. You
Like
know.
it used to years ago, where you could just see forever, and then you get three
Yes.
clouds on the bottom
Yes,
horizon, and it was all
and
blue
you
from
can
there
see
on.
a never-ending sky that just continues going and going.
Right, and we
At
don't
this
see
point, it
that
looks like
anymore.
you hit a wall. It looks
Yeah.
like you're actually hitting a wall, and there's nothing else there. Like,
Look how many round objects are above us, even small ones, big ones, medium-sized ones. There's round shit up here. There's darkness. There's these wispy ion trails where things are wrapping around and pulling off of, and something's going through. There was a really cool ISS looking at the Earth footage, and I don't even know the date of it, but it was showing the lightning patterns over the East Coast and everything. And you're watching the weather down below, and it looks like it's flowing water. And you have to think of it that way in a sort of imagination of our atmosphere as well, like it's flowing liquid slash air slash liquids. And a lot of this trail of clouds is when the sun shines. Good night, Sherry.
and I
When the sun
Night,
check
shines on
Sherry.
something, it creates a wispy steam off the edges of things, and cloud pattern and cloud trails, and that's a steam sort of gaseous exchange between light and the object passing through our atmosphere or way above our atmosphere or in their own atmosphere. And there's drag off clouds between the other bodies as well, and we've seen many examples of that. And I drew that in the early years like 2013 and 14, which is what started some of my original drawings, was because I noticed that there was this drag off cloud between Atu
I,
and Uri.
I struggled with that, Sam. Like, I really struggled with that a lot. I was always confused by. I was taking videos and it seemed like it was all one planet, but then it looked like a curve on one side and then another curve on the other side. And then when I would take video, it seems like they would blend in together. And then you explained it as one of those, I don't know what you call it, those tube lighting, you know, how there's that
What optical tube lighting? Yeah.
yeah, that's how you explain it. And that's when it really set into me, like,
When
oh,
you
I get it
when you
now.
have power, you have gas inside the tube.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And there's
And
that
then you put
connection between
electricity on
both.
either side. It's a pressurized tube that holds a certain amount of gaseous stuff,
Yes, and
certain
that
kind of gases.
confused me so much. I
And
struggled with it so much until you explained it that way, and I was like, "Oh shit, I get it now."
you
You
put
know,
electricity on one side and you put electricity on the other side, and all of the electrons inside. Somebody asked a question somewhat similar to this earlier this evening, um, and you accelerate between those two powers. All of the ions inside get accelerated and they start bouncing into each other, electrons, protons, neutrons, or whatever. I mean, it depends on how deep you want to look into this. But the gases, the bodies, the particles inside become bouncing into each other, and that's when they illuminate. That's when they put off their ionization, the light.
yes,
And
yeah,
that does happen in space. It also happens in the clouds. We see nebulas, and they have multiple rainbow, beautiful gases that shine
yeah,
through the starlight that's available, etc. And that is not only shine through, it is electrical accelerated ion illumination. And we've seen that in behavior on the lead asteroid between the other bodies, the other smaller bodies behind the lead asteroid, as they all reach out to each other and they're static charging. They're in between us and the other larger planets, and they become like a diode, and they become, like the Frankenstein monster diode, where the lightning bolt jumps from one to the other. And that static charge of what we believe the object cluster group to be like metal, and they discharge behind each other, and the gases, because of the static and the friction, illuminate. And that's why I believe that the lead asteroid and all the other asteroids self illuminate from time to time, for that same principle. There's electric between two large poles, they carry with them their atmosphere, particle, small stuff, big stuff, gases, because they're out in space, and they've got their atomic weight, and they gather other gases, which is what gas giants do. And so the asteroids probably, and then they get static charged, and all of a sudden we see an illumination of the lead asteroid and the ion tail and all of that of the object cluster group, which is how we first started seeing them in space, even before the incoming planets.
That is something that I really, that I think only really I was able to grasp maybe just in the last year or so was that that connection between each ones.
Oh,
Also,
that's
how
another
the
example.
electrical thread. That one always seemed to elude me for a long time, and
That's
then
the example of the electrical universe.
yeah,
Instead of gravitational, it's the same. It's otherwise our stuff wouldn't work. But and Einstein was desperately seeking for the equation to join the physical things that we know and the things that we don't know. And there's space gases. It's not a void. There's gases out there. It's mostly hydrogen. And when those hydrogen molecules gather with other molecules and this and that and the other thing and other gases, then they do these things. And when they're accelerated by being a diode in between two very large bodies, then you're going to see this illumination. And this is also where the bleed off, when the bleed off goes between planet Earth to maybe a larger planet, say for instance Nibiru, or even this atom, or even sometimes a smaller planet, when there's a bleed off and there's an acceleration of particles being removed from one body to the next because of their magnetism or whatever, then those shafts of light become illuminated because of that same 4-foot office tube lighting accelerated pathway between the
nice.
two polarities of electricity.
That is so interesting. I really hope I really hope that science is accepted and actually looked into, because given what we see all the time, the gravity narrative just does not fit at all. You know,
Where do you
it,
think 73% of Earth's water came from?
um,
From
that's
space.
okay. Yeah,
Because of this electrical discharge, because of the pathways and the cycles and everything we are, because of the electrical discharge between bodies that accelerates all of these gases in space and the oxygen in our atmosphere. And especially at one point in time on planet Earth, we had a lot of oxygen. And this interaction, because of that electrical superhighway, does like a Frankenstein acceleration, and it jams hydrogen and oxygen together. And guess what falls?
Interesting.
Water.
So the narrative is that maybe asteroids is what did it. Frozen
Oh well,
chunks of
certain stone types, especially with an aggregate mixed with a clay, will hold and retain a great deal of water. And I imagine there are large asteroids out there of that material, ranging
so
even from volcanic glass to all the way to metal,
so
including
there's
copper or
some
whatever.
so there's some truth to that then as well.
Well, you have to take into, see, this is what Einstein never did. They never took into account space chemistry. That same set of rules and pressurization that makes our gems and minerals in our earth, and the chemicals and the chemistry that we rely on, that the very known, completely mathematically understood chemistry, well, all the way from 1444 and prior to that from the Arabian knowledges from previous cycles. Anyway, um, chemistry exists in space as well, and people don't get that part. They think it's just willy-nilly, nothing out there. But there's chemistry, all the way down to the finite particles and the gases and the discharging and all of that. It's space chemistry, and we affect it. It affects us. It does this. We do that. Cause and effect, and we get water, and we get You know, we get water from space, we get copper, we get gold, we get all kind, you know, whatever's in this asteroid or whatever. And the cool thing about gold is gold actually migrates to itself, just like water does. It's one of the few things on the entire universe that do that.
Interesting.
It's positively charged, and that's part of why gold is what gold is. And man doesn't even understand the premise behind that, how it actually prolongs life, which is why we do what we do, why we are here, because we are actually directly affecting the benefits of the other planets.
How do we affect, like, us people?
Yeah, why do you think we're here?
Right. Besides, I mean, is it because we're like little batteries?
No.
No.
You're a technologically advanced race.
Okay.
You have this body that's attached to your solar system, and you know that there's a commodity on that body,
Okay.
but you don't do well in the atmosphere. You can go there, but you don't do well. It's not comfortable. And if you're technologically advanced, then you can create a robot or a bio tool, shall we say, an existing bio tool to mine your commodity for a
Yeah.
product that
I mean,
you
we're
have a great need of that is
we,
available to you.
it's what we're basically doing with oil here. We have workers to mine it, and it's a commodity for us, so we find ways to mine it. It's the same thing, just on a bigger. Um, that I think about that all the time.
Which
We're
boils
just
down to factory planet Earth.
yeah, yeah. We're
Because I mean, I'm not mining, but I guess I'm supporting a system that supports mining. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah, that's
Uh,
exactly right. Yeah. The whole
right.
system, we have this innate genetic craving to mine gold, and we mine shitloads of it. I saw a video recently, and I did chuckle, where they listed that we'd have only discovered X amount of gold in the entire history of mankind. And I just laughed and laughed and laughed. It's like, oh Christ, even for you to do the math on that's arrogant. But there's a lot more to it.
Right.
I got to have a sip of water here. I'm getting hoarse.
Yeah, me too. I'm not talking like you are.
Oh shit! I just looked at the clock. We've done 4 hours 45 minutes.
yeah.
It's hard
I
to
still,
believe, really.
I
It's
still think
really gone by quick.
we ain't gonna break. You guys did 8 hours with me, Andrew. I'm like, how I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
It took me like 2 weeks to be able to get through that whole entire one.
We just sort of got through it, and I didn't
And
even, to me, it felt like about 3 hours.
It does. Like right now, we're going on 5 hours, and honestly, it's we haven't ran out of things to talk about.
Core cloud.
I
You're
was going to
looking up
say
at Nepacity
also,
right now. That's the middle underneath of Nepacity.
would you believe this is our 17th video since you and me, Jesus, recorded that first one, our
Really?
first video,
Wow.
right? We're on 17 now.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, when did we do the last 15 of them?
Yeah.
The
Wow.
last 15. What do you mean?
Well, I remember about 3 of these shows. I'm teasing.
Yeah. No, I'm right with you.
know.
I'm right with you, Sam. Like I remember a handful.
Yeah,
I know.
wow.
Me too. I
Wow.
counted them, and I'm like, I was.
Wow.
Well, you can see. I don't know if you can see it or not, but you can scroll through and you like show.
Well, we have to become the next Radio Wastelander better. I'm not trying to down them in any way.
No, I know. Let's see.
I think and again, I don't want to be pessimistic. I know that if there wasn't an interest in keeping this information limited, this would grow, and I still want to believe that it will grow.
Yes, we are shadow banned.
But dealing with the topics that we deal with, there's a part of me that's I don't know. It's like I don't want to be again. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I do realize that I don't underestimate how important this topic is to people who want to keep it a secret. You know,
Yeah, and
because
I do get irritated by that, and yet at the same time, I also accept it and go, well, yeah, okay, that's par for the
it's no
course.
reason to stop trying. It's no reason. It would never stop me from making these shows or ever keep me from stop making videos. I would never stop that. But there is a part of me that's almost accepted the fact that we are up against
Yeah, huge,
you,
huge.
you
Well,
know
this is changing the
a
opinion of
huge
man.
yes. So I do understand that, and I do feel like we shouldn't underestimate what we're up against.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
you
I
out of
know.
all people, Sam, you out of all people, you know exactly what you're up
Yes,
against.
I have hit my head on that brick wall many a time. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
But
Wow.
I do think this should this if it wasn't for that this would be and will grow. I hope it does. I think we
Yeah,
live in a time where there is that possibility because I mean social media. There's only so much control you can do with it.
I often look back and think about how the Pleiadian looked me up. Because that, I didn't question that, but that was the term. Well, I went and looked you up.
Well, that also keeps me going too, Sam, because you mentioned earlier how you kind of look at this as I already did it kind of thing,
Yeah,
and that kind of is what keeps me hope. Is that
well, yeah, well,
yeah, we're running an uphill battle, but at the same
but we
time,
are laying down the groundwork
but this
of the background information.
exactly. So I don't know. I'm hopeful. I am. There's a part of me that's a little pessimistic, but
Well,
I
we are
we
archiving. We're
need to move
archiving for the
forward.
future. Jillian's here talking, sharing her stuff. Rebecca's here. You're here. I'm here, and we're all archiving our time down on something we can look back later on, years from now, hopefully, and show that yes, we were mostly 90 whatever percent accurate, or I'm sure there are some things that we're inaccurate on, but
No, I
Based
mean,
on
no science is
right.
100%. This is a cool video. Jeez, that I love those that base cloud how it
can you
just
hit
kind of
pause?
mushrooms out.
Pause it. Yep.
Yeah,
I
can you
can go
go back
back.
to that where the cupping
Yes.
the cup is?
Uh-huh.
Can you center that?
This one?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Let's see.
Wait till it goes
Wait.
over to the right just a little bit so you can see the fingers on the right hand side of that cloud base. Right there. Right before it, yeah, right before it
Right
goes
before it
time
cuts
lapse on you.
over.
That works. Where
I'll try.
right, yeah, right
There's
there. Just hold it right there.
uh
Don't do that.
uh,
That is the bottom of a planet.
Yeah.
That is the
okay,
cloud
let's
base.
get it.
Right there. There is a
Right there.
planet
Yes.
sitting on top of that slightly higher up than that cloud, but that is a
Yes.
cloud base.
Yes. That's what I see. That's what I see is and the bottom, okay, the mushroom looking cloud, that's our atmosphere. Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm asking Sam. Is that our atmosphere kind of rising and making that connection, kind of? Or
Yeah, because it is electrical rather than gravitational, and
okay, so that's kind of what we were just talking
that's
about.
part of cloud-based formation and
Yes,
why it
exactly.
looks the way it does, and it connects. There's an electrical connection between these bodies.
And
They're aware of each other, and
we were
yet
just talking about that. We
they're
were literally
pulling on
just
each
talking
other
about
and they're pushing it on each other at the
that.
same
Yeah,
time with a magnetosphere.
that
It's
is
kind
so
of like a
fascinating.
plasma ball. When you put
Yeah,
your fingers on the plasma ball,
but you know what I also envision too, like in my mind, I think about what a ball on top of water would do. How there's that displacement. That kind of oval displacement, and this is kind of what you're seeing here with the cloud. Because I always look at clouds kind of like water.
it's reaching
Ever
up and
since
it's
you
cupping
started,
it like a hand.
yes, exactly. So I always look at clouds, how they conform to the planets,
There's
almost like water
accumulation of
would.
this.
with a basketball or something. How they just come form outside of the planet, and
Here, this is a
that's how
basic
I
cumulus nimbus,
envision
and
them
it's
in my
rising up
mind.
to our atmosphere, and it's rising up to the top of the atmosphere. It boils off, and this is moisture boiling off the ground and forming a standard cumulus nimbus cloud. This one, yeah. And this is showing you there's a suppressed top to the atmosphere where the boil off reaches a certain height and quits. Everything above that is cirrus or smaller clouds, and that's the layers of our normal atmosphere. So anything above this.
So those little thin ones are the ones. That's where our atmosphere ends. That's where you say that's.
Well, not really. There's
well, I mean, where the clouds, as far as the clouds reach.
Here's an example of it as well. You can hit pause anytime.
Okay.
Our normal clouds are at the horizon, all on both sides, and it is slightly scoped in on rounded. But that reach up and that flat plate shows you that there is something way above that. This could be a normal supercell, but I drastically doubt it.
Yeah.
We'd see weather and sky normal on either right or left, but because a normal supercell is not entirely sky filling. This, if you look at the bottom of this space and you go on the left hand side at the bottom of it where these two little fingers are sticking out, and you go over to the far side of the left of the picture, there's a rounded edge that goes all the way on both sides.
Yeah.
And that is the planet. It's probably Nepacity, or it could maybe even be Snailfoot, but I doubt it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So where it's, drop snorkel of Nepacity at a slightly tipped axis, which we've documented and seen for years. We know that the sun is sort of behind us and to the left. So it would have to be rather, because it couldn't be its atom plate, because it would be on a completely different side of the sun. But that looks like open core with a snorkel dropping on the bottom of Nepacity. And it's so big that we see it from one side of the picture to the other, sky filler.
It's right. Because like you can just see.
And the core cloud forming is just slightly over the top of this cap.
Yeah. You can see perfectly where it starts, like it's just a straight cut off line, like always.
And the rotational stuff inside the open core. And you don't see that on a supercell. On a supercell, you see immediate rounding.
Okay. He got out and took a picture. Look at that.
Yeah, that's a passing planet. And it has that really weird, big, atmospheric cloud creating from this planet to that planet occurrence going on. And part of that is moisture that's being created and or drug off of our atmosphere. And when it pulls away, it drops all of that shit in the core. And that's where we get these big rain bombs from hell. Now, who do we know that is? Look at that.
Jeez, you could just see the round planet above it. Jeez, that is so
yeah.
Funny.
And storm chasers and everything. Oh, it's a really great supercell. Yeah, that's a super duper cell. And that's when I scream bomb cyclone my ass. You tell me what else goes from one end of the planet to the other. It actually is a maintained storm, hurricane, on land hurricane. I'm sorry, but those don't exist the way that we're seeing it, where that rotational storm from hell that crosses paths with Earth and wipes out country after country after country instead of one area like, this island in the Black Sea someplace. Instead, no, it's wiping out from Russia all the way down to, the Arab countries all at the same time, with high winds and people flying down the streets and cars flowing down the streets with water and rain and, 3 years worth of rain in, 5 minutes and all this shit. Well, now you know what's going on. And we can't argue with it.
Here's one of mine. This is 2017.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. Talk about it. Brain twist.
Wow.
Hello, airplane persons.
Jesus.
2017 at that time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like it just an obvious color, difference from the rest of the sky. I wish I would have stayed on it longer. I probably had more video of it somewhere, but let's go back and look at the video.
You might even have effects of Saru in that still.
And you can
But
see
you see it really well right there. Like,
Yeah.
what in the world?
That's
That looks so
that
weird.
is that's Atu.
Jesus.
Okay.
See the purple?
Yeah, I do.
Remember that the light is coming in off the
real.
right and it is going and shadowing around this blue area, and we're seeing the purple because that's the shadowing color of that actual Atu. And in 2017, Atu was that big, and her moon was much smaller to our view. And that's when we got way more pictures of Atu.
Those purple skies were, gosh, something else, man. And we haven't seen them that. I see occasionally somebody post something where it's been purple, but it's really rare. At least I haven't really seen those purple skies that way.
And that's back when James was still doing the first original side captures of Atu, and Yuri was way behind it at that time. And prior to transition where they did the multi dance and got bigger. So yeah, we had Atu is the number one most photographed planet of all of them combined. And if you see that red right there, that's messing with everybody in the lens flare.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's when at that same time is when Saturn is just to the left of the sun, below the horizon in a little bit.
Because
Atu is up in our faces on the upper left. So you're seeing this red flowered lens flare from Saturn being just to the right, or excuse me, just to the left of the sun.
Because
farther back.
Sam, I used to get this effect a lot.
I was called a rosation flare.
Yeah, and then I don't get that anymore at all.
I thought it was because of my phone. I thought it was.
That's because the Saturn isn't on the left side anymore.
That's crazy.
Really?
Because you're right. I used to get this effect a lot back in those years, and then it just
stopped. That's that refractive light angle, because we're seeing purple Atu to our far left.
In fact, this effect right here is how somebody invented the sun simulator and how he explained it away. This was his
wow, I never heard that.
His tools to kind of
the rosation flare occurred when after in 2015-ish the Saturn got bigger, and then she started affecting the light on the left hand side. And then Atu was so darn purple, and then she started going back in distance, closer, and rose up on the horizon, and rose up in the middle next to on the left-hand side of the sun, and then went over the sun in 2018 and 19. And Nibiru is above, and yet at what we're looking at is behind Atu and Yuri. So we stopped seeing Nibiru at that time, as well as Saru, moreover, because she went on and did her crazy stuff too. And that was, unfortunately, we did not get a lot of captures of her, and her little backup change position was really cool, and we missed a bunch of it. But yeah, and that rosation flare does not occur anymore because of it. And I used to chuckle about it. I knew it was there for a reason, because it was a partial cutoff and a smaller planet. That's why it did the rosation rather than the flaring.
That's pretty neat. I never heard that before. Never knew.
I always wondered. I didn't wonder. I just figured it was a phone thing because I just haven't.
Yeah.
I didn't. I never wanted to throw people too far off track by talking about the minutia of certain things, and I try to keep it simple.
No, and I agree. Sometimes it's better to kind of not even touch certain topics because people kind of latch on to that and just kind of.
Well, we can all just tell everybody go back to your pictures from 2017 and check out if you have rosation or flaring or not, and then we don't get them anymore, and that's just like going back onto the black dot When was the last time anybody had a black dot in front of the sun? You know, it's rare now.
It's rare. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't see him.
You
I
still
don't see him
it
at all
every now and
anymore.
again, but it's rare. It's much more rare than it used to be. You know, so they were blaming it on on lenses and all this, but it stopped happening. So you know, question that, guys.
I was going to see. I don't know if you were on, Jesus, at this time that I shared this video, but here's another one of mine. I think this is it, where it looks like a camera looking back at me.
I was
The little
seeing
fingers.
I wasn't
Yeah.
on, but I was seeing this just
Yeah.
recently, and it does look like
Isn't that
it
funny?
even looks like the little camera lens.
Hit pause anytime.
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
funny. That is so funny, but that is wow. That is a great video. That is.
What do
a
you see
great-
here?
How old is that?
Oh, like 2019.
That was
Okay.
Are we talking about this shot here?
that
This
was
one.
that almost lines up with the year that I took that lo- you know Q video, the video that we were watching on here, because it was really big
Okay.
at that
And what
time.
do you think you were looking at?
And I think that's that's exactly what
I never would have guessed it was a cube.
That's the Texas cube cutting off the sun.
Yeah. Never would have guessed it at the time. Never,
Yeah, it
ever.
must have been right around the same time I took that video, because we haven't seen the cube quite this big ever since.
Right. And that's was this 2019?
Right. Yes.
And
Yes.
that is when they moved into this placement. It was in 2019 of April 23rd.
So
I watched them
you
do
see
it
the little
by eye.
lines. Are
And
those
they were far
asteroids?
closer to Earth when they did it. And then they sort of floated backwards over time into hiding behind the lead asteroid and just underneath the darkness and the dark shadow of Attu's moon. And that's where they have been ever since. Unloading ships. You know, had I not seen that by eye myself personally, I would have never, ever believed any of this shit, including the Skull asteroid. But I actually sat there, and this is in 2019, them moving to that spot, because prior to that, they were on the left-hand side.
And what I'm guessing
And this is
that
after, just after.
Well,
There's
Attu's moon right above.
Yeah. Because in 2019, Attu went from right to left to right over the top of us. And you know the facial markings. Yes, that's a very large Attu's moon.
That is a cool video.
And that's why it looks that big to us as well. Because at that time, Attu's moon was far closer and far larger, and you're seeing the facial pattern just above it there. And that's that moon-like weird leathery cloud base that you see. I mean, you're looking at land masses. Those are that weird shit of Attu's moon. There is the land masses of Attu's moon with gaseous mist forming on the edge of it as it shines in the sun. Yeah, and you can see these straight.
What about the fingers? You know,
the straight lines.
That's what I was. Yes.
Some of them could be craft.
I think I moved it.
Some of them could be very, very easily could be craft.
Wow.
Parked in different angles, different viewpoints, facing up, down, sideways, left, right, heading away from us, heading towards us, all sorts of stuff.
Isn't that funny? It does look like fingers, though. I'm sorry. I don't.
Well, it looks like somebody. It looks like somebody using their phone,
holding a camera back at me.
You know, with their fingers kind of. Yeah.
Somebody's holding the Texas cube back. No, you cannot fly in front of the sun. We won't let you. We will see you if you do.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we know they're there. I mean, Christ had, I'll say it 1,000 times. Had I not seen it by eye, I would have never believed this shit. Never.
So,
Intergalactic and we, when it got captures of it in 2008, 2009 in deep space off of Google Space, and we saw it, and I just went, wow, look at that. And never in a million years did I think it was going to show up here. I thought, okay, this is some sort of weird space anomaly that you could chalk up to UFO sightings way back when, and never see it again or talk about it or whatever. And then lo and behold, the darn thing shows up here over Texas, and that was in 2015. And then we had that, live watching it. We watched it all day long, and we talked about it for weeks after that. And then I saw the damn thing by eye. Wow.
I would love to
And,
know like what business they're handling on there. Like, you know what I mean?
I
Like,
think
what
they're
is
the
going on?
intergalactic faction that is showing us that they have got a shitload of ships that are so large we can't even fathom. And there's so
Yeah.
many of them that we are being shown a show of force, and that we had better comply with them, or they will take what they want, regardless of our opinion. And that's why
Oh
I think they're
my.
here and just
Wow.
showing us that it's time for the commodities and tribute to the gods. And thank you very much. And this is what you're here for. And argue with us, please. And,
Well,
they're an exterior faction. They are not of the Nibiru Saru binary solar system, and they're taking their cut.
how do they determine who gets how much? Or
Oh,
you know what I mean?
the same way that the king decides how much
He who
import
has
tax
the
Jillian
biggest
has to
guns,
pay on her package. You know,
he who has the biggest guns or the best
Yeah.
technology. Yeah.
do you know the original movie of Dune?
No.
No,
Oh my God, you haven't
No.
watched Dune?
I
I haven't
better.
even
Oh,
watched Star Wars yet.
oh, you have to
I
watch
know. Here
Dune.
we are. Okay. I'm familiar with it. I know what it is,
And Paul
but I
Atreides
just
and the Spice. Oh my God, you have to watch Dune. Dune was a wonderful book
did.
series too.
I'm
I
writing this
read I read the
down.
book series before I ever saw the movie, but the best movie of Dune, and there are a few. And don't go
Oh,
for the knockoffs before you see the original, where you
how
have
many are there?
well,
How
it's
many?
been remade by many people. It's liked by
Okay,
the Australians.
original.
It's popular with the British and
No, they made
uh,
one as late as 2021.
yeah, but I'd go
Okay,
back to the old one from the 80s.
okay,
With Paul
original.
Atreides and Duke Leto and all of this, and yeah, because it it plays the story out in a Hollywood way, but the moral value is easier to grasp instead of some of the newer shit because they're a little more obscure in the intentions of the Federation and the Guild of spice miners and the people and how they travel through space using the Spice Guild and all of this, and
Oh
that
boy.
it has a basic but yet ample storyline compared to the
Uh,
newer shit. It's more informative,
who
even
is
though
in
it
it?
might be
Anybody like?
slightly older. No,
Yeah.
no real main actors,
No main.
but the
Right.
'80s version, not the new, not the, and then
Okay.
you can watch the other ones. But I would
Okay.
start out with the '80s version for sure. Yeah, I believe it's the '80s. But yeah, that's one of my favorite movies to this day.
Huh.
And
Okay.
Paul Atreides, Dune, Dark Desert Planet, the Spice, and the Worm,
Is it
and it has a
like
lot of
a
metaphors
truth?
for us as well.
Like I was gonna say,
Excuse me.
a lot of hidden truth in it. You know, like hidden
It's
truth.
the movie is pretty self-explanatory if you start with the early version. If you go to the new ones, you're going to get lost. And it's best to start with the Hollywood better version of it and then work your way
Hmm,
out. And then there's other nuances of meaning in the newer
got it.
stuff. And I think the story is best told in the '80s version. And it is one of my favorite movies, and I watch it regularly because it has to do with using your mind and affecting space. And so, I mean, it's like up there in my
Perfect.
list of good movies.
Okay.
Because
I'll
that's kind of
definitely.
what I do and how I do things. Because I've contemplated things that it would be impossible to explain, but I've learned, and it's important to me. But anyway, but you have to watch Dune. Oh my God, yes, you have to watch.
Okay. Okay.
You
Okay.
have an enlightenment coming.
I
It's
know. Okay.
it's an exaggeration of what we actually live. And
Night, Nina. Nina's telling us good night. So she's
oh,
going to
okay.
bed.
Who is that? You said?
Nina. Oh,
Nina?
wait. I'm sorry. Into King. Sorry.
I thought
Good night.
maybe it was.
Yeah.
No,
Nina's
I
going
was
to
going to
bed.
say
I
if
haven't seen.
Nina's going,
Okay,
then
good
play some
night.
music. No, I'm kidding.
My bad. Yeah.
I haven't seen Carol Ann tonight. She's usually with us.
She was on earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. On earlier. So we still
Yeah,
have
and I
16
really have to
people
get a
hanging
newer
on.
picture up than this. Every time this one pops up, I have it on large screen right now, so that just popped out at me, and I'm looking at my old picture. That thing's 10 years old. I'm no longer the spry young man I was.
It's
You
crazy how
bastards
much
age me. I'm only
changes.
kidding. I'm only kidding.
So it's
I'm gonna.
1984. Dude, the original.
June 1984. Okay.
I'm gonna watch that tonight after we get off from
Oh, I
work,
love it. It's a phenomenally well made movie.
and I'm gonna
How
watch
can
this. And
Compare if you write a movie after the book series, I mean they did a good job, and
well, it seems for being 1984, it seems pretty well made movie. It seems like the
yeah,
graphics,
it's
everything seemed pretty decent.
the director, the photographer. I thought it was compared to the book series, it's just a snippet compared to the book series, but I thought they did it very well because I mean there's some endings, the ending scenes are just awesome. Anyway, justice
as
does
this looks
prevail, in the
familiar?
universe, and they do
Yeah.
the right thing, and the mystic, changes the face of Arrakis. And anyway, it's a really good
Huh.
movie. Yeah, and that's what
Is
we're doing.
it
We are changing the face of our beliefs and science and opening a whole new door.
I see that. I mean, I really do.
Well,
It's
that's what I really
especially
hope. That's what I really hope is that even if I hope that we live to see the day that this that we're doing now actually helps people think a little bigger, because I think right now we're really just thinking so small, and realize that there's a lot more to this earth that we see and what we're told. There's races out there that basically own earth, and I really hope that people kind of come around to that concept, because it has to be more than just us. Just the thought of this being everything, that we just came about in the last, I don't know, 100, I don't know how many.
9,000 years,
Yeah, like
follows
it's
the Southern Baptist arc theory.
yeah, like you got to think about how long has Earth been here? When it's been dated, billions of years.
Yeah.
To think that we're the
Average
first
science
known.
runs anywhere from 6.5 to 8.2 billion years.
Yeah, it blows my mind to just how could it be, that we're the first intelligent society to come about. And that to me makes absolutely no sense. Like there has to be more. There has to
Oh,
be.
we know there is. We
We
see
know where there
examples
is.
of it in all over in archaeology, and they're completely misdiagnosing it because they don't dare impede upon their tenure and their archaeological dig funding for next year. So, they and all the misdating that goes on. And I truly enjoy the archaeological core samples of ice from Antarctica. And I love the geological samples from around the world for volcanic glass to you name it, to every other type of rock they could ever hound dog out. But because I mean they barely just recently found, the mass floods that have been all over the planet from like the Lake Missoula dumping through the scablands through Washington State, and they're just now starting to understand that geology and the movement of the glaciers and dropping of the deposit stones and all of that were brought down from Canada and are now in Hudson Bay, or I mean from Hudson Bay, et cetera, were brought down and are now in Wisconsin and the stuff in New York State and the Hudson River and the glaciers eating and creating the Hudson River and all of that. So they're just now embarking on really, really cool new great science because they actually have the tools in which to compare. And there are people that are trying to break into new science, but the old science people have a tendency to stomp on them and wipe out their tenure and remove their funding. And, it's like the Ghostbusters. All of a sudden they got kicked out of the college. Now they got to go into private practice, which is an extreme example of it. But anyway.
Well, I don't know about how extreme. I mean, that's kind of basically what's. I mean, these days you either practice what they tell you basically to practice, or you lose your house, you lose your car, you lose your job, you lose your reputation, and that's the kind of world that we live in. I mean, we were just talking about that earlier about how these YouTube channels won't dare speak a word about this. They'll hint at it, and that's about all we get because they know when if and when they do, they're done.
Well, maybe we are doing something wrong then. I mean, are we oblivious to this, or are we groundbreaking?
I'd like to say groundbreaking, hopefully.
I'd like to agree with you on that. Yeah, definitely. It's and I weigh that all the time too. Like, what are you doing? And I'm only sharing what I see, but do you understand the ramifications of this because it has both good and bad? And
I would like to really, we were talking about that earlier, that we should not underestimate how the significance of all this. And I think because we do this every day, we've gotten numb to it. It's become a little normal to us, but it's not normal by any means.
And that's also why we've elevated our speech pattern and what we know and the level of what we know and everything. And that's why in a lot of cases we're talking over the top of everybody, and they're looking at us like, have you lost your mind? And because we have normalized this in a lot of ways because we've been doing it for a decade now. I mean, like I reposted my my scientist guy. I can't even think, pull the name out of the hat every time I need the name. But anyway, I reposted my scientist guy going, duh, Nibiru's been here for over 10 years, and
yeah, I know which one.
And I just, Beekman's World, and a picture of Beekman and his rat buddy and his Andy, the scientist assistant. And I repost that occasionally because it's like there is so much duh going on here, and I hate to throw that out there, and everybody's going, "Oh, you arrogant bastard!" But I mean, we have been watching this for so long. I'm in absolute freaking awe that people don't see this. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. And what do I say next?
And even though I understand, because I went 2 years of not, I wouldn't say oblivious to it, but not understanding it. But I did know that something was happening. Like I knew deep in my core, I just knew something was happening. And it's the part that gets me. Like, I understand how people don't see it, don't understand it, but not even question it is the one that really gets me. Like, I just don't see how people think this is beyond question. Just beyond the normal. I don't get that, because it drove me crazy for 2 years. I just knew something was happening, but I could not put my finger on it. And the fact that a lot of people are just continuing their lives without even question. I do feel that some people are seeing something. I come across a lot of YouTube stuff, TikTok videos where people are questioning it, but unfortunately, it never goes past that.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of people, on TikTok, I see a community of people talking about what they think is happening. It's all over the place. They're all over the place. But I think also they don't know where else to take it other than talk to each other about it. But then it comes like an echo chamber, and you're not really, I don't know, at what point is it really getting out there between that and the shadow banning?
Yeah. And
I don't know.
like
But I do know
like
our hashtags are in the millions, so something is working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I posted a video on TikTok that last time lapse that I made, and I don't usually I don't post too much over there. Within I would say within an hour I got 700 views, and then just completely stopped. It stopped at 700, and
then that was it. That's all you get.
It just stopped.
That's all you get. I've been there.
It was within 1 hour. I looked back and I was like, "Holy crap, 700 views!" And then
that's really good.
It just completely stopped there. Well, I mean, it did better than my last one, so but I did have a few ones that had some comments. Even a lot of them were kind of rude, but I think even the rude comments, comments. What the algorithm looks for is comments, good or bad. Comments is what they're looking for. Comments, likes, and how long you spend on the video. So, though that helps the algorithm. So even to our haters, whatever helps the algorithm, because comments is a big thing. Comments. Anytime that one of my videos on Facebook is getting comments, I get notified. People are talking about your video. So that is what they're looking for. So they want me to go and engage in the conversation, and that helps. Even if it's arguing with somebody, it still helps the algorithm. So,
well, I'm enjoying the view count on Radio Wasteland, older videos. I'm doing semi okay. I wish it was 1 million, but not that I'm going to get any benefit from it. That's not the issue, because we repost those things all the time. And I pull up the 89 video link and I hand it to people all the time. And I hope they watch them. There's a lot there to watch. You want to be busy for the next few months. So, yeah, I think if we just continue to ask people to share and like and subscribe, maybe we can push our way through.
I think that's the way we're going to get it going, is word of mouth, because there is a certain level of shadow banning. Absolutely.
In marketing, they call that WOM. But
the best way to get this going is for people to share it, because the people will talk. That's the best way to keep this going. Is just to share
and for those secret suspenseful junkies who want to know something that's really cool, guys, this is a secret. Share it.
This is the coolest secret, guys.
It really is. It's the greatest secret of all time.
And important secret of all time.
And we're giving time documented information, not hype, not conjecture.
And we're showing the coolest videos that you will ever see. Like we show some cool stuff here. Like you will have a blast just watching that stuff.
Oh God, could you guys imagine the numbers of hours? If we all three put our hours together and put them on a table, of the hours of work that we have compiled into this information.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that I have over 50,000. And I did that figure years ago.
Yeah.
And I was being liberal on trying to go less than reality. I believe it was an underestimation. And I've said it before, if I had a nickel for every one of those hours, Jesus.
I was going to say, I mean, because when you look at it that you work on it every day, even holidays, I mean, you just several hours every day over years and years. And then I don't even remember. I did the calculations on it once too, and it was in the thousands, but I don't remember how many.
Yeah. And if you do it 4 hours a day, times 10 years.
Yes, it's like that.
14
it really
years,
is.
6 years,
It's like,
5 years.
What?
Wow. That's just a vast amount of, and we are not we're not creating this information. This information is creating itself, and we just collect it. And we're the
Organize it.
clearinghouse, the library, the organizers, and we do, and you especially do these wonderful comparisons, and you
Thank
work
you.
really hard at it, and you're working really
Yeah.
hard at this, and
Thank you.
and it just
Yeah.
has to grow. And if people want to continue to hear this, they're going to have to let us know in more than one way. We do need donations, and I don't need to harp on that again. But we'd like to elevate this show, and so we literally need monthly support from everybody, even if it's just $5. And that's how the YouTubers grow. And then when we get our
That's
million, then we won't need as much financing. Thank you. But we cannot do this alone. And if you are a citizen scientist out there and you want to participate, that's part of how you can do it. Help us along. It's for the price of a cup of
right.
coffee. You go to Starbucks, you spend more. You know, you go for lunch, and you're looking at way a lot more. So
It's
You're
true. I mean, we could do a
part of,
whole lot more
I
with,
mean, you can be a
just
part of something so huge, guys.
well, I think we should, turn it into a way larger show, and then, like we've talked about, going Comic-Con and stuff, because I think we're all good at what we do. I think we earned it. I think
Yeah.
we've all spent in the time. I mean, we didn't start this job yesterday, We didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday either. So, and nor are we crazy, you know. And it's just it's gotta get going and out there, because the work that is involved, it's been countless hours by thousands of people. I mean, Robert in New Zealand to God, Petty and Hungry, to Andy in the UK, to all these other people that are just out there, and they're making us look good. They're sending us their stuff, and they're doing a
right.
fantastic job, and I love every one of them. And I can never ever thank people enough. And that's why I try not to sell your information that you provide for us. But we do need funding in order to continue, and you know, we got to go up. We can't go down. So
Yeah.
I, well, I'm just anxious to see, like you know, where all of this leads to. I feel like it is,
oh God, I
in
don't
the
even know. Yeah,
process. Yeah. Only because
yeah.
I'm in a position where I can see the shares, how many people are sharing what, and gosh, Sam, I've seen so many shares on thing like, certain videos I have on TikTok have thousands of shares. That's pretty good.
That's good. Yeah,
Several
that's excellent.
thousand shares. It's way more busy than Facebook because there's way more
Only
people.
when we, mention it to people and go, well, you guys out there make a difference, and you're part of the citizen science is to share stuff, and then, unfortunately, it's really difficult a lot of the times to become members on Facebook and stuff like that. Hopefully, you'll get in, where we are swamped with people, and we can't deal with everyone, and we do try, and we've been doing this for a long enough period of time that, yeah, well, I think we're popular. Radio Wasteland, I was their number one guest, and they constantly reminded us how much of a very large following we have. And then we added Rebecca, and then we added Jesus, and we added all these other people, and we'd like to continue to add more people. You should try to contact us to add your, like, with, for instance, the Nibiru Watch Africa, and we're just going to continue to grow, I hope.
Definitely.
Dead
I
airspace.
mean, well, no, I was just thinking
I'm
though
joking.
of having to weed through all of the fake member requests that we are
Oh, the
getting.
bot
I
thing,
was
yeah.
just thinking of that. We do get
I
new
wasn't even
members,
hardly looking for it today.
but
I
it makes
added
it
about 8 new members today. That was all I did.
okay. Yeah, I did a couple, I think, but you have to weed through tens or hundreds to find, real legitimate member
Yeah,
requests.
I have
So
around 300 on the one I just cleared the other
it's
day again, and I
unfortunate.
have like 3,000 on Montana Skywatcher 1. And I don't add a lot of members to Montana Skywatcher 1, because that's where
Right.
all the older members are, and they it's kind of snoozy in there lately. It didn't used to be, but people are they're posting, but it's just sort of a lot of people sending in their material there. And it's just sort of an instant lookup library that I go back to regularly. And most of the conversation and gossip, or semi gossip, I should say, because we always try to stick to topic. More of the conversations that we have happen on Montana Skywatcher 2. And then, of course, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, which is a co-site between Rebecca and myself. And then there's Nibiru Followers Anonymous, which is Rebecca's, and Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, which is Rebecca's,
Back
and
up.
Nibiru
Yeah.
Followers Anonymous Off Topic. And then we can't forget Jesus's site. And don't post on his private page, post on his Nibiru page, personal wall. Anyway, uh, and
I know we've created quite a bit just between us. I mean, really, there's
is
a
Nibiru
lot.
already here. And yeah, there's a lot of new stuff out there, and I keep hoping that one day. Ouch! Snap goes my neck as I turn my head. I keep wondering if suddenly someday somebody's going to come up with a really good, accurate movie, and that we didn't have to create. That'd be cool. That sort of even almost remotely matched our information, so that we'd know there's other people out there. But we do. We know there's. Look at how many people talk to us and tell us about how much we've affected their life and how we've opened everything up for them. And oh my God, we finally
Yeah.
found you. And now I'm not insane anymore, even though everyone around me thinks so, that kind of thing. And,
I've had some really nice people reach out and be kind enough to say, I really believe in what I had a comment just recently, like I really believe in what you're doing, and every so often I'll get somebody comment something like that, and I really appreciate that. That even though it's not masses, even if we just reach
well,
out.
I sometimes had my best day off of one person's opinion.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Like, it's much appreciated just to know that at least somebody, if this affected at least one, two, three people, that's good.
Well, I'm still smiling, and like I said before, I chuckled for 2 days when that guy called me Doc Brown of space, and I just sat there and went, "Oh, that's cool, thank you," And he was being
Right.
sincere, and I hadn't even thought of that, I mean, from Back to the Future, and
Yeah.
I haven't watched Back to the
Mm,
Future. I
and
have
then,
all.
yeah, I love that character.
Yeah, I love Dr. Emmett Brown. Yeah, yeah. And don't forget, he was confined to a mental institution, and anyway, because he's too smart. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you know.
He wasn't in a mental hospital.
Briefly, in the past, before Marty meets him.
Oh,
Really,
okay.
Or
I didn't
maybe it
remember
was
that part.
maybe it was
I
obvious.
haven't seen those movies in a long
That was
time.
no, that was on a skewed timeline.
Uh-huh.
When
Okay.
after the timeline got broken, and Biff had changed the timeline, Dr. Emmett Brown was
Okay.
committed to a mental insane. Okay, I crossed that. Yeah, it wasn't really in the real timeline.
Yes.
Makes
Okay.
me
So
almost
was
want
it
to go.
which part was it? One, two, or three? You
Oh
remember?
God, now you're asking for
Okay,
information.
that's too much.
Woo!
Okay.
Don't make
I'm
my
just
brain
curious because
break.
I've seen them all, but
I think it's
actually I didn't
3.
see the third one. That's when okay, that's why I didn't see the third one.
Yeah, a great movie, great movie. And if you think about
But
it,
the first
and the timeline, and that goes to space travel too. There's real shit to that because the Pleiadians actually can travel through time, and that's where part of why, he comes out and says to me, "Well, we looked you up, and you did this, did past tense."
mm-hmm.
And
You're like,
I've never
what?
forgotten that. Yeah. Oh, and then, talk about a mind messer. I think I spun in circles on that for what, 25 years. How do you
Yeah.
deal with this shit? How do you
So
know?
that's I mean, then that this information and what you're doing right now does lead somewhere.
Well, about a topic where you've been spun so silly by the U.S. government that you don't even dare utter a sound in public, you
Yeah.
know, and then, and I quit
Right.
completely even thinking about most of the issues until all of a sudden I look up and I see a passing planet by eye, and I'm like, oh shit, they're here. I had evidence that something was going on. I didn't really immediately go bang, that's it. But I was watching the red blob come approaching in deep space that you could see on camera, but you couldn't see with your eye. And that was serious. And that's what really got me a mega started. And then one day I'm walking, raking the leaves, and I look up and there's a zoom passing planet. And it was way big in the sky. And I knew it was too big to be anything that we had, and didn't do any facial recognition. And I did see it close enough. I saw the face of it. And I went, oh shit, they're here. And it was literally like somebody had opened the trap door underneath my feet. And I just knew, and I immediately went back to, oh crap, I was waiting 50 years for those planets to get here. I guess they're here. And from that turning point on, I changed to what I was doing. I refocused my attention.
Right. I'm impressed that you were able to distinguish and know it was a planet, because to me it just looks like sky.
It was a completely, I actually to this day believe it was Matim. It was a very bright, small, way bigger than our moon, circular planet. And I saw 90% of that round and the face markings. And I have a picture that's semi close to what I saw, but I don't publish it because I can't prove it. But I saw that. I immediately knew that was a very round, that wasn't an asteroid. That was a frickin' planet. And there was no way that I was seeing that. I don't know how I was seeing that. And I immediately went, and my brain just clicked and said, oh shit, they're here.
Man.
And then all of it came flooding back, stuff that I'd put on the shelf and tried not to think about, because there was other things that I was dealing with as well.
How long did it take you to kind of register that, Sam? I mean, you had this huge thing happen to you, and years before that, decades before, and then all of a sudden you see it. I mean, that must have been a hell of a moment for you.
Well, I knew what I was seeing was completely, absolutely out of the norm. And I'm out in my yard raking my leaves up, over by my grapevines. And I look up and there's this round planet, and I watch it appear in the light and fade out of nothing. And then I watch it for about, almost a minute and a half, 2 minutes. And then it faded into the distance. And I just went, what the hell was that? And it was literally a count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I went, they're here. And I immediately remembered that way back in the 70s, the turn of the 80s, that, average knowledge of Planet X at that time, for anyone who was scientifically into some background information, it may not have been general public information. I don't know, because I have found that I can't weigh my information versus general public information. I apologize. But I knew that they were on their way, and from the government afterwards, I was informed that, this, that. So my combined knowledge told me that they were on the way. And it was sidebar, old dusty book sitting on the shelf corner, until all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, I'm grabbing this book. Bang, there it is. And it was just like reaching and pulling a book off the shelf that fast after finding it, going, okay, my brain says, oh shit, they're here. And it took me that long. And then within a few short months, I started actually seeing Nibiru.
Yeah, it was.
I was going to say, because it was pretty big.
By eye,
the capture I had. It was December 2018.
We were watching the Antarctica live cams and stuff, and we didn't see, and then we started seeing anomalies, and then we couldn't figure it out, and then all of a sudden, bang, there was Nibiru. And it's like, how do you argue with that? And then I tried to point it out. And at that point, at the same time, I was also seeing Nibiru by eye in the south, which is why they could see it in Antarctica. And after that, it just snowballed. And I've never looked back since.
Every time I see this, I'm like, Jesus.
I love it. I know. I can't help it.
God, it's just
yeah.
But
this was December 2018.
the size is just absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah, and you're looking at partial land masses below the clouds, and there's oceans and mountains and you know, and people and that live on that.
Jesus Christ.
And nobody wants to hear that.
I'm always wondering what they see when they're looking our
They probably see
direction.
a tiny little bright blue Earth
Something
every once
little,
in a
I
while covered
guess.
in clouds, and they go, "We know there's people down there, but we can't see them."
They must be really little.
Yeah, to them,
Oh my
I believe we are
I bet
smaller
we
than
are. Wow. So is it the Anunnaki, or
yeah.
what is there?
The
The
Nibiruans and the
Nibiruans,
Pharaohs.
Nibiru.
You could say Enki and Elil.
Yes.
I believe it's a comparative reference. I don't have absolute facts on that. I have very little
Right.
information about the people that live on the secondary. Very little. I have more information about other races just by proximity and actually meeting them. But I mean, that information too is also limited because you don't get to sit there and talk with them like over coffee. It's
Right.
not a learning curve going on here. You take what you can get and what you can remember and what you try not to suppress, because when you meet extraterrestrial life forms, there's a very large possibility you're going to suppress all of that information. It might be too shocking for you to handle. And believe me,
Right.
it's not an easy pill to swallow. It takes a very long time to come to terms with what I've found out.
I bet. So
Which is
the
part of my
Pleiadian, he was human like for the most part.
very tall, weird back of his head, pretty much facially structured as normal,
Uh-huh.
elongated compared to us. I giving them the tag of the Pleiadian, and I just believe that that's what he was.
Yeah.
He asked me to refer to him as the student. And so,
Interesting.
and I'm running off of age-old memories and trying to, relate these stories as carefully as I can, and not go off topic and not stray from the original story, which is, it's not a lie. I'm trying to stay with the truth.
Sure.
And you can ask anyone out there, and I actually do repeatedly use my background and my track record for everybody. If you have any questions, just go look it up. I mean, my story has not changed. It's been the same for over a decade, and we've all been doing this, and here we are. I hope somebody's still awake. I don't know. Did we talk you to sleep yet?
On the show, you mean? I haven't seen any
Unless you
comments
actually like to
lately.
listen to our show to fall
Well,
asleep to.
we have about 16 people.
Wow, that's more than I thought was listening.
Pretty good for
Well, they stopped commenting.
almost 6 hours in. Yeah. I don't know. Some probably popped in later during the show, but still. Not bad.
I'm
midnight.
I
was gonna say it's almost 1 a.m.
I'm gonna have to hand over my equipment here soon because I'm not on my phone today. And my brother has to.
He wants his laptop.
Yeah, I'm trying to maybe now with Black Friday and all these. Hopefully, I can go and find one at a reasonable price, even if it's a used one. Because I do want one, and this has been much more enjoyable on the laptop. Than doing on my phone where I have to squint at the little screen. It's been much better. So I'm gonna have to turn in here soon. It's been fun, but I'll probably look for one next week. I have a little bit of rope on my bills, so I might be able to kind of muster up and get one.
Yeah, you should look on Marketplace.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Or there's I don't particularly like going to pawn shops, but I bought used stuff from a pawn shop. That turned out pretty fine.
I would add that if you can get a better quality one, it would be wiser if you can afford it.
I'm gonna try and see what I can do.
I noticed that Rebecca has an HP, and I also use an HP, and they last longer. You're constantly replacing equipment if you buy a cheaper brand.
Okay.
So
Well,
keep that in mind. And sometimes it is worth that
I
extra.
don't
Like
want to. I don't want to.
Acer.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I want to save, but I don't want to save to the point where I'm going to buy something that's going to be more expensive in the long run.
Well, what if you buy something and then it only lasts a very short time?
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I mean. Like, I need to buy something that's. I need a good compromise is what I need to find.
Okay. Well,
Right.
I just because in
But it's
some
good
of
that
those
you recommend an
15
HP
computers,
because
I bought cheaper
honestly, I
models.
haven't had a laptop since probably the '90s. I really
Well, you
haven't.
got me beat.
I've
I've
been
never owned
doing
one.
everything on my phone. My videos, everything I make on my phone. So this will
That's
probably,
same.
if I do get me something decent, it'd be probably nice to maybe upgrade on some of my videos and kind of make them a little more elaborate. You know, kind of like what you started doing, Rebecca. You know,
Yeah. There's
after you started learning how to use it,
oh,
it was
I'm not kidding
all,
you. I was so intimidated for a long time when I
but it
till
was
I
so
got it.
obvious the quality
And
of
then
the
I'm like,
work.
what am I going to do with it? I don't know how, I don't remember how to operate a computer. That's what happened. I got
Well,
it and I
just a
didn't.
while ago when I was sitting there
Yeah.
tinkering with my brother brought up Facebook and I had to put my password in. I'm like, I couldn't even. I'm like sitting there typing like, oh, so like I had no idea what I'm doing. I'm like, where's the caps lock? How do I? Oh God, I felt a little silly, but
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the fingertip scroll at all. I have to have a mouse, period.
yeah,
You know, like,
that's kind of
I'm
what
always clicking my
what I was
pillow when I
doing.
sleep even, I have to have my mouse.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. But all
I
right,
noticed it when
I'm gonna hop off here, guys.
Okay,
okay.
good night.
Always
Well,
fun. You know, we had a nice little, God, 6 hour marathon almost. You know,
I
There
know.
you go.
Almost. Yeah. And Michelle, she popped
Before you
in.
know it, you'll be doing 8-hour shows,
yeah,
man.
but more than anything, it just kind of feels like we're just having coffee, talking about it. Like I
And we
forget
do.
we're broad. Like it's easy to forget that we're broadcasting to
Right,
people.
right.
I just feel like I'm
That's
talking to
true.
you guys, and yeah, in the
Yeah.
back of my mind, I know there's people listening, but
Oh yeah, hi guys
it
out
feels
there.
like
Sorry we forgot you were out there. We do this all the time anyway.
it
Not
just.
this way, but
But it's
we
just
try.
nice to kind of get
Right.
together because since we can, we're kind of far from each other. Well, actually, we're, in the grand scheme of everybody in the group, we're actually very close to each other.
Yeah, we're closer
You
than
know,
most.
Oklahoma, Montana, Utah, actually relatively is close. When you think about Petty, way out there. Jillian, we're out there.
Matthew Wee or Robert in New Zealand. Jesus,
Exactly. So, but I mean, there is still a great distance between us. So it's kind of nice to get together. This is like like our dinner together, kind of getting together and talking.
Yeah, we do this in type mostly, and we did it for years. We talked back and forth for years on typing, and this was a better way to do that. And we get to share stuff with everybody else, and then hopefully at the same time teach a little faster than we were doing
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
Yes. It's
Hopefully,
actually the
your internet
best.
gets better sometime. Maybe eventually we get to see your face, Sam.
Yeah, well, I'm working on that.
And not a 10-year-old picture.
Yeah, no, yeah. I do need to get that in gear. Been a little bit remiss in computer time in certain ways and not in others. I've been looking up other stuff and been following that storm all week. So,
Mm.
excuse me, dry throat. Yeah, I am going to definitely check in. I got to get a tech guy in here and have him show me a couple of things I don't know. So, and there's bunches of that.
Yeah.
So,
Bunches of tech guys, or
no, bunches of stuff I don't
if you
know.
don't know. Okay.
There really
Yeah.
is a bunch of stuff I don't know.
Me too. My son, he helps me quite a bit. My youngest son.
Right,
Uh,
this new tech stuff, I'm still very old.
yeah.
Hell, I started on a teletype, I mean, Jesus.
Right.
I'm old.
I
I'm
know.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not old. I'm just happily 40 and then some.
I never use the word old. I always use the word older. You know,
Oh,
Yeah,
it takes a little bit of the sting away.
take the sting away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
yeah,
like the 40 and then some part,
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
just turned 41. I didn't like the idea of turning 40, but it happened. So
Wow.
You
Yeah.
know, I'm enjoying this stage of my life. Every stage of life has something enjoyable.
Oh yeah, there are merits to it
Every
all.
time I'm around
Going
people
now.
that are younger, I realize, man, was that me? You know, like, was I that obnoxious? So
Yep, that was me.
I kind of like this stage of my life. I'm enjoying it just fine. So,
Alan said he's old. This is,
join the
yeah,
club. Join the club, man. Again, you know, older.
Yeah, old
older.
enough to
Yeah, you
remember
need to
what the old
correct that.
guys used to look like. That they ain't these.
You know, you know.
Yeah. I just now
And
saw he's
younger folks
awake.
do not. And I cannot believe people are missing this show. And it's like, oh my God, every day there's just some amazing shit going on right up there.
It
Oh
really is
man,
nice to know.
I have so much
It
more to
really is.
share. There's so much more. I have about 200 gigabytes, almost 300 gigs of just nothing but videos and pictures and a bunch of stuff. You know, I've only scratched the surface. So you know, and there's more to come. Every week or so, there's more that we added to it. So you know, that's always good. So it's a never ending show. No, at least for now, anyway. But all right, guys.
Right.
Good night.
Okay. Good night, Jesus. We'll
We'll
see you
see you.
again in a few days.
Have a good night, Sam.
I'll go ahead and
He's on
let you.
mute. Yeah, he's been muting himself. I wonder if he's all right back there.
Yeah.
But all right, guys, have a good night.
Okay. Good night,
Thanks for being
Jesus.
here on the show, guys, and everybody who donated. Thank you. That really
For
great help
sure.
for Sam and the girls and Rebecca to get this this show to continue going. But yeah, thank you all for being here. And if you can donate, like and share. That'll help as well. So all right,
Right.
have a good night. We'll see you
Okay.
next
Good
Tuesday.
night, Jesus. Bye. All right. I guess I could have ended the show there, but I think we are definitely winding down, right, Sam? And you are muted in case you don't know.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Just check it, yeah.
Yeah, we can do
But
that if you want. We can end it here, or we can
I
talk for
know. I feel like
but
we've
you know what?
covered.
We'll talk for another 20 minutes easy.
Right. I know. That's how quickly it happens.
Yeah.
Easily too.
And when we talk on the phone, we talk for hours and don't even realize it. And then all of a sudden look out and go, oh, hey, it's dark outside.
No,
Jesus.
I know. Or we've like even messaged on Messenger for
Yeah.
hours. It just takes you back to the old chat room
Well,
days.
and that's how hopefully we're changing things for the better here by doing this. And it is a time consumer. Wow.
Isn't it
Yeah,
though?
I'm going to have to
Yes, 2
refigure
days
out
a
how I
week.
do things.
Because as soon as I finish one show, I'm like right away I start accumulating stuff for the next show, and
Yeah, I'm going to have
I
to
am
send
working on an intro. In case people are wondering, I don't know. I've had like some creative uh dry spell, I guess, at times, so I'm trying to make something happen when I'm not really have a great
Well,
vision.
I'm
So,
looking forward to what may happen from Saturn's yellow moon and any base cloud that information that we can attain, and it should be horrendously interesting. And then, of
why
course,
Ice Adam's yellow moon? Like, why of
well,
all
if
things?
that remember that core base cloud thingy that we saw with the multi centrifuge little mini tornadoes inside of it, and we've never
Oh,
seen anything like
yes.
that. And I was very excited when we got it, and that was a couple weeks ago. And we really haven't seen anything come in that matched that. So I'm interested to see what occurs. It might have been just a passing one off. Who knows? But I mean, I've
Man,
never seen
that was
anything
over the
like
top.
that before, ever, and not in my wildest dreams even. So with that said, I'm very interested to see what's going to the next few weeks all the way up till December something, and then we
Yeah.
go on into next year waiting for. Then things will tone down, and then we go on to next year waiting for the startup again come March. But I mean, they're still visible and they're still around, still doing their thing. But the extremities where we saw the major storms and the lightning discharges and the close passes and all of that is usually within the
Right.
180-day cycle, and usually gets far worse at the end, which has been sort of
Yeah.
documented. I mean,
And
it's
then
bad all
aren't
the
we
way
there
through. But
now?
yeah, we're yeah, it's what's coming. So,
Uh-huh.
and this is why I always toss out, you were warned, and why we try to warn people that, be prepared, remove things off your front porch, watch where you park your car, check the trees in your yard or the ones across the street that might flatten your car, any of that. Um, because what we're taking for normal weather could happen to you, which is what just happened to literally all of Europe and Asia last week.
Yeah.
And I cannot stress that enough because they're not
Major
reporting it. They're not
flooding.
connecting the weather to the news and what went on. And I'm still studying it, and there's still stuff coming in. And I'm noticing a very extreme scenario that is actually very worrisome to me. And I don't usually jump to that end of the spectrum very easily. Of course, we've learned over time, every time we did get a little upset about things, sometimes we'd go, well, we're still okay. So, but there's some new shit coming, and I can't wait to see what it is. And yet I fear to see what it is at the same time.
New, like what is coming? Like new things we'd never
New
seen
bad
before.
weather and
Yeah.
new sightings and new angles of close pass
More.
because we've not seen the Saturn's yellow moon do this before, this close,
Right.
this big. We've never seen it this close and this big, and this
Yeah.
is a first for the whole
Unknown
ball game.
territory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so I'm highly interested to see what's coming, but it might not be nice. It might not be pleasant. It might be nasty. And we've seen that, the massive turbulent fire like flame like clouds and the faceplate slash, flat spot on the Saturn's yellow moon and the weather and whatever this close pass is going to do. And we don't know.
Wow. It's like a wait and see. Wait and
Yeah,
see.
it could be highly suspect. Now we've got the hints and the warnings about all the earthquakes and stuff, and it's entirely possible. And I believe Saturn may be bigger than Earth, um, slightly. So it might have geological effects on us that we hadn't attributed or weren't ready for. So that's
Yeah.
also in the mix.
Yeah. Michelle says they had some crazy storms in Indiana. So
Yeah, and there's
we have.
crazy going everywhere right
No,
now.
I was just gonna say we haven't had anything too crazy here in Oklahoma since the big power outage storm earlier this summer.
Well,
Um,
that blending of the storms on the East Coast right now is the warm patch that's coming up from the Gulf of Mexico and out of the middle troposphere of the planet and being bashed in together with an Arctic jet that's coming down through here in my area, and then it's heading straight across to the East Coast and over the Great Lakes. And so that middle of hot and cold air that's meeting is creating, some more lightning and more storm. And there's great amounts of lake effect snow happening right now in the Lake Erie area and toward,
right.
New York and all of that and the East Coast. So they're going to be suffering. And this is why, in the last couple of shows, we talked about snow tires. And order your snow tires from Colorado or Montana or something, East Coast. I don't know. Maybe they have snow tires on the East Coast.
Yeah,
I've
I've
never
never
bought
even
them
had
there.
snow tires before. Yeah, I've never needed them.
And a lot of people don't think about that. And, if you don't, this would be the year that you do. And
Yeah.
because, this El Nino thing is going to drastically affect the snowfall on the East Coast, all the way from literally from Missouri on.
Hmm.
And even
So,
Lana talked about, she was getting frost.
yeah, I wonder where in Arkansas she is, but I'll have to ask her.
She's in Mountain Home. She's in north central Arkansas,
Got it.
right before the bottom
Sounds
of
familiar.
Missouri. She's just
Uh-huh.
a stone's throw away from Missouri.
Okay.
I know where she lives, so.
Right.
And she's an
Well,
long time Montana Skywatcher member and admin. She's a co-admin of Montana Skywatcher
okay.
1. She doesn't
I didn't know
work a
that.
lot because she has her own site. She runs uh, her site. I'm trying to think of the name of it, and it's not popping in my mind, even though I post on it occasionally. Um, Truth Reflections, and she runs her site, and she helps people with her guidance, and she's a certified minister and all of this, and pastor or whatever you
Yeah.
call it. So, and she's busy doing that. And so
I just know that I've seen her name for as long as I've been around. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know she's been around.
She just lost her husband, and I love talking to him. He was a really, really wonderful guy with a master's degree in history, or 2 masters or something like. Very smart guy, wonderful man.
Really, yes.
And we do miss him. And so, yeah, there's been a lot of people around for a lot of years, and they've really, really helped create this that we're standing on, this bridge that we built, and into facts. And I do say facts because this is time proven fact. And if people want to argue with it, but okay, well, you're barking up the tree, but you have to have a basis of information to even attempt to discredit this, because we have seen it. We've all seen it. We've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen it. We've 10 years plus 13. I mean, this information is not coming out of our nostrils, so to speak, as my mother would say. We've proven it. We've watched them come in. Here we are, and everybody, coolest, thousandth time I'm saying, coolest show that ever was. It is. It truly is.
Right. When you understand that you're just like, it's like you're in this chosen generation. But well, not chosen.
It kind of feels that way. Exactly. It does.
It does.
Well, if you're smart enough to be here listening to this right now, then yeah, you are. Because I mean, there are so few people that are really, overall, if you were to count the world populace currently,
yeah, really.
I mean, how can we judge who hears us and who doesn't? So population-wise, it's a smaller percentage, unfortunately. But yeah, if you're hearing this and you're of the chosen people who are smart enough to be here today, thank you. And I'm not going to phrase it any other way, because because you're here. So and yeah, that's a little arrogant, but that's the truth.
It's kind of true. I mean, when you think about it, you got a few handful of people attending our show live, and then in several hundred watch it. But out of the whole population, billions of people, yeah.
Well, based on the information provided by 100,000 people or so over the years, I mean, we could go up down on that number. I mean, the submissions of all these people, in your sites, my sites, combined joint sister sites that we all work on, and Jillian's sites and Jesus' sites, and whatever, all these other people. And we don't know how far we've gotten with this, but we'd like to assume that it is actually going. I know it's growing. I mean, you can tell by the membership count requests and all this again. But then there's the shadow banning issue, which Jesus got slightly melancholy over for a moment, and I agree with him. It does feel like we're sometimes talking to an empty room or a cardboard box, and maybe we are being shadow banned because of the topic issues. So
I definitely think so. Oh, definitely. Only because of we have a good size number of members in our groups, but we don't interact with thousands of people.
Well, it sure has changed. I can tell you that. Over the last few years, Facebook has really dropped off contact with people, and a lot of people said, "Well, hey, I don't even get your notices anymore." And it's like, "Okay, are you following me?" Yeah, and it's like I post every day. So if you don't directly and repeatedly do that, I think YouTube especially has a tendency to skip you off the list. And if you do watch it every day, or try to go through a series over a period of time, I think that YouTube will be more suggestive on your most recent viewed video line. Like I've noticed, I get a lot more science stuff on my stream now, which is good. For the longest time, I got a bunch of crud I didn't want to watch, and it's like, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. I don't, And I'm talking on smart TV and stuff, watching in my living room rather than on computer. Because when I'm on computer, I can just type in what I want, but not on TV and not on my smart TV. But anyway,
just get what you get. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to scroll through, and you flip and you flip and you flip and you pick something you like. And the stream has gotten better now. I mean, YouTube is on there. Of course, it's always comes up right away. I don't have to type it in. So
Nice. Well, it sounds like you've kind of catered or, created your little.
well, yeah, and you get a listing on your TV because your TV remembers some of your generally watched programs.
Right.
And so, and then when they're often visited, then it comes up on your log. And then you click it on, you click over to search, and there's the name, and boom, you go onto it, and you click on it, and then it takes you to you. Well, you're on YouTube already, and then it just takes you to your main circular site instead of a square. And then you click on the circle, and then boom, you're into the live, and then the earlier and the old stuff, and your whole YouTube site.
Oh, wow.
That that's what Smart
Yeah.
TV
I've
does.
not seen it from that perspective, I guess.
Yeah, and this is like how you view it in the cell phone or laptop or tablet experience is completely different than computer or smart TV. And I recommend everybody try the smart TV thing. Uh, you can sit at home and do laundry and have it on your smart TV and running on YouTube. So
Yeah. Yeah. Because I know on the smart TV, it just plays one video in succession after another, which is nice.
right,
It
it does.
doesn't do that on the
You get all
phone.
of, and if you go into your old videos, they just keep running all day long because you got that
Right.
many. I mean,
Yeah,
I could watch
hundreds.
8 hours worth of video just watching your stuff alone.
That's crazy. Yeah. It's like 300, 400 videos altogether.
Yeah. And some of them I wondered why you made, and other ones I went
I
okay.
bet.
And
Yeah.
then you also for the longest time you were posting other informational videos,
Uh,
stuff that you'd found about science and this and that, and
I did.
yeah,
Huh.
you posted some Anunnaki stuff and
Oh, I don't remember that. Huh. It
yeah,
must
you
be really
posted a bunch
old.
of some really old stuff that you found this video, you found that video, and you reposted it on your channel.
That's
It's
interesting. I
on
don't
YouTube.
remember that.
Well, you just got to scroll way back in your not non-live file. If you go to your videos on YouTube and you click on the videos part, it
Yeah,
shows you this endless stream of all the stuff you posted over the years, and there's quite a
sure.
bit. And I watch some of it. I have a few favorites that I repost from time to time for everybody else. So,
Yeah. I like
but
the
you,
old ones, but of course, I always see things I didn't know then that I wish I could correct now.
yeah,
But,
I found
you
one of my
know,
I found Understanding the Skies series edition 1 today. And
oh,
posted
yeah,
I reposted. Oh, by the way, you are a member of Montana Skywatcher 1.
oh, you got that? Okay, cool.
No, it told me you were already a member. So this must
Well, I
be
went,
because
huh.
you got your middle S initial. So
Let me look real
is that
fast.
a different no, that's what you use
No,
now.
I'm gonna try it because last time I looked, I couldn't get in, and
Yeah, it told me I tried to add you again and it told me you were already a member. So
yeah, I'm in. Cool.
okay.
Thanks. Whatever
Yeah,
happened, I
if
don't
you've
know.
been a member, I didn't think you
I don't
weren't.
think so because the other
I
day
didn't have
I
to add you. It told me you already were. So,
maybe somebody else added me,
no,
like
there's
another
nobody else
admin.
that can add you.
Oh, that's weird.
It's
Because
private.
just
It's
the other
me.
day, I removed my request and resubmitted the request to bring it to the top so you could find it.
Well,
So
maybe
it wasn't.
possibly Lana may have done that. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I could look in the log,
Oh,
but
I don't
I
know,
can
but I
look at
am in.
activity log and I can see all the activity with it going back, through date. But yeah, I mean, going back,
Yeah, I
God,
see it now.
can you imagine
Understanding
the
the
activity
sky
log
one.
going back in that website? It goes back 13 years. Wow. You
I
couldn't
know.
scroll through that enough in the pictures. Oh my God. And nobody does that. Nobody scrolls through the website or the Facebook site picture file. And there's
Yeah,
thousands
if you
and
just click on
thousands and
pictures
thousands of
or
pictures.
photos at the top, you
And
can
they're all
see
there. You scroll
all the
down how they were
photos.
posted in order, just keep going and go. And I go through every once in a while and just, oh, I want a copy of that. Oh, I get,
Me
yeah,
too.
do I have a copy of that one? Yeah. Oh, cool. You know,
I've
and
done that
I
many
imagine I have a
times.
couple of doubles in some of my files, but that way I can find it faster.
Right.
Yeah, God, I can't even imagine the amounts of pictures that the bunch of us have saved in 10 years. Holy cow.
And lost.
Yeah, and lost.
Saved
Yeah,
and then
the thousands we've lost
many. I've lost a bunch.
on your phone or on my other 15 or 14
Yeah.
computers. Yeah. Oh God, I can't even imagine.
So
And yeah, we keep and it just blows me away. It's like earlier in the program we were talking about Jesus's film, and here it is, Atu's moon, Atu's moon, Atu's moon, and we've seen it for so long now, and I do dearly chuckle that people cannot see this. It's just like, how
yeah.
often do you see a purple planet in a moon? And
It's just
it's clouds. Yeah, okay.
it's the last thing people are going to even think about. They would never just imagine it being planets from another solar system.
Nor
Never.
that big. That's the thing. Nor that as
Right.
big and as close to us. And how, oh my God, and we've heard this, 50,000 times in 10 years of we'd be dead if that was
Right. We
real.
wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Wouldn't it affect Earth more? Well, God, look around, you know. I mean,
Right.
tell that to the people that, last year all the rivers dried up on all of the continents around the world, and the huge storms and the fires, and I mean, people, millions of acres burning away, and cities being inundated and wiped off the map, and earthquakes everywhere. Oh,
Yeah.
wouldn't we'd be dead if, yeah, well, you look around. It's
Right.
happening. It's happening now. We're watching
Because
it
they don't
right
know about that
before
either. They
our
don't
eyes.
know
Well,
all
yeah,
this.
they're not looking that up either. No, because it's being blocked because they're not promoting weather. Do you remember when they started flagging pictures going, this may have a landscape scene in it, and pictures of the sky? Do you remember when they started doing that?
Mm,
It was sort of like they
no.
were warning you were doing something wrong. And that
Huh.
only
I don't.
lasted it only lasted a short time. And it was like, this picture may depict sky scenes. Like,
Huh.
oh, is that nudity? What, why are you warning?
Right. You're getting a
You know,
warning.
why do I get a warning box before I can open this picture? Hello? It's,
Oh boy.
it told me
Strange.
that it's like, okay, they've got this categorized. Why would the computer tell me, you know, you're about to open a picture of a sky scene or landscape? It's like, what? That would be normally expected, wouldn't it? Why do you have to notify me?
Hmm. I wonder what they think about us talking about all of this.
Well,
Do they think,
yeah, I wonder how bot flagged we are, or
uh,
what they got going, and that might be within the sky scene algorithms. I mean, and look how many times
yeah,
certain people try to share pictures and uh, unavailable. And
sure,
I
yeah.
still get a few of those every day, and then I go through and remove them right away if I can't see them.
Well,
I try
you
to talk to
know,
them first, but
Andrea Adams, she's in the UK, and more times than not, when she's on the show here with us, she gets anywhere from a 1 hour to a 24-hour ban on Facebook. Um, it's only her that I know of this happens to, but it happened to her tonight. She was, commenting, and she got an hour ban on Facebook for no reason. There's no explanation, nothing. And this happened 4 or 5 times at least, many times. Like, she's scared to comment for that reason, because it happens often. I don't know. That's
yeah,
strange.
and we've seen people that do have cell
Like,
phones get in trouble for taking pictures, and all of a sudden their battery life dies, and their phone turns off, and that's where a couple of former members who decided to turn into hate members said I was hacking their phones because all of a sudden their phones were no longer working. And I, of course, would never have anything to do with that because I don't even have the technology to do it, nor would I do it to anyone. So yeah, there's there are costs to doing this, and we've gone through a few computers and laptops and tablets and cell phones over this topic, and yeah, it's pretty proven that there's something really going on.
Well,
It's
she
not
later
scot-free.
messaged me on Messenger and she says, "There we go. I just got a 24-hour ban." So it was a
Wow.
1 hour ban. And then she says, and all I did was type in there, like type in the comments, nowhere else. She said, strange. I mean, it's happened many times to her. I'm not
Well,
familiar with it.
we know that Canada, Australia, and the UK have a little bit tighter, stricter policy about certain things. I was banned for a period of time in Australia, and then all of a sudden I came back and started seeing Australians again. It was like, okay.
Yeah,
And remember, the Australian Federal Police did call me by phone 3 times.
that's what you were
Anyway,
saying.
yeah, wow,
Goodness.
okay, all right, yeah. So, terribly sorry that you're affected. Yeah, that adds to the top secret addiction buzz that yes, you could be risking some part of something by listening to this show. Adds an air of mystery to it, and like, oh God, suspense. Like, oh, um,
Right.
I'm trying to
No,
make
I know.
lemonade out of lemons here, but
But you're right. I mean, some countries, I guess, are just cracking down on people. I don't know.
well,
But we have other
our
people in the UK. I don't. It doesn't make any sense why her.
Well, we
But
do share a rather left field topic.
yeah.
And, you know, I mean, if I didn't know me and if I didn't know that I'd done this for as long as I've done this, I'd say I'm out just plain out of my mind. So, and of course, we wouldn't be doing this had we not been doing this for this long. And if we were, short lived, crazy crackpots.
Gosh. No, I know. It like you said. I know you say this often. It's like you second guess yourself all the time. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
this can't be for real. But
And then you
it's
see it
okay.
again and you go, oh,
And then
crap.
you match, you're right. Then you start matching it up with your drawings, and you're like, "There's no other way. It could not be real. It has to be real because of the drawings."
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just play it over in my,
And
loop
and
it in
and
my
part of
head,
you wants to, completely just quit doing this altogether and, take up
and you
knitting or
can't.
something,
Yeah,
and
you
yet,
just can't. I
yeah.
have like, I don't know, a dozen projects in my house that I've started that I need to, like I got painting projects, and I can't stop doing this long enough to go paint anything. So
Yeah.
one of these
Yeah.
days.
I haven't picked up a paintbrush and I have blank canvas and everything in the house and I've got oodles of paintbrushes that I've had
Yeah.
for, decades and I do paint and I have not painted in years now. And people have mentioned
Okay.
to me that I should and that I should sell my paintings and maybe I should do some space paintings.
That'd be
Uh,
neat. I'd like
yeah.
to see
Yeah.
that. My painting is I'm painting house, like rooms,
Oh,
ceilings,
okay. Yeah, yeah.
walls.
I thought as much
Yeah.
that was what you were describing.
Right.
But yeah, I
Painting.
haven't done what I would normally do if I wasn't doing this for a long time. And
Right.
yeah, here we are. It's almost 12:30 at night my time. What is it?
It's
1:30?
1:22
Yeah, yeah, at your
in the
time.
morning. Yeah.
And hi, people, and welcome to our
I
psychosis.
know.
And and
I'm
the little
impressed. There's
The
12,
little
we
white
got
truck
12,
is coming, and the
14
guys in the
people.
white suit with the extra long sleeve sweater just for us, and the buckles that buckles in the back. Yeah, and that
Yeah.
padded room. I'm ready. Um, yeah,
I'm
Oof.
serious. I know.
And
It's
then
crazy.
I'm just cross-minded here because just as I haven't said that in a long time, and I go back to when I first started doing this, and then we go all the way back to 2012ish and stuff, and some of the people that I met, oh my God. And I mean, half of them almost put me in a rubber room, and a good percentage of them should have been put in a rubber room.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the time we've spent doing this, we should have our heads examined. for the amount of hours we put into this. But it's like
Yeah,
it's like so it's an
it's
awesome thing that you can't quit. You just got to see more. And
it's true. I mean, if I'm not, working on one sky related thing, then I'm watching videos of the sky, or I'm watching, I mean, I don't watch
hell, I
TV
look
or
there anyway. I
movies
mean, I'm
or
watching an old western, some old
yeah,
John Wayne movie, and what am I doing? I'm looking at the sky. It's like, oh, okay,
it's
And
funny.
also it helps you remember what the old skies used to look like, minus the
Yeah,
Hollywood filming and everything. And you have to, give or take a little leeway. But
right.
they're not the same skies anymore. And God, this is also part of why I watch some of the YouTube programs that I watch. And I watch Kitchen Nightmares with Gordon Ramsay and this and that, but I don't watch the sky in those. But anyway,
Yeah,
um,
yeah. I used to
there's
watch
just a
that
bunch of
too.
sidetrack stuff I do, but I'm not anywhere doing the normal stuff I would normally be doing were I not doing this.
Yeah, I think we're all alike on that. You know,
And
I think a
it
lot of
gathers your
us.
mind, and
Yeah,
you don't want to miss anything. And then there's those days that I have to just say, I am not turning on the computer today. I don't care.
yeah.
It's Sunday or whatever, and I'm going to do something else.
Right, right. Which is necessary.
Well, I do feel a level of remiss each and every time that I take time off. But if I intentionally say to myself, oh my God, I'm not doing it, then I feel guilty. But there are days I'm so busy, I haven't gotten to it. So,
Right.
or, you got a laundry day or whatever, you're cooking, or the girls
True.
want to do this day. And so we do something else. But, yeah, it's so overwhelming. I've often thought, what if I, just changed how I do things? What if I just stopped talking to everybody as much as I do? And I just, there's no way I could. I don't think I could.
No, people be concerned. Anytime you go,
Well, that does happen too. Yeah, the moment I'm off for
too
like 2 days
quiet,
in a row, I people start from around all over the place start calling me. Are you
looking.
okay? Which is great, and I love you all dearly for it. But yeah, I
Yeah,
get phone calls the moment I'm not around for a while, which is good. I appreciate it.
people
I
are
really do.
concerned. Right. Yeah. Jerry just messaged us and he says he can't believe we're still at it. He just got up. I forget where he's located. I want to say, tell me where you're from, Jerry, because I don't remember. Is it Australia or he has to
Yeah,
tell
we
us?
have been known to start talking when some people go to sleep and then they wake up and we're
Yeah.
still talking. So
But yeah,
I
he
don't
can't
even
believe
know
it.
why we do this as long as we do, but we just sort of like, I can't quit talking. I
We're
mean,
in therapy. We're
yeah,
doing our therapy.
yeah. Our Nibiru Followers Anonymous
Oh,
class. Yeah.
it's therapy, right?
I swear, Your Honor, I appeared. I was at
That's
my
we got
class the other
proof,
day.
video proof,
Twice
and
a week,
you're
I
in
swear.
class.
Yeah.
That's funny. Let's see, Jerry. Oh, it doesn't say where he's from.
Yeah,
I
and
don't remember.
I really like the fact that we are reaching so many more places with people who aren't Facebook affiliated, and it's different. And there's it's a different vibe in the TikTok crowd and everything, and reading some of the negatives and some of the positives, and
Yeah,
it's interesting.
he's in the UK. He's in London, Jerry.
Okay, all right,
So yeah, it's morning there.
yeah. And they're going to have
So
interesting weather because the jet stream over the Atlantic is really interestingly strong. Well, I don't recall watching the North Atlantic between America and Europe as wide of a jet stream ever. So this should be a real. God, thank God I'm not out on a boat in the middle of that. Woo! And people should look that
yeah,
stuff up too. Storm in the ocean, and then type in a date, and you'll get an approximate whole bunch of information. And and
yeah,
and then you start correlating your dates of where it was and when it was, and you'll start to notice that the major weather, or excuse me, the major news services from the BBC to you name it, are not reporting this. ABC, CBS, NBC, none of this is making the news. It really isn't.
No, no. You talking about the weather? Well,
Well,
no.
yeah, exactly. I'm talking about the weather. Of course, Nibiru's not making
Yeah.
the news,
I
but
was gonna say they're not talking about this. Yeah, but you're right that they barely touch on it. Like this happened, and it's like, 30 seconds later, it's on to something
right, and
else.
they act like it's an
Usually,
isolated event, and when it's actually like that storm, which it was Chiron, and they talked about Chiron and this storm, and they named it in the Atlantic Ocean between Iceland and the UK, and then
yeah,
it hit, and it went literally all the way to Holland and Germany, and all the way down to northern Spain, and then straight across all the way to Japan from there, including Russia, China, Croatia, uh, Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, Arab countries, you name it, they all got hit. And it was all very
wow,
drastic, extreme storms, and we talked about this before over and again. People flying down the street along with every kind of debris you can think of that's out in the street. And then, of course, right after that, the cars washing down into the ocean all over the place from the rain that came in after that. And it has happened all the way across that side of the world on 1 week, from the 18th to the
no, you
28th.
sure didn't hear anything about it.
Within a 10-day process, it went all the way across the world. And it was just amazing, amazing freaking storm, unbelievable storm. And it wasn't just in a localized area, it was entire continent storm all at
Wow.
the same time. That's huge. So that's not a normal storm.
Yeah. I was gonna say we haven't been seeing normal storms for so long. They've all been over the
Yeah,
top.
easy 8 years plus,
Yeah,
and then we've seen, of course, the close passes and the Nibiru bomb cyclones and the derechos, if you want to call them that. I call those maybe a semi-close pass, or there are the supercell storms from the multiple vortexes we have in low and highs all over the place, and jet stream anomalies that we've never had before. And then you add this super El Nino on top of it. Here we go. It's insane. It's absolutely meteorologically insane what's going on.
right.
And even, some of the people out there are embracing some of these new aspects, although they're not telling you that they never used to exist, because perhaps maybe they don't know it. When we talked about Ryan Hall, y'all, and he does real good
Yeah,
weather. And I watch that and a bunch of other stuff, and I try to watch East Coast too, and I watch Irish weather, and I watch, some German and Dutch weather from time to time. And I watch, where this and that and the other thing is going to do here and there. So the trick is that if you don't look it up, you're not going to see it on the news. You really aren't.
that's true. But some people like ourselves, I mean, we know to start looking things up, and I think some people are knowledgeable on that to start. You have to search it out.
Well,
You know,
MSN has a news feed that when you first log in, is what I'm running my main off of. I think sometimes I run off of Bing also. And they put up this newspaper feed, and they run 10 or 12 or 20 stories through it, and every once in a while there's some really close to good information. And when you start to see that, that's when you start off on that issue and then look farther.
yeah,
I use that a lot, and I for the longest time stopped going to newsfeed because of all the trolls. But I like a sucker for punishment, I guess I never gave up the habit of doing it. I'm not trolled as much on newsfeed as I used to be. Now it's
okay,
usually down on my personal page. But anyway, how they get there, I don't know. But
yeah, yeah. I mean, we have been getting more troll activity on multiple platforms, Facebook and TikTok and YouTube, since Dan made his videos about us.
oh, really?
I noticed. I mean, it's
I
definitely
didn't. Well,
picked up.
I didn't see the second one. I have a copy of it someplace, but
Yeah.
I didn't. If you have I hate to ask, if you have a link to his site, let me know later, and
Okay.
I'll actually put his YouTube channel in a memory. Anyway,
Spot.
yeah. Well, down my
File
saved
it.
my saved list, my favorites list. I'll put it
Okay.
on there
You can find,
so I
yeah.
can check his work. Not that I have to view his work,
No, but I don't know who.
but
I mean, it's like they have a small little army of,
well, yeah,
trolls
and
that,
there, I'm sure that there's we can't attribute trolls without time, but
yeah.
I haven't taken the opportunity to see how ill tempered or negative they are.
Yeah.
Although I did read a few negative comments where they were all agreeing with him, and I kind of chuckled over that. It was like, okay. But like I said before, I kind of like the guy. He's just, I like his personality. I like his intention. I
I just don't like how he's, it's like highly negative and sarcastic.
well, we got his attention. That's
Uh-huh.
step one.
I mean,
You know,
it's okay to question it and be like
yeah.
unsure about it or don't believe it. That's fine. But to be, just real
I was a
snarky
little
and,
disappointed that he did naysay your site. I was a little disappointed in that, and
uh-huh,
I don't mind if you down me. But when you go
yeah,
after my friends, then we got a problem, mister. No,
right.
I'm only kidding
Right.
about that. But yeah,
I know.
I was a little disheartened by that. But yet at
Surprised.
the same time, it's like, okay, here we
And
go.
that's what I thought when he first started the video. I mean, I'm expecting him to talk about you, really,
The one he did
not
many
me.
years ago was very fair, and he was actually trying to give it the opportunity that I might even be right, and that was when later on, immediately sometime short thereafter, um, Planet X Hunter put out his video saying a lot of people harass Sam Hoffman, but Samuel Hoffman is right. You remember that one?
I
Yeah,
do.
and I have a
Yes,
link to that one still,
that's a
and
good
it's on
one.
Planet X Hunter um, on YouTube, and yeah, they're out there. And everybody that hears us, we're going to get one or two or three out of 10 that are just going to think that we're absolutely talking out our asses. And I'm terribly sorry. You could spend a little time investigating prior to publicly downing us, please, perhaps. Or if you are a real naysayer, well, then just go away. We don't care and move on to something else. Or if you're going to dog us, I don't think that's wise. Not good for you, not good for us, nothing.
Right.
Nobody wins that way. And all you're doing is wasting people's time complaining about something that you can't prove and we can. And we've taken the 13 years. They don't slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. So,
Start there. Right. Start
unless you have
there.
a piece
Yeah.
of paper on the wall or some other excruciating evidence, I don't think you got a very big, they say that dog don't hunt. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know,
Let's
I don't
see.
know what to tell naysayers anymore. I just don't. I just say, it's like, did you maybe ever ask yourself why we do this?
Jen
And then they,
says,
you know,
oh, go ahead.
the naysayers, they only want to spin small details into something big. And then, of course, they want
Always, every
a
time.
lie that is not necessarily a lie. I mean, it might have been a mistake. And then they never get over
It
that. They'll just
happens.
bring it up and bring
Right.
it up, bring it up and bring it up. It's like,
It's
hey,
like,
I may have
relax,
called,
people.
yeah, I may have called the same
Relax.
picture two different things. It just depends. I may have changed my mind an hour after I commented on that picture and may have been confused and didn't go back and correct it, which does happen. I do try
Yeah.
to. I'm not a con man. I'm not trying to lie to anybody. I got accused by an old friend of being deceptive and arrogant, and I was like, wow, okay, wonder where that came from.
Wow.
So you can never tell about people
Really?
anymore. I mean, there's people that are pretty damn moody, and Mark and I were talking about that here. I'm calm and relaxed and don't hate anybody, and I'm not mad at anybody, and yet here I'm the guy on the soapbox
get attacked.
that's getting
Yeah.
the rotten tomatoes and the cabbages and the, bendy carrots and everything thrown at me. So, oh well, I do try.
I guess it's to be expected, really. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know
you become
why, but
you become a public figure, and then anybody that, that has liquid courage or thereabouts, and they've got an opinion, and okay, let's hear it, And that's why, earlier on my personal wall, I said, I dare you. And then after some complainers complained, I just went next, because, okay,
right.
next complaint, come on, bring it on, voice your
I didn't
opinion.
see that. Yeah.
But yeah, that's down my personal wall today.
I'll have to check
And
it. Yeah.
I haven't looked at it in hours, but there was, a couple of naysayers down the page, and I didn't remove them or anything. I just left them to read later. And, I go through stuff every day, and then I don't really block people. Usually a lot of times I'll toy with a few naysayers, over time, or a couple of trolls. I'll play with them for a while.
Yeah.
Till they
You have
get
way
bored.
more patience than me and Jesus. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Well, the thing with it is I know that we've spent all of this time collecting this information, and they haven't spent any time at all looking into it. So, I mean, it should be an easy fix. One way or the other, you're either going to go away or you're going to actually be informed. You eventually get bored with, attacking me, I would imagine. I'm not going to change my opinion. I mean, I can't change 44 years of knowledge. I'm sorry. I just doesn't smear away that easy. Thank you. And if you have
Yeah.
44 years worth of knowledge, I'd love to hear it. I mean, I'll carry on a conversation about it. But if you're rude, well, then, I'll be less forthcoming. Anyway.
Right. No, I know. That's how I am too, though. Same way. I mean, if they are, you know, respectful about it, then yeah, I could help
Yeah,
you and answer your
I have a lot
questions.
of patience when it comes to that kind of conversation, and
Yeah.
I've talked to people for weeks when they were dogging me, and I mean, I'll come back to it a couple of days later, go, oh, okay, you're still at it, let's go, and
Yeah.
I,
Because when you know you're right, it's like it doesn't matter what anybody else even says.
right,
Really.
and then there's the naysayers. Well, you're just arrogant, and I'll go, okay,
No, it's confident. You're
yeah,
like you
yeah,
said
you can
before, it's
call me what you
confident.
want,
It's
Yep,
not
that's me.
arrogant.
I know you are. What am I? That's my favorite one. We
Yeah,
we
maybe.
9,
No,
and that's what a
really.
lot of naysayers do. They spin shit because they don't have a leg to stand on. And then there's the people that think they know science, and then oh, you don't know physics at all. It's like okay,
Yes. I do get
no,
those. Like
yeah.
shame on me for not knowing, what they want us to think things, like gravity and stuff. You're like,
Oh yeah, and then you got the
yeah,
people throwing out big words and trying to get you to do equations for free for them, and I just I go sorry, I don't do tests for one, and B, my answer isn't going to be anything you can use, so don't waste my time. And if you are negative, then you're going to get less of my attention. If you're positive and want to discuss stuff in a polite manner, yeah, absolutely.
sure.
And this bottom Facebook user says commenting on the pictures live is the best learning boost.
Yeah, that's
And
what Jerry
that's
was
why
saying.
I look forward to doing this more over now, because it does. On one hand, it limits my availability to grab stuff on a very fast fly because you're doing it, which is okay. But I need to send you more material that I do pull in each week, and I just
We could do
got
that. Yes.
saving it and posting it, and yet sending you 3 or 4 or 5 of the best stuff rather than a whole lot more, and I can do that. So I'll just
We
try
should
to
do that.
I'll just try to consciously send you more than what I normally would, and
Do
on your
that.
DM.
And then I'll save them and put them in a file for
Yeah, well,
you, and then we'll
and
share
then
them.
if we get good ones throughout the week, then we'll have them more available. And I just haven't fallen into sending them your way yet. I'm,
Yeah.
busy posting them here and there, but so we have to move. I have to, up my game a little bit, which is okay. Oh, aren't I arrogant? I'm telling myself I have to up my own game. Oh, yeah. I know. I've been talking about it all day. It's like, yeah, I'm
Oh
arrogant.
boy.
Okay. Yeah, I am.
Yes,
Actually, I am a little bit arrogant.
a little.
Yeah.
Okay, you're willing to admit it.
I
That's the
absolutely
first
volunteer
step.
that I have a level of arrogance, and that's because I happen to be a pretty darn smart person. Thank you. And I trust me, and I
Yeah,
learned all this shit. So, well, what do you got? Lay your cards on the table. Let's talk. Call me names. Go ahead. Let's talk.
right. But some people are very fragile and um, insecure. You know, I think that's
I think a
really what
lot of
it
times some
is.
people spin their anger on me from something that's a sidebar that they're mad at me over because it's something inside them, and I don't want to spin it on them and point the finger back, and which is what people do. But I a lot of times, and even Jesus has mentioned this, it just seems like there's more to the story, and you're not getting the full why you're so mad at me over, you know, and you're like, huh? So, and it, like this person that called me arrogant and deceptive is like, where are you getting this?
Right.
I'll volunteer to arrogant. You bet. I'm, I'm good at what I do. Dang it. I am.
Yeah,
And
they're just like I said, insecure. It makes them feel uncomfortable for
yeah,
whatever
it
reason.
just blows me away that complete strangers out of the blue attack me, and it's like I don't even know who you are. I mean, hey, have you
I
spent
know.
5 minutes looking up my stuff? I don't know.
No,
So anyway,
probably not. I know. I
it's
do. I
it's
get it
crazy,
too.
and you
It kind of
become
is. It's like
well,
strange.
we are legends now because we have trolls, and yeah,
Is that how it's measured?
I
Okay.
yeah, no, I was doing
Yeah.
both sides of the spectrum. We're up here
But
and down here.
I do keep reminding myself it is a compliment. I mean, you got people that are focusing their time and energy on you, and
Right,
good or bad.
and there is the side storyline that when you become a public figure, that you're gonna get people trolling you, and
Yeah,
we have our share. Oh
that
boy,
means you've made it. You've made it.
yeah, yeah.
You got trolls.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
gosh.
damn, I got trolls again. Shoot,
Right.
I
Well,
have to
my
go to
son, he said you can't be popular if you don't have trolls. That's what he told
right,
me
right, yeah,
once.
right.
You can't be.
You made it. Yeah, and I just for the life of me half the time, especially when, they get you get the serial troll who comes back and they think they're sneaky and hiding off in some corner for a while, and then they come back and they nibble at your cheese in the corner
They're
again.
back. Yeah.
Oh, and I just sit there, and every time they pop back up, I just sit there and shake my head. It's like, they'll accuse me of something, and I go on. And speaking of which, you, the idiot that is coming here and making something out of nothing, is just amazing. Thank you. And I
Right.
typed that today, as a matter of fact. And I don't normally insult people. I don't call people idiots usually. But if they are a reoccurring troll, then I will come up with a little more colorful opinion from time to time, and I'm not horrendously rude, and I think idiot's bad enough, and I don't call other names, but
Right.
I'm
Yeah. We don't need to stoop for any reason. I try to control myself. I don't argue and debate people really.
well, frankly, if it hasn't been a normal week if we don't have a whole bunch of trolls, and you kind of go, wow, it
Yeah.
was kind of quiet this week. What's going on?
Right. That's
So
true. Pretty normal.
I wonder
Well,
what payroll trolls means. Payroll trolls. Oh,
payroll
oh yeah,
troll.
oh yeah,
Oh,
oh yeah. Paid, yeah, okay, paid trolls, yeah.
paid.
I do
Okay.
believe in them. I have a picture. It's a silly picture. I have one of my old mock-ups, and it says, "I don't believe in trolls. I believe trolls are fake news." It's like disbelieving. It's like I don't believe in fairies, and that way the fairies go away, and that kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know
Okay.
it's twisted, but I have a picture I occasionally use. Like I don't believe in trolls. They're fake news.
They're fake news. Yeah.
Yep, yep, yep. They're not real.
No.
No, 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 no.
Right. Right.
Gremlins,
Right.
they are not. No.
It's. I don't know how people determine they want to become a troll, but
I don't think they determine that. I think that they're just driven to their own opinions to such a level that they think we actually give a shit.
I see. Yes.
It's like, excuse me, but you have mistaken me for someone who cares. You know,
No,
they,
that's
they
true.
they strongly believe in their opinion, and by God, they're coming to you as a complete stranger and going to tell you whether you like it or not. Here you go. And I go, okay, thank you. Have
Yeah.
a nice day.
I'm
See you
gonna go back
tomorrow.
to what I was doing now.
Yeah. And
I'm gonna go make another video now.
I
Bye.
occasionally very much enjoy, the distraction of a good troll from time to time. It's like a
Uh-huh.
fine wine or a good, really stinky cheese joke, a bad joke. But anyway,
Yes.
yeah, it's like there are days where, the trolls start at you and you spend your time dealing with them. And then there's other days you don't. So,
Right.
and,
I get it.
and I was told by many, many people, do not feed trolls. And, I try not to. But
Right.
God, they're so darn fun.
I
You
know
know,
you have fun with them. I know, like a toy.
I know. I just do.
Yeah, a troll toy.
I, I I actually enjoy seeing how they spin shit, and it's like,
Yeah. Yeah.
wow, oh wow, I never thought of that one, you know, and I see
Right.
it all
It's
the time. It's
creative.
just like amazing what they come up with that they're trying to dog me with, and it's like, okay, all right, that was okay, that's new, or God, I heard that
That's
400
creative.
times, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah.
know. It'll be
So
interesting to see what happens next. What video is made next.
not well, yeah,
Whatever.
yeah. I hadn't even thought about that. Not that I want to invite them or actually even, feed the notion of them
I
and
know.
add to their fuel or their zeal. Um, yeah, there's got to be
Yeah.
other things to talk about. But
Whatever they can dream up, I guess, because it's
yeah,
it's about how it goes.
what amazes me is the effort. It's like that person that mailed me the fake money at my PO box, and
Yeah.
and then they spent like $9 in postage.
Right.
And it's like, why bother? Okay.
I guess I don't know. I guess in
Yeah.
their mind,
I
they thought
mean,
they were
nobody sends
getting
you
one over
30,000 or $40,000 in
fake
money
money.
no, I was saying real. Nobody sends you 30 or
Oh, well,
40,000
right.
real dollars in a UPS or a mail package that
Yeah.
they spent $9, no return address, and I immediately knew there was no return address, and I went, oh, this ought to be interesting. And
Yeah.
I'm careful of how I open my mail, and I opened it. It's Hollywood money. And so on the back it says, this, and you can feel the paper is completely different too, and you automatically. But I'm pulling this out, and I'm looking at like 40 grand worth of fake money that they spend $9 and or whatever it was. It was around that to mail to me, and no message, no nothing. And I thought, oh boy, this is vague. Okay, went right in the garbage.
That's strange, isn't it? Wow.
Well, somebody at the dump is probably like, oh my God,
I know. I know. Somebody is, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure whoever did it probably told their friends, I sent somebody to make fake money. I'm sure they
I
had
can't see
got a
throwing the
kick out
money
of
away
it.
to do that. You know,
I-
I immediately felt, okay, whoever you
They're a
are, I feel
jokester.
bad that A, how much did it cost you to print this or acquire these bills?
Yeah.
B, why did you mail them to me? I mean, there wasn't even a note. There wasn't a jab, a tease,
Just
nothing.
money.
Just
They wanted to
big
get your
bundle.
hopes up, Sam.
Oh, it was about a
That's it.
microsecond. I pulled it out of there and I went, no way.
Right.
You
Right.
know, yeah, I opened it up and it's like, okay, you spent $9 or $8.50 or whatever. I knew it was about that amount. And I just went, you spent that to send this to me? Why? And it was like, okay,
Yeah.
clear,
Right.
vague, and I've gotten some weird things in the mail, but more good things than weird things. And I'm always very careful of unexpected packages and such. So,
Yeah. You have to
and
be.
that's happened. I mean, I have a file with the police department. I do. And every time I get something less than kind, it gets shared, and they're keeping track of all
Right.
of you. Yeah, But when you become a public figure, I guess you get trolled.
Yeah, it's what I guess even Shakespeare, has that quote,
Yep. Yep.
Love me or hate me. I don't know it word for word, but either
Yeah, if you love
way,
me, I'll be
you're
forever in your heart, and if you hate me, I'll be forever on your mind.
that's what it is. Yeah.
And I post
So,
that occasionally. And my favorite to
yeah.
this day is, in order to insult me, I first must respect your opinion, and I use that a lot.
Yeah.
And fine. This is a learning curve for all of us. We're all becoming more public, and we're putting our faces and our real names up here. And it's a good thing, and it has a side edge to it that can be uncomfortable. And I would hope people would be polite enough not to do that, and don't need it. It really, you're probably making more of a fool of yourself than you're hurting feelings. And I can't see someone intentionally wanting to hurt other people's feelings. I'm sorry, that's not me. So, where do you go with that? And I always wonder why anyone would even Photoshop a picture and try and fake it on anything they ever sent to us. And we've seen a little of that, very little of it, but that happens. And
Yeah.
I always wonder why they take the time to do it. I just,
There's a lot of liars out there, unfortunately.
well,
You
I
know.
don't go to other people's websites or Facebook pages and talk them down and insult them.
Yeah.
So
No.
I don't understand that. Anyway, I'm my throat is giving out. I think we should
I
call it.
know. I know. I
It's
think
five
we
minutes
should
before the
too.
hour, and we've got 6 hours and 54 minutes.
I feel like that's a good little stretch, a good little show.
Well, we got
Hi,
6 minutes
Dennis.
to wind down.
I was just going to say hi to Dennis. He started off, he was the first person waiting for the show in the comment section. So he was
Sorry, we were
waiting
skipping a little bit late today. We were a minute or two off this afternoon.
a little, considering it wasn't bad. I thought it would
Yeah,
be
compared
longer.
to the other shows, we were pretty close to time.
Not
So
bad, considering I had to reboot right I
yeah,
had like minutes before,
I
less
I
than
had
10
to
minutes.
twice this time also because it,
So,
it came up weird the first time I logged in.
right, right.
So anyway, thank you
Well,
everybody
all
for
right.
listening.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
I'm gonna go and play some Star Wars. Get my little
Cool, cool,
little
cool.
stormtroopers
Um,
and Jedi Knights
that's
going.
what you always do after the show. That's cool.
Yeah, that's how I wind
Um,
down. When I'm up and I'm on this mode, I just, and then it's really hard for me to slow down because this is why we talk this long, because it's hard to quit. It really is. And then you just get in gear, and then you go in the other room and it's dark and the kids are asleep. And now what do I do?
and now
The rest.
what? Right, the
Yeah.
party's over. Right.
Yeah. And
No,
then
but we'll be
until next
back
week. Yeah.
Saturday at 2, and we're going to have Leandra will be with us and Michelle Mountain from South Africa.
I was going to ask.
Yeah, she's, as far as I know,
Wonderful.
she
Can't wait.
confirmed for Saturday. So
And,
I
and
can't wait
Leandra's going to be
either.
back. Yay.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
I always
Leandra.
like talking to her. She
I do
was
too.
part of that
She's
8 hour
cool.
energy drink that we had going there.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
That
it's
was a
just
good
easy
show.
to talk around her and to her and with her, and that's
Right.
the thing. We just get to talking, and yeah, it's like we're on the phone to each other, and everybody
It
out there is
is.
listening and being
Well, it
part of it.
is. It's like a chat, like
Yeah,
a
yeah. Our friends, Anyway, so let's
not.
wind it up.
You remember what I'm talking about, where you had like several people on one
Right.
chat, but it's on the like a party line. That's it.
The old Skype
Party line.
days. Yeah, back when I could do
Yeah.
that on Skype before my Skype quit working. No clue
Right. It's
why.
like that.
That lasted a while and then that quit too. Okay, weird. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm going to
Well,
drop off.
okay. Yeah, we'll be back Saturday, 2 o'clock Central. So, thank you, everybody, and thank you, Sam.
Sure, we'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.